safely across the line.
They made a special car for that Tripoli Grand Prix, a special engine. Now we move on, Henry, to the Maseratis, and as we see the MC12 being lined up, MC14, I apologise. The car number 100. What a phalanx of carbon fibre and downforce, and what a complete juxtaposition from the car before.
Yeah, one of the purpose-built, production-based GT cars from Maserati, 6-litre V12 powered machine, ready to do its thunderous stuff off the line, and there it goes. Absolutely deafening for you guys down there on the start line. Michael Bartels, the great German FIA GT champion, former Lotus Grand Prix driver, of course, thunders under the bridge in front of Goodwood House and up towards us at Moulcombe. And hopefully over the course of the day we'll get some on-board shots, because that really gives an indication of what it's like as you come howling over the brow to Moulcombe.
It does. It's great to see the special livery on this car, and it's also got that great Goodwood Festival of Speed legend over the wing, which is quite superb.
Still a little bit damp out there after overnight rain. So if the precipitation holds off, we should get a fully dry hill climb course. Michael Bartels howls between the bales around the long uphill left-hander and thunders under the finish line up to the top paddock, where we will hear from many of the great names from motor racing's past and present in the company of Bruce Jones later on. At the end of each batch, we will get some interviews from Bruce, and it really is a wonderful free-for-all. Bruce shoves his microphone under the nose of all sorts of...
They've got Paul Vesti's Ferrari 275 GTB on the hill now in the Marinelli concessionaire's colours, the red with the Cambridge blue stripe, and that great number 1 PEV. Paul Vesti, who raced back in the 1960s and certainly enjoys his classic cars. Look at that glorious V12 Ferrari cam tail.
That's exquisite in every way, isn't it?
Just absolutely mind-blowing, beautiful.
Looks right, whichever way you look at it. Wonderful. Part of our classic endurance batch of cars. Class 3 in your programme. Details of these on pages 8 and 9 in the wonderful accompaniment, the supplement to the programme. Do get hold of a copy of the programme, because it's a vital guide to this vast site. And it's not just about what's happening on the hill, of course. There's masses going on in the paddocks and around on both sides of the bridge that spans the straight in front of Goodwood House. 1 PEV is safely across the line, the Paul Vesti Ferrari.
Next to the cars is the Maserati Tipo 26M, but it looks at the crash helmet aboard, which is that of Duncan Ricketts. It's car 31, batch 1 class 4, back in the 100 years of Maserati. And now we've got Neil Perkins with his 6CM Maserati Grand Prix car from 1936. Got a tail slide through.
It's still a little bit damp, isn't it, under the tree? They very kindly cut the tree for us as we look right out of our commentary box into Moulcombe Corner. It's a real test, even for the most experienced and most talented of our freestyle speed hill climbers. Addicted to winning is our theme for 2014, a suitably generic encapsulation of the real sense of let's get out there and try and take on the world and beat them at their own game, which so many of the world's great manufacturers used as their raison d'etre over the past century or more of motorsport history. Neil Perkins, an 81.60 in the 6CM Maserati, 1.5 litre supercharged 6-cylinder.
Adam Painter now with the Maserati 4CS. This is the amazing car that was buried in Singapore for 40 years and unearthed. It's raced with the Vintage Sports Car Club in recent years.
This is a car used to be driven by Count Johnny Laurani, isn't it?
It is.
Of Formula Junior fame.
Yeah, the man who invented Formula Junior as a new training class for young drivers in the late 50s. This is an A6 GCS Maserati. Little sports car off the 1950s. Manuel Elikabe at the wheel. It's like the car we used to see Roy Salvadori racing one of these.
That's right.
At Goodwood in period.
And what a wonderful excuse to have a lineup of Italian Exotica. This, the centenary year of the great Maserati name. We've got road cars, sports racers and Grand Prix cars, including the utterly magnificent 250F Grand Prix car, 2.5 litre 6-cylinder machine that was so dominant in 1950s Grand Prix racing. Swiss collector and racer Lucas Hooney is here with his 250F and cannot wait to see that. The rare V12 engined 250F is here as well, Klaus Werner's car. Toby, down there on the start line, I know you can see a simply incredible lineup of cars stretching all the way back to the turning circle at the back. Must be difficult to know where to look. Manuel Elikabe across the line. You'll see each car twice over the course of the day. We run right through the programme in various batches, with breaks in between for cars to come back down to their various paddocks, which of course are free for you to wander around, take pictures, get autographs, talk to drivers, mingle with some of the heroes of motorsport's past. And, just after lunch we'll run the whole programme again in a slightly different order, it has to be said, but numerically we go through the batch as we get all the way through the programme.
Just had the 5-litre Maserati V8 powered Cooper Monaco go past. That's Michael O'Shea's car. Now Nicholas Sturzinger with the late model GT car.
This is one of the one-make Trofeo cars, isn't it, that forms part of a championship for enthusiastic amateurs, is probably the best way of describing it.
I've seen a couple of these on the road, not the Trofeo model, in recent months. And the line of this car is so beautiful, the way it's shrink wrapped, the curvature over the wheels, and that very svelte stance of the car. Gorgeous Maserati.
4.7 litres of V8 Maserati bouncing off the flint wall, one of the most tricky parts on the hill climb. Approached very quickly indeed. A quick right into a quick left with a very, very imposing backdrop. And we've seen over the years a couple of people get into trouble at the flint wall, particularly when the clock is ticking and we have our timed shootout. Another of the Maserati MC12 GT1 machines, 6-litre V12. Winner in FIA GTs in the hands of Michael Bartels, Andrea Bertolini, Mika Salo, to name but a few. And there is, speak of the devil, Andrea Bertolini himself. Car very successful, run by Michael Bartels.
Well, Henry, forgive me, I had a couple of technical problems, but no better sight to see as we have got Frank Bieler now on the hill in one of my favourite cars. We've all got a soft spot for an Auto Union, haven't we? It's the D-Type Auto Union with the Le Mans winner at the helm. Lovely stuff.
Yeah, absolutely, yeah. The Doppel compressor. Auto Union, one of the pre-war greats. The driver sitting forward and upright. 5-time Le Mans winner, Frank Bieler. Multiple touring car champion as well, of course, in various European categories, including here in Britain for Audi in 1996. Very few people entrusted with these priceless pre-war machines, and I cannot compute the concept of the guys hurling those around in the 1930s at up to 200 miles an hour on skinny treaded tyres with no seatbelts.
Yes, and particularly up the hill climbs, the European Hill Climb Championship in those days, pre-war, very much to the heart of the marketing strategies for many of the manufacturers, and never mind the Nordschleife, Henry, but Clausen and places like that.
Yeah, Grossglockner.
Grossglockner, which I've ridden up.
Incredible.
In an amazing feat to do it, and such prestige was attached to such championships. And, well, you know, hill climbing, it's got a European Hill Climb Championship again this year in October, so it may be returning. Next up, 1, 2, 3, but 4 D-Type Jaguars now leaving the line. Which one would you take? Does it matter?
No, absolutely not. Yeah, wonderful car, of course, that first appeared at Le Mans in 1954 as a replacement for the C-Type that had won the race on its debut in 1951 and again in 1953. D-Type was beaten first time out by the Froilan Gonzalez Maurice Trintignant Ferrari, but in 55 with the factory, and in 56 and 57 with the privateer Ecurie Cos stable, won Le Mans. There's a familiar helmet. Andy Wallace, the 1988 Jaguar Le Mans winner in 774 RW, which is about as famous as D-Types get, to be honest.
And as Coventry registrations get. Beautiful. Can you imagine driving through northern France and then seeing some of these passing you on the road in 54, 55, and thinking they're going to Le Mans, and then they drove them back. They stayed at the Hotel de France, Chartres-sur-Loire, the hotel there. They would fettle the cars in the yard outside on the cobblestones. Just another era. Unthinkable, but great to see that they did such things. And we've all seen that YouTube clip of, is it Hawthorne driving around Le Mans?
Yes.
A couple of days before with cyclists, and they've just been to collect their bread from the boulangerie.
Yeah.
It's brilliant.
I mean, in relative terms, it's rather like an Audi R18 e-tron Quattro or a Porsche 919 Spider overtaking you on the public road now, isn't it? And being worked on at the side of the road. Just amazing. That looks suspiciously like the CAD. Is it the CAD?
I can't quite see from
It's
here.
definitely a C-Type.
It is definitely a C-Type. Of that, there is no doubt.
The precursor to the D-Type, the XK120C.
Based on the XK120 road car, the XK engine, magnificent 6-cylinder, straight-six, double overhead cam engine, debuted that engine in 1948. But then the car evolved into this all-enveloping, beautiful, sleek sports car shape that we can see in the 120C, or C-Type as it became known. Stelling Moss had some wonderful early races in this model. There it goes.
Car that, as I said just a moment ago, it's Vernon Mackenzie, I beg your pardon, it's not Alain de Cadenet, it's Vernon, and this is Richard Frankel's car number 50 in your programmes. Details of all our classic endurance races on pages 8 and 9 in the programme.
You must get a programme, it's essential.
They're lovely, aren't they? I've got a full set going back to the beginning, and they are works of art. They are.
You need two, don't you?
Yeah.
You need the working copy to use at the event, and the one to keep pristine in your drawer at home.
MDU 212 Jaguar C-Type, 3.4 litre, 6-cylinder classic endurance racer. Car that won on its debut at Le Mans in 1951 with Peters, Walker and Whitehead. And we turn back the Le Mans clock by 20 or 30 years with the appearance for the first time of, I think, old number 3. Yes, indeed, Peter Neumark in the 6.6 litre, 6-cylinder Bentley Speed 6.
Yeah, family is originally from Germany. Of course, he goes under Neumark, a great collector and restorer of classic vehicles through his team up in Shropshire. So the Bentley of Peter Neumark, who made his fortune in the transport business, and indulges his passion now for such glorious things as this Bentley.
It's Old number 3's claim to fame was second place in the double 12 at Brooklands in Weybridge back in 1930, the recreation of which took place last weekend, of course, under the expert organisation of the Vintage Sports Car Club.
It's Peter Newmark's classic motorcars team that restored the Lynn the Knocker Jaguar E-Type low drag coupe using a vast quantity of the original damaged bits, and that came out 3 or 4 years ago now.
And I could just see in the background another Bentley following Peter's old number 3 up. I think it may well have been old number 1. The Bruce McCaw owned car, he of Pac West IndyCar fame, of course. I think that is old number 1, isn't it?
With an old number 1 and an old number 2.
Next up, the Mercedes 60 horsepower 1903 car. Car number 60 on page 5 of your programme. Driven by Gareth Graham. Next car is already on the line. This is the 1908 Mercedes Grand Prix car, 12.8 litre, 4-cylinder machine. This is the car that was part of the trio that had that Mercedes 1, 2 and 3 victory at the French Grand Prix in 1908. And Chris was saying it was this week in 1908. Goodwood always gets the anniversaries and the celebrations absolutely spot on.
Yeah, this is the older car, isn't it? This is the 1908 car that Christian Lautenschlager won the French Grand Prix at Dieppe, and then of course he returned 6 years later to win in the smaller engined, the 4.5 litre Mercedes Grand Prix car, which one of 3 survive of the original 5 built. George Wingard, he's always a popular festival attendee, always one of the first out on the course on Friday morning in this opening batch. And 100 years ago, Mercedes-Benz dominated the French Grand Prix. Martin Wiesmann at the wheel of the 1908 machine. Must have been an absolute sensation. I mean, a sight to behold 106 years ago when that thundered past.
That's George Wingard.
Yes, that's the that's number 28, isn't it? That is the.
And now we have what I was talking about earlier. Get it right. This is the trio that took that 1, 2, 3 at the 1914 French Grand Prix. Jochen Mass driving the second car, and a pace aplenty. Co-driver keeping the fuel pump pressure up with that lever behind the driver's left shoe.
Yeah, we've got George Wingard, Jochen Mass, as Toby's just mentioned, and Eddie Beresford in the third of the Mercedes Grand Prix cars. These are the only 3 surviving examples of the 5 built for the French Grand Prix 100 years ago.
George Wingard, former US state senator, has been to this event for so many years. There's Jochen Mass, winner of the 1975 Spanish Grand Prix.
His Jochen's enthusiasm for the Goodwood events remains undiminished. I mean, just a great guy, a Grand Prix winner, a Le Mans winner, a European touring car champion, multiple Group C race winner. He did the lot, didn't he? And he's retains that sort of cheeky chappy, I'll jump in anything and have a go if I'm asked.
Well, he's more than that, he's just such a personable chap.
Yeah.
He's former merchant seaman, and you find him in the corner of the paddock sort of wandering around looking at the cars like every other enthusiast. It just brings back all that sort of boyhood joy at seeing such a wide range of vehicles. But Jochen's got to the top. He's been up here hundreds of times now.
Yeah. I wonder if he's done the most climbs of anyone.
It's quite possible.
And he's raced in many of the Goodwood Motor Circuit revival meetings, hasn't he, since 1998?
We go up a few cylinders now. It's the V12, the Sunbeam V12 from 1920, driven up the hill here, as you can see. A real streamliner for Brooklands, isn't it? It's not necessarily how you entered the air, but it was how you left the air, hence the the aerodynamic tail.
Yes, it's a car on loan from the National Motor Museum at Bewley in the New Forest, and it's Ian Stanfield at the wheel.
It's a great collection of land speed record cars on show permanently at Bewley, where next weekend there's the National Austin 7 Rally, the 52nd in a series.
Wow.
And the biggest gathering of Austin 7s anywhere in the world. Cars coming from all over Europe.
They have a huge following, don't they? Particularly in VSCC circles. So
Very
many
much.
different configurations of sort of DIY. Start with a standard Austin 7 and tweak it to your heart's desire, and many of them still running on the hills in VSCC events.
Yeah, and racing as well,
Yeah.
and with the 750 Motor Club too, the Austin Ulsters. You can see the occasional twin cam Grand Prix car, the 750cc supercharged Grand Prix cars of the 1930s.
One of the oldest cars in the entire field, ladies and gentlemen, on the start line, the Renault Type K, car 51 in your programme, the 1906 13-litre four-cylinder machine of Eric Leroux.
Flying jacket on, leather helmet, goggles, the entire car shudders as the clutch is let in, and he goes down towards the first corner here at Goodwood. Shoulders hunched and goggles adjusted as he goes through the shadows and back towards the sunshine. Can you imagine what it was like driving on those dirt roads in those days, so high up and so exposed?
Yeah, this one is a replica of the car used by Hungarian Ferenc Szisz to win the pretty much the first ever motor race with the tag Grand Prix in 1906 at Le Mans.
It's very much a kind of Monsieur Crapaud moment, isn't it? Sort of Mr. Toad
Yes.
driving his motor.
The extraordinary camber caster and toe angles on that Renault Type K was fitted uniquely with detachable rim Michelin tyres that Ferenc Szisz had to change 9 times during the 2-day 1906 French Grand Prix.
A 9-stop strategy.
Yes, it
Doesn't work today.
worked for him. Yes. Back in the days when if you finished, you did rather well.
If you survived, you did rather well.
Yes. Very good morning to you. If you're just arriving trackside at the Festival of Speed for 2014, the 22nd edition of this wonderful motorsport garden party. Henry Hope Frost and Marcus Pye in the commentary box on the outside of Molecombe. Somebody very sideways through Molecombe there.
A rather rapid Bugatti. I think it's going to catch that Renault fairly early on, isn't it?
It was driven exceptionally quickly as it left the line, and in fact he's caught him up at the wall. That
Yes.
is a beautiful example of a Type 35C Bugatti. 2-litre, straight 8 supercharge, and it is oozing charisma and what it was like in the day.
Wonderful. It's the Walter Rothlauf Bugatti, isn't it? It's the 2-litre supercharged 35C, C denoting supercharged, forced induction. The ultimate 1920s off-the-shelf turnkey Grand Prix car. If you had a pot of money and the inclination, you could go to Bugatti and pick one of those up and go Grand Prix racing.
As William Grover Williams did, winning that first Monaco Grand Prix. One of these in 1929.
Yeah, 85 years ago.
This is back to Toby Moody's roots.
Here is a car close to my heart. I've commentated on many a time, as I'm sure you guys have had as well. It is the first Spider, originally built by Basil Davenport, took the record at Chesley Walsh in 1926. Davenport held the record at Chesley for 3-4 years before it was only taken away by Raymond Mays in the Vauxhall Villiers. This was the outright hill record holder at Chesley, therefore, in a time of 48.8 seconds. The record nowadays, 22.53. But David Lee continues to drive this car, as you can see, exceptionally quickly. And Davenport, in his day, used to drive with a smock on, a sheep herding smock on, and he used to tie it together with a piece of rail twine just to wind up those people with maybe a little bit more money and some shinier cars. brilliant stuff.
Just imagine this being kind of the scourge of the paddocks, with all the sort of the smart bespoke race cars, and Basil Davenport turned up with this sort of roustabout racer, and so successful.
He then went on to build Spider 2, which was a 2-litre V-twin. This car just the 1.5-litre V-twin. But David Lee, thumbs up and a great timed run.
Yes, certainly the most spirited climb of the morning thus far. Still in our first batch of cars, which comprises our pioneers and our pre-war greats, as Jean-Louis Pichefroy comes up. Do look at that.
Oh, Julian Mazoub leaves the line here at Goodwood in the Alfa Romeo 308C. It reappeared back in the mid-90s, this car. Mazoub always drives 110%. As we are seeing here on the hill at the moment, the car hunkered down on the rear suspension as it left the line, and as it comes up towards you guys, I think this is one of my top 5 cars here this weekend, but that's a very, very steep hill to try and get into that top 5. Big battle.
Wonderful stabbing of the throttle and compensatory tweaks of the wheel on the exit of Moulcombe. 3-litre 8-cylinder Grand Prix car, the 308C, finished first and second in the Mille Miglia, the great Italian road race in 1938. Just fabulous.
He's caught the Renault Moleri Coupe towards the top of the course.
So a couple of quick runs, but they'll make their way over the line. Mazoub does clock a time of 72.7 seconds, but the next car on the hill is something a bit closer to your heart, Henry. The Napier Railton Special.
Yes, indeed. Yes, as a being the Weybridge resident that I am, this wonderful aero-engine steed that left the outer circuit record. Brooklands, of course, the world's first purpose-built paved racetrack, opened in 1907. Much of those daunting ramparts are still there, of course, and it's wonderful. It's very few people are entrusted with driving this 24-litre W12 configuration machine, powered by the Napier Lion aircraft engine. It held 47 world land speed records in a very short period.
It's only practice today, ladies and gentlemen, but it was a shame that Julian Mazoub's run was compromised by reaching the top just behind the Renault Moleri Coupe, because that would have been a good sighting run for Julian, who will be timed and competing over the main thrust of the weekend.
And the little Maserati single-seater that is almost at the top completes the batch.
Yes, that's Berend Hulshoff in that car from the Laumbert Museum in Ramsdonksveer in Holland.
So if you're new to Festival of Speed, we have cars in batches, and then we have the Corsa car on the way up to make sure all is well. And we'll have another batch of cars in a few moments. For the first time this weekend, let's go and join Bruce Jones in the top paddock, who's been talking to some of this morning's early runners.
Paul Stewart, good morning. You brought that heady smell of almost almonds and marzipan as you drove into the top paddock in the Mercedes-Benz W165. Tell us about the car.
Well, it's the W165. It won the Tripoli race back in 1939. And it was built, the Italians tried to snooker the Germans by making the rules a 1.5 litre race for the following year. And the efficient Germans duly went about producing this car in 1 year that was only built for that race. And they arrived there and won it. And so it's a special car to drive, beautiful sound.
But just tell us about the smell. You probably don't pick it up because you're driving it, but what fuel is it using to make that incredible aroma?
You know, I tell you what, the specialists will tell you exactly, but it is beautiful, and but I didn't smell it. I was just revving up, and I had a few. I don't think I've had complaints yet from the start line. I pulled up the front, and rather nicely. And I muscled my way into being the first up the hill today, which I wasn't intending on doing it. I was just waved there. So it's rather nice to have come up the hill and given people a nice smell and something to look at.
Well, great way to launch the Festival of Speed. Paul Stewart, thank you. Michael Bartels, great to see you as always at the Festival of Speed. Nice and calm here at the top of the hill, but I gather down at the bottom it's a very busy place.
Yes, of course, especially the first batch, you know, for the opening run on the mountain on Friday morning, 8 o'clock, assembly area. This means everybody comes in the last minute, and then it's like a small hectic atmosphere, but in the end, you know, like always in Goodwood, everything works perfect, and I was very proud now to bring the MC12 first time this special made car up the hill.
We're celebrating the centenary, 100 years of Maserati, but the livery of your MC12, it's very special. Can you explain a bit about it?
Well, we had this unique opportunity to build another MC12, especially for Goodwood. And we decided to put the Centenario logo on the center of the car. And but then we had some spaces left, and we selected some very interesting, nice, historic Maserati racing pictures with a great history. There's Juan Manuel Fangio on the car, Sterling Moss, Wilbur Shaw, so all driver from the past in the Maserati racing history back in the 30s, 50s. And so I think it's a really nice design of the car. The whole car is airbrushed, so it took really a lot of effort to do it. And like many times in racing, we just finished the car closely before departure to Goodwood. But this morning, this was the first official release and rollout of the car.
Well, it's great to see. Always good to talk to you, Michael. And you're being too modest because you're on the back wing there, aren't you, for your successes? Was it 3 FIA GT1 titles?
4. Yeah, 2-6, 2-8, 2-9, and 2-10, the official FIA GT1 World Championship title.
Well, it's a great mark. Michael, thank you very much for talking to us. Andy Wallace, just a regular Friday morning blast. Go on. Rather special D-type, this one. Tell us about it.
Well, this particular car won Le Mans in 55. So it's a real pleasure and a real honour to be able to drive this up the hill. But it's very, very slippery this morning. So, and there's a lot of straw bales. So you can just imagine what would happen if you went into one. So I just opened the throttle a little bit in a couple of places and it spins the wheels up very easily. So yeah, quite a car.
This is obviously the point at which they made the D-type a long nose and increased the sort of breathing into the engine. Have you driven enough D-types to discern the difference?
Well, somebody told me I was driving this long nose because I've got a long nose. I don't know if that's true or not, but for me it seems like you've got more crushable structure in front of you if you're going to hit something, so it's got to be better, right?
But Festival of Speed, it is an extraordinary event. How do you see it?
It's amazing, and every year I think it gets better. Is that even possible, to be honest? It just seems to. You have more people, you have more of a show. I'm driving, I think, 3 or 4 cars this weekend, and it's absolutely brilliant. First of all, it's nice to be reunited with cars that you've driven before. In this case, of course, I wasn't born, just in case you think I was. Yeah, some of these historic cars. It's nice to see cars in a museum, but isn't it much nicer to see them actually being driven? Or actually to drive one? It's fantastic.
Well, that's the essence of the event. Andy, thank you. Jochen Mass standing by a car that's 100 years old, a Mercedes Grand Prix car. It raced a bit longer. Tell us about your one.
This is a lovely car, actually. It was one of the machines which were in Lyon-Brenois, but didn't actually run. It was a spare chassis, this particular car, which they, if would have been needed, converted into the race car then, but it only ran really in the 20th then, later after the war, and it won Targa Florio. But it's the same technique as the 1914 cars, so its technical specifications are exactly the same. Only rear brakes. It's got 105, 110 horsepower, but it's got a lot of torque. So it's actually very nice to drive, and we drove it there on the old roads. It was impressive. And apparently the top speeds were quite high. It was sort of 110. Yeah, not bad, no?
But it's parked in the top paddock behind George Wingard's other 1914 car. Is there a great deal of difference between the two?
Well, this one is just body-wise, it's a little bit flatter. That's all, because 1920s, then they made them a little bit more streamlined, but the rest, the chassis, the brakes, the engine is exactly the same. But George Wingate, of course, has the master key for all these things, because that's the very winning car of those days. And but you know, the cars are fun to drive. Actually, I very much like them. The brakes are a bit feeble naturally, so we have this shaft brake, which we have on this car. It's lined with the brake liner, so it's actually does a little bit of work. But we use the outside brake, which is the rear brakes only, and no front brakes. But basically, the others make a lot of noise braking, but it doesn't slow down. It screams, but doesn't slow down.
Well, that's fun for the fans. Jochen, great to talk to you.
Pleasure. Thanks.
I'm David Coulthard and we're here at Goodwood House. I have an AMG SLS Black Series and we're going to go and discover the famous hill climb. As we go across the start, we cross some bricks from the Indianapolis Motor Speedway, so a piece of history as you start this climb into turn 1. Quite an open right-hander, and you build the speed through the crossroads. This will be taken almost flat by those committed. Up past the house, this fantastic view. And then through a fast left-hand kink into what is one of the most tricky corners on the hill climb. It's called Molecombe. And it's difficult because you're coming over a blind rise and then breaking into the apex of a left-hander. A lot of people have been caught out there over the years as the drivers try to push the limits as they attack the hill. We then rise up towards the flint wall, and what makes this particularly difficult is we go under the trees, we lose visibility, and it seems that you're driving directly into a flint wall. You then open out into the bright sunlight again, and then into Birdless Grove, and it's a right-hander, then another left-hand kink. Nick Heidfeld, who has the lap record at 41.6 set in 1999, was doing 150 miles an hour through the left kink, and then 170 miles an hour as he crossed the finish line. It really is an exhilarating climb.
In our bid to make Sky Sports even better, we enlisted the help of the ultimate hero of sport. No, not him. him. There were some interesting ideas. Drone cam.
This is ludicrous.
Sofa ref.
He's off.
The sensation suit. In the end, the simplest idea was also the best. A new European football channel. And that's not all. 2 years free Sky Broadband Unlimited for our Sky Sports customers. Go to sky.com/2 years free to find out more. Sky. Believe in better.
Don't forget, ladies and gentlemen, if you want to get hold of us using social media over the course of the weekend, then you can do. Use the hashtag FOS to share your comments, photos and videos. Follow us also, of course, at goodwood.com/FOS. We'll be reading out some of your tweets over the course of the weekend. So get in touch using the hashtag FOS. Okay, let's catch up once again with our intrepid duo, Jenny Gow and Ben Constanduros. Jenny is down in the paddock and caught up with a racing legend.
Well, you can see that I just managed to find myself Richard, who's such an iconic legend of American racing. We're just going to have a quick chat with him if we can. Richard, great to see you here at Goodwood. What's brought you here, first and foremost?
Well, they invited me to come, and I've been over here one time before, and I wanted to come back and see all the improvements they told me they was making.
And what do you think of it so far? You've only just got here, but what do you think?
Unreal. It was unreal 7-8 years ago when I come, but it's so much bigger and better now than what it was then. It's like coming for the first time.
So we've got a whole alleyway here of American sports cars, and the car that you're racing as well is just behind you. Lots of people wanting selfies of them. Make sure you hashtag that FOS selfies. Lovely stuff. Just tell us a little bit about the car that you're running this weekend.
Well, this is a 67 Plymouth with a big Hemi engine in it. We won Daytona in 1966 with the car as a 66 model, and then we upgraded in 67, and they won 27 out of 48 races. So that's the winningest NASCAR race car in the world, so we're proud of it.
Richard, just show us it, because at the moment we can't see it. So we're just going to follow you in, and you can have a little look at the car and bond with it once again. How difficult is it to take a car that's this big around those twisty and turny roads here at Goodwood?
Well, you know, they wasn't that big when we first got into them, okay? That was standard size. Now they've shrunk up all the cars, so it makes these cars look big. But I grew up with a big car, so it was no problem.
And you've just come out of the driver's lounge. Have you had a chance to meet anybody else, or are you looking forward to meeting any other drivers and riders in particular?
Yeah, it's just like old home week. We get to see some of the Formula One drivers, you know, some of the sport car drivers, people that you've heard tell of and never met, and then a lot of them like Jackie Stewart and that crowd we've met a lot. So, you know, it's good to see old friends, I guess, put it that way.
Well, it's great to have you here. Good luck. When are we expect to see you out in the car?
Well, we're getting ready here in about 15 to 20 minutes. We're going to go do our first run, so that's going to be interesting because I hadn't been up the track this year, but I don't think they've changed anything, so I'll idle up there. Take it real slow so that everybody can see that I'm here.
Brilliant stuff. Thank you so much for being here.
Thank you, ma'am.
Contact us on Twitter using the hashtag FOS to share your comments, photos and videos, and we'll be reading out a selection of those tweets over the course of the weekend. Wonderful shots on the big screens around the site of the incredible Jerry Judah-inspired structure, celebrating 120 years of competition success by Mercedes-Benz. And for the first time, one of the front of house structures goes over Goodwood House. Truly incredible. Make sure you get down there onto the lawn and get a picture or two of that. Some wonderful images on social media yesterday afternoon at the close of play of the moving motor show, the first day of 4 here at the Festival of Speed. A very, very special welcome to you if you've just arrived. If this is your first Festival of Speed, then I'm sure you are already blown away by it.
I think if it is your first Festival of Speed, where have you been?
Yes,
where
quite.
have you been?
Yes, if it's your first, it will. You'll never not come again.
Right, Henry. Now look at this on the line here at Goodwood on day one. We've got the Mercedes W125 Grand Prix car from 1937. I hope you can hear me.
Only just.
Only just. Can you imagine this in its day with 650 horsepower?
You know what? This is a car running out of batch. This is Roland Asch, the great German touring car racer, DTM race winner, and he is in the W125, 5.7 litres of 8-cylinder supercharged Grand Front in this skinny-tyred monster from the 1930s. Most powerful of the pre-war Rudolf Uhlenhaut inspired machines. 7 Grand Prix victories in 1937 with German ace Rudolf Caracciola emerging as the champion. Marcus, these are stabbing the throttle.
That was amazing. He arrived, Roland Asch arrived at Moulcombe. The car understeer just across the track was pushing on. He just give it a quick boot.
Yes.
The back came round and fired him up the next straight. He was on it round the first corner too. Fabulous.
Just imagine threading one of these at high speed around a tree-lined, unprotected racetrack around Europe in period. Those boys
abnormally brave. I think that's
incredible.
I remember Neil Corner racing one of these back in the 1970s in the UK in historic events. And in fact, he took it to Monaco in '79, and was very impressive with it. 646 horsepower, I think they made in period.
Through skinny treaded tyres.
Yeah.
Roland Asch safely across the line. Wonderful images on the big screens. If you're near one of those, you will get all the best moments of the Festival of Speed. Quick wave to the finish line marshals, and hopefully Bruce Jones will catch up with Roland Asch.
Now we've got Kerry Earnhardt on the hill in his father's car. Kerry Earnhardt, the son of Dale Earnhardt, who was so iconically linked with the Goodwrench number 3 NASCAR. Great to see the NASCARs here, and great to hear from Richard Petty a moment ago. Now, if you think that we had some noise from the Mercedes a moment ago, now this is going to be noise.
Yes, indeed. This is batch 2, ladies and gentlemen, and it comprises 4 classes, including these fabulous NASCAR stockers from America. We also have tin tops, we have classic touring cars and modern saloons, and we have a gaggle of rally cars which will be bucking and weaving and ducking and diving around the course.
Kerry Earnhardt, he drove the Sprint Cup Series for 04 and 05, so he had a go to replicate his father's footsteps. I went to Charlotte, the Coca-Cola 600 a couple of years ago, and as a super speedway, to see these cars absolutely fully lit, it really is something. Anybody who says, oh, they only turn left, oh, how wrong they are. They've obviously never seen them in full action.
No. I think for next year I'm going to suggest that Goodwood hand out free gas masks to the spectators on the outside of Moulcombe here. Very, very twitchy as he comes through the right-hander, back out into the daylight briefly before threading the car under the canopy of trees and up around the long left-hander to the finish. Kerry Earnhardt in the Richard Childress Racing Chevrolet.
And it's great to see these NASCARs on the hill climb. You know, NASCAR isn't all about the ovals. You know, they go to Sunoco. There was a race there last weekend, for example, so and the Glen as well. Next up, this is the 7-litre V8 Chevrolet Impala driven by Robert Kaufman. Kaufman, co-owner of Michael Waltrip Racing, and an accomplished driver in his own right, driven at Le Mans, driven at Daytona as well.
Fantastic. We've got the Andrew and James Franzone Galaxy 500 on the course at the moment. one of the massive V8 American machines that was so successful.
One of the legendary names of NASCAR on the roof there, Junior Johnson.
Yes.
Whose team went on to record so many victories.
One of the original bootleggers, from which, of course, the sport of NASCAR was created in the late 40s. And I just saw Evert Laumann there briefly on the screen.
I didn't know that the Dutch Motor Museum had a NASCAR stocker.
It seems
going
rather
now. I've got to go there in end of August when we go for the big historic Grand Prix at Zandvoort,
yes.
the third one. 46,000 people turned up last year, and a noise-free day. So
yes.
No limits.
Fantastic.
Briefly
saw the Napa-sponsored Toyota Camry from the Laumann Museum, driven by the proprietor Evert Laumann's son-in-law James Wood, himself a historic racer. Mike Skinner, multiple NASCAR truck champion, is here again in the extraordinary Toyota Tundra. And, he is timed in this car. A little T in the program against the car details denotes a time. And he's caught the Toyota Camry of James Wood.
I think it possibly is Evert Laumann driving it today, actually. The latest version of the entry I've got suggests it is. Another burnout.
This is Patrick Friesacker, isn't it? The Austrian Formula 3000 racer.
He's been amazing here in years past.
Yeah, he does a set of rears every run, doesn't he?
Well, he left a set of number 11s off the start line, Henry, that reached the 9th or even 10th tree down the avenue.
Yeah,
he had it well lit.
There's another giant number 11 on the road in front of the house, which is many hundreds of meters long. Give him a round of applause and a cheer and a wave, ladies and gentlemen. Patrick Friesacker, a welcome returnee to the festival. Look at the smoke down there alongside the Formula One paddock.
Well, the next car up the hill is going to be Richard Petty, so I hope that he'll be able to see through it.
He's even got the coloured smoke coming out of the back of this. You inject some paraffin into the exhaust like the Red Arrows do.
It's great, isn't it? Yeah.
So I hope it's only yellow smoke and not fire.
Now, the king, Richard Petty, 7-time a NASCAR champion. Here he is in the Plymouth Belvedere GTX, 1967, resplendent in the iconic number 43, with which almost 100% of his stock car career was associated. Only a handful of times did he not run with number 43.
It's a good-looking car, that.
It's wonderful, isn't it?
Yeah.
7-litre V8.
426 cubic inches under the bonnet.
Yeah. Yeah. Hemi V8. And there were 48 championship races in 1967, and the King won 27 of them.
Really, essentially a 66 car, but it was so good they carried it over to 67. It was so successful at that time, and winning Daytona, Richard Petty, light blue 43. Doesn't get much more NASCAR than that, does it?
No.
It's interesting the brinkmanship between the manufacturers. You know, the 426 Plymouth, then you've got the 427 Chevy, as if, you know, 1 cubic inch is going to make all the difference to the marketing men. But the King, Richard Petty, 200 NASCAR victories.
Yeah, nearly twice as many as the next most successful man, David Pearson, who's
Silver Fox.
105. Yeah.
Who of the current guys is
Jeff Gordon's up there, isn't he? With 70 or so now.
He's got a few years to go to catch the King.
Yeah, Jimmy Johnson's catching up rapidly. Lovely belch of flame on the overrun from the little Mazda RX-7. This class, of course, is batch 2 and comprises the classic touring icons, the modern saloons, the ultimate rally cars, and our NASCAR stockers, which we saw first of all, classes 5, 6, 7, and 8 in this batch. Caption said Dario Franchitti in the AMG Mercedes C-Class DTM car, but unless it's coming next, this is one of the Group B Mazda RX-7 rally machines.
Yes, the rotary howl as it left the line. But next up, three-time an Indy 500 victor, it's Dario Franchitti in the DTM Mercedes, and he's on top form, and it's great to see him back here at Goodwood, and it's great to see him back after that that off that he had at the end of last year. He's got a big smile on his face, and why wouldn't you if you're back in a DTM Mercedes, in which he drove in the mid-90s. This one of the later cars, though.
Absolutely, yeah. Former McLaren Autosport BRDC young driver who was arrived on Mercedes radar and had a successful career in DTM, and then moved, of course, with Mercedes power to IndyCar with Carl Hogan's team in the late 90s, and the rest is history. As Toby said, a three-time Indy 500 winner, four-time series champion, had to take enforced retirement at the end of last year after that accident on the streets of Houston. But he's a great ambassador, and he's a real petrol head, loves historic racing.
Emulated the activity of his successors of his namesake Dario Resta.
That's right.
Now then, it's all about silence. It's all about electric power and the massive torque of this Toyota P002.
Which looks for all the world like a Radical SR3.
Exactly, but a former hill class record holder at Pikes Peak International Hill Climb, which is, I believe, taking place this weekend as well. Weekend as well. Next up, we move on back to the modern racing saloons, and the Seat Leon Cup racer, Jordi Janay at the wheel. 330 horsepower going through the front wheels, a lot more downforce than the touring cars of the 90s or so, about which we will see and talk about more in a few moments' time. But a very quick and nimble front-wheel drive car.
Yep, Spaniard Jordi Janay, who raced in single-seaters, winner in Formula 3000 in the 90s, and then made a successful career in touring cars with Seat. And, this one, certainly one of the most modified of the breed. And a Spaniard across the line to finish his first run of the day. Brother of Marc Janay, of course, who we've seen many times at the festival before, who was parachuted into the Audi lineup at Le Mans last weekend and finished second. Wonderful rumble of the number 63 Galaxy 500.
Yes, Bill Shepherd at the wheel. As I get blasted away by the exhaust on the left-hand side. What a car to fill the road, as he has to, quite rightly, dab the brakes before the first corner.
Bill Shepherd, a great purveyor of American V8 muscle, with Galaxies and Cobras, based down in Byfleet.
And Mustangs.
Very near to Brooklands, of course, as well. This car is so successful in the early to mid-60s.
This type of car in which Jack Sears won his second British Saloon Car Championship in 1963.
Yep.
Look at this, ladies and gentlemen. This is Mad Mike Woodett with the Red Bull Mazda. He's the drifting king.
Now, he's got some car control, hasn't he? That's absolutely classic.
It's bonkers, isn't it?
Yeah. Look at that. Wow.
He's done a bit of that before,
yes, he has, hasn't he? Nobody has ever been so sideways around Moulcombe. And there's a huge curly number 11 look on the course there. If you're standing up near Moulcombe, you'll appreciate just what that was like, and he's still doing it. That's absolutely brilliant. Car number 139, the extraordinary Mazda FD-RX-7 of Mike Whiddett, entered by Red Bull UK.
You know, I'd be very interested to see what that could do in a straight run up the circuit.
Yes.
Because that would surprise.
I think it's not set up to go straight, is it? It'd
I
probably
wouldn't
be
have
awful.
thought so.
Replay on the screen there of that extraordinary car control from Mike Whiddett.
Glorious Cologne Capri next into stage.
So this is the JD Classics car, isn't it? Derek Hood's machine, driven by one of his regular and most successful pilots, Chris Ward, who's chief instructor at Silverstone and a very successful historic racer. Won the touring car race at the members' meeting back in March, and recently won the Autosport 3 Hours, didn't he?
Absolutely, with Alex Buncombe.
Yeah. Lovely Whale 3-litre V6 Cologne Capri, built to take on the uber-successful BMW CSL Batmobiles for titanic scraps in the European Touring Car Championship in the early 70s.
It's a bit like sort of Ford and Holden in the States. You were in one of the two camps, weren't you? Ford or BMW in Europe.
Yeah, I was very much a BMW man. But, I've come to appreciate the Capri, and as the years have gone by. Is raced in the historic touring car series around the country. It's out at the Donington Historic Festival in early May, and Chris Ward across the line.
Andre Lotterer now on the line in the 2-litre straight 5 Audi Coupe. I've never seen this car in the metal, as it were, Henry Marcus. You can tell it's a 5. You can absolutely hear that this is a straight 5 as it goes up the hill, and he's certainly giving it the beams. Andre Lotterer, Le Mans winner.
Yes, indeed. Lotterer winning Le Mans last weekend for the 3rd time with Benoit Treluet and Marcel Fessler. And he's seen the rubber on the course on the way down in front of the house. That's superb.
Notella Tuning was a famous German tuner in period. Kamai used to make all the body panels, the Kotflügelbausatz, the wheel arch extension kits, etc., and spoilers.
I remember one of the very first Tamiya kits I built was a Kamai sponsored Mark 1 Golf GTI.
Yeah. Wonderful offbeat noise, the 5-cylinder engine. Sounds slightly out of kilter, which is lovely.
A car that was built by Andre Lotterer's father, who was one of the prime movers at Rasport, wasn't he? He went on to build the very, very quick Volvo 240s in the European Touring Car Championship in the mid-80s. Talking of the mid-80s ETCC, one of the most successful of the breed, the Tom Walkinshaw Racing Jaguar XJS, has gone past us, as we focus on Andre Lotterer finishing his run in the Audi Coupe. I'm sure Bruce will talk to him later on. The Audi A4. Paul Smith. This is the car in which Frank Bieler won the British Touring Car Championship back in 1996. We've seen Frank on the hill already, haven't we, in the Auto Union.
Yeah, Paul Smith's been running a few cars in this new Super Touring class, which has come into the historic racing world over the last couple of 3 seasons. Saw him in the BMW at Thruxton. He's caught the Jaguar.
Which is a shame, because Paul was on a... he's managed to squeeze past. I've never seen an overtake across the finish line.
No.
There's always a first, isn't there?
Nor is John Felix, probably.
Yes, I'm not sure he'll want to see too many more. But, this is going to be spectacular, Marcus. Anthony Reid in the Marsh Plant V8 Aston, the massive silhouette-bodied Vantage.
In the Marsh Plant cars, Geoffrey Marsh's team, based locally to here in Havant, leaders in crane work, and you see their pale blue trucks around all over the place. Car that the great Jerry drove. This is Robert Anthony Maxwell Reid.
And away away he goes.
Former best time of day man here at Goodwood. A couple of years ago, we were hearing about the climb with Chris Druitt when he spoke with Anthony. And friends of mine who built cars for Anthony in the mid to late 90s always say one thing about Anthony Reid: committed.
Yes, that's right. And he's pressing on somewhat in
skirted
this.
the inside of the grass
Yes.
through Malcolm, just to give that extra bit of room on the exit.
Got to be so careful at that corner. It's bitten so many of the greats down the years. So Anthony thunders towards the finish line in the very, very slippery coming out of there. All 6.3 litres of V8 muscle, inch perfect from Anthony.
Yeah, it's not one of those cars you've got a great margin though for error in. I wouldn't have thought.
No,
look at that. Clock. Yes, a big snake through the finish.
53.9, 53.9, and look how close he was to the wall, just as he was a couple of years ago. That was a moment. That was a moment. In the meantime, Henry, coming past your box, Hannu Mikkola in the Group B Audi Sport Quattro. On the screens, we've got the Lancia 037.
Yeah, that's the Grafoni car, isn't it? That's John Saunders. Wonderful. The last two-wheel drive car to win the Manufacturers' World Championship in the WRC.
And to win a rally as well. Now next up, we go from the rear-wheel drive Lancia to probably the most iconic racing Lancia that ever was, particularly in our time, Henry.
Yeah.
It is the Group B Lancia Delta S4.
Wow.
1.8 litre, 4-cylinder, turbocharged and supercharged, and the car that won on its debut on the Lombard RAC Rally in 1985 with Henri Toivonen at the wheel. It went on also to win rallies with Marco Allen, with Mickey Biasion, and it actually only won 6 rallies, but it was iconic there and then, just for a season and 1 rally.
Absolutely right, yep. And suddenly I'm 15 again, and I'm standing in Hampsterley Forest waiting for Henri Toivonen and Marco Allen, and cheering on plucky Brit Tony Pond in his 6R4 as he held 3rd place. Top 3 finishes in that RAC were all debutants. It was a remarkable event.
I sat next to my father as he commentated at Towngate Hairpin in Sutton Park.
Fantastic.
For those 85 and 86 Lombard RAC rallies. Ironically, of course, the sheer madness of it was its downfall, but wow. Some of those records on the stages in Group B, they took years to be beaten by the then Group A cars that were then into the mid-90s. Meanwhile, let's go to Pikes Peak and the 405 T16 Peugeot.
Yeah, Ender Garvis on the course in the extraordinary 405 T16 used by Ari Vatanen to win the Colorado Hill Climb in 1988. And that's got an aerodynamic appendage on the back quite like any other. Very quick for the little Toyota Corolla WRC through Moulcombe, and hopefully it's got Didier Auriol at the wheel. 33 EJB, that's one of the most famous Austin Mini Cooper S's in existence, isn't it? It's Chris Harper at the wheel this time.
33 EJB, fantastic. Totally iconic.
Yeah, it's driven to victory in the Monte Carlo Rally by Paddy Hopkirk and Henry Liddon in 1964.
And it was fantastic to hear when Jenny was speaking to Paddy yesterday that when he won the Monte Carlo Rally, such was its stature that he had a telegram not only from the Prime Minister but from the Beatles as well.
Yeah, he became an overnight household name, didn't he, with various appearances on Saturday night chat shows in the days when there was no internet and there were only 3 television channels.
And still, actually, the manufacturers in rallying still want to win the Monte Carlo Rally. It is still the one that they focused on. When I was involved with a manufacturer in rallying in the mid-90s, early mid-90s, they said Monte, they said RAC Rally, and they said Safari. Those were the focuses. Those were the things that they wanted to win, and the rest sort of, well, they just shuffled in behind. But it is the Monte Carlo Rally, and it is the winner, and it is the Mini Cooper S.
Yeah, and the Mini Cooper is safely across the line, and we briefly saw the much more modern version of the Mini Cooper, the Countryman All4 Racing, the Dakar machine, the 3-litre turbo with Dakar champion Nani Roma at the wheel.
A Dakar champion not only for 2014 but for 2004 as well, when he won it on 2 wheels with a KTM. Then it's followed up by the Mitsubishi Pajero. That was the prototype Dakar car for the mid-90s, and now we come completely up to date, Henry, with Danny Sordo in the Hyundai i20, a 2014 WRC car.
Yep, new to the WRC this year, Hyundai, joining Ford, Citroën and Volkswagen at the top level of rallying. Danny Sordo, the Spaniard, winner of a World Championship rally in Germany last year, now with Hyundai, sharing the driving duties with Thierry Neuville and Juho Hallinen, of course. And Hyundai very much making a good impression on its WRC debut. Proved to be a decent little car, and here is Danny Sordo chucking it around on the hill. You'll see it on the rally stage as well, where we have a separate commentary team. Xavier McCartan and Tony Jardine are up there this weekend. I'll be talking to them several times during the course of the day to hear about some of the great names from rallying's past that you can go and see in action on a specially designed course in the woods. Renault Laguna touring car, Simon Garrard, the ex-Jean-Christophe Bouillon BTCC Renault Laguna from 1999, one of the last of the breed of super touring monsters. And, as Marcus was saying a moment ago, very much revitalised in the shape of the Super Touring Trophy. Some of these great cars coming out to play once more.
Terry Grant now on the hill. Well, sometimes on the tarmac, that is, Henry, because
yes,
some of the time he's on the grass. He's going forwards, he's going backwards, he's going sideways. I can see, I've seen some donuts in my time. I've had a couple of donuts even, but these are some very, very quick, smoky donuts, Henry.
Yeah, he's spinning that car in its own length at huge speed. It's got trick differentials, of course, that allows this to happen. And one more in front of the house. Give him a cheer and a round of applause. Ladies and gentlemen, if you're a festival regular, you'll have seen Terry doing some extraordinary things involving 2 wheels and going backwards. Just popped it onto the grass, time for a wave, and hopefully he'll do one where there's a bit of room at the crossing here on the approach to Moulcombe. He's going to do one there, isn't he, at the entrance to the paddock.
I was at the finish line presentation for the Lombard RAC Rally in 1995 when Colin McRae won not only the rally but the World Rally Championship, and he did some donuts afterwards just on an area that was just tucked away, and I was standing on the side of the fence, and I've never seen a car go around so quickly. Yeah. But there was a lot of emotion going on that day, and quite rightly so. But these donuts here bring some memories back for me of how McRae celebrated that 95 World Championship. Brilliant.
That's another donut here in front of the commentary box at Moulcombe, where he was just a few millimetres shy of the bails, but he had it all under control, wrapped it up, and he's back underway again. Takes his stunt show all around the world, Terry, and has a huge following. Nice use of the Keep Fighting Michael hashtag there on the Mitsubishi, of course, in support of the great champion Michael Schumacher. Terry Grant is safely across the line in a straight line. that is the end of the batch. Course cars are on the hill to close the course as we bring all the machines back down again. And for the second time this weekend, we can go up to Bruce, who's been talking to some of the stars of that previous batch.
Dario Franchitti, great to see you here on Friday, but driving a DTM Mercedes, that gets your blood running, doesn't it?
It really does. It's obviously, back in the 90s, I was lucky enough to drive the Mercedes DTM cars, and when I jumped in this one this morning, I figured I had actually driven it. I did a sort of a secret test at Estoril in I think 2006 or something, and I believe it was this car, so I ended up in the gravel with it, so hopefully we have a more sedate weekend.
We don't have gravel here, we have flint walls, but just watching you get out, it's a touring car, of course, by name, but it's a low-down racer, isn't it?
Absolutely. There's not much street car there, and if you look how far back you sit and everything, it's once you're in there, it's very comfortable. For me, the old back's not quite as flexible as it used to be. It's quite difficult to get in and out, but it's just wonderful to come up here and drive it and drive something quickly again. I haven't driven anything fairly quickly since I had my crash, so nice to come here and do it at Goodwood.
Are you going to be driving anything else, or is this your baby for the weekend?
Got one other thing. I think it's a 300 SLS, which sounds quite good. And I've got offered to drive one of the F1 McLarens, so that might be quite good. It's always fun though, all these different cars, and just walking around actually is enough for me. I walked around the corner this morning and I saw the 300 SLR Gullwing, which is probably my favourite car of all time, just sitting there in the paddock. It's a pretty special place.
Well, that's what it's about. Dario, great to hear from you.
Thank you, Bruce.
Richard Petty, the King, fantastic to have you back at the Festival of Speed. I just noticed your driving boots. Are they regulation?
That was regulation for me. You got to figure, I started driving, 30 years ago, and they didn't have all these safety deals and stuff. So whatever you showed up in worked, dude. That's what I worked in every day. So that was my style, I guess.
Leaning on the Plymouth Belvedere, fantastic, one of your many fantastic years, 1967, but just looking at the mixture of cars it's in with here, it's quite something, isn't it?
It really is. I mean, you got them from 1900 to where cars first started up until the electric cars and all the stuff they got now and everything in between. And we was just looking at this as 67 model safety features from NASCAR and going over and looking at one of the 2000, all the safety features that's been incorporated over those years. And, it was kind of a deal. It was safe to us at that time, and now the guys wouldn't be caught dead in one of them.
But I mean, it does look like a road car that's been stripped out. Just behind you is a Mercedes DTM car from 8, 9, 10 years ago. They're just so far apart. That's a racing car with bodywork, but yours has a purity to it, doesn't it?
Well, yeah, the 67 was really, we took a stock car and took it in the garage and tore all the seats and all the stuff out and put race stuff on it. And our 2014 models now, we start with nothing and we build them up just like Mercedes. They're factory-built deals, even though we build them in our own garage. But they're all-out race cars. They still got a little bit of a body shape that looked like a regular car, but with the 67 was pretty stock. It had chrome on it and windows in it and the whole deal. All our cars now are strictly race cars.
Well, always a pleasure to have you here at the Festival of Speed. Enjoy your meeting.
We always enjoy coming.
Mike Skinner, good to have you here again at the Festival of Speed. Great run in the Toyota Tundra Craftsman truck. Real show every year.
Man, this is so great to have something. Lord March and I talked about this a few years ago about bringing a truck over, and I think the race fans will really, really love it. And it makes a lot of noise. It's got a neat exhaust system on it. We're actually doing timed runs. I didn't really get to do a timed run that time because I caught a car on the hill, but maybe we can get them spaced out a little bit more for later and just see what old pickup truck will do up the hill.
Well, we know you'll give it your all, but one of the things here is about people not just getting a look at cars, but people meeting people. Great to see you and Richard Petty there, obviously different eras of NASCAR, but just a rare chance to mix.
Richard gave me my first job in NASCAR. I worked at Petty Enterprises in 1983 in the engine shop. So we go back a long ways. And then after that, we both move on to different places. We became really good friends. I mean, he had a son that's a little older than my son, but we had things to talk about. So we've established a good friendship over the years, and it's nice to catch up with old buddies and talk about racing.
But obviously to mix somewhere like Goodwood is a totally different pot to where you'd normally meet. But also just looking around you, rally cars, touring cars, GT cars, there's a real pot here, isn't there, to be stirred?
It's amazing, and you know, this is our 4th trip over, and people are starting to recognize us and kind of know who we are, and it's a lot of fun when people come up and say, man, glad to see you back. Are you going to do a big burnout again? And you know, it's just, it's really, really neat, and it's really neat to have something that I won races with over here, and something that I actually drove instead of driving something that somebody else made famous.
Well, it's great to have you, Mike. Catch you through the course of the weekend. I know you'll be going faster and faster.
I hope so. Thank you.
In our bid to make Sky Sports even better, we enlisted the help of the ultimate hero of sport. No, not him. Him. There were some interesting ideas. Drone cam.
This is ludicrous.
Sofa ref.
He's off.
The sensation suit. In the end, the simplest idea was also the best. A new European football channel. And that's not all. 2 years free Sky Broadband Unlimited for our Sky Sports customers. Go to sky.com/2yearsfree to find out more. Sky. Believe in better.
Contact us on Twitter using the hashtag FOS to share your comments photos and videos, and we'll be reading out a selection of those tweets over the course of the weekend.
Hello, we're here at the Drivers Club at Goodwood. We've just walked up the red carpet and had a good nose around. There's plenty to look forward to today. Remember, the Red Arrows display will take place at midday, and there's still plenty of cars and bikes going up the hill. The Surtees collection here this weekend, celebrating 50 years since his championship win, plus 120 years of Mercedes. Remember that massive structure over Goodwood House, which is stunning this weekend, celebrating the past and present of Mercedes. And you can still get in touch with us. It's #FOS. If you want to get your tweets on the big screen, we'd like to see lots of selfies of you if possible. We've got lots of people getting in touch. Day 2 at FOS Goodwood is in full swing, loving the noise and the smell, and these little beauties as well. Type R, #NSX, #FOS. And that's from Tara Berry. So keep your tweets coming in. We'd love to give you a mention. And I'm in the presence of an amazing athlete and now driver. So Chris Hoy, welcome to Goodwood. Is this your first experience of it?
I've been here a couple of times before. I drove up the hill for the first time last year, and I've raced at the Revival as well. So a bit of a regular now, but well, a couple of times. But it's a great event, and there's just this unique atmosphere, which I think that's what brings the crowds in.
Do you find yourself now integrating with the drivers as opposed to with the cyclists?
Yeah, there's a big crossover. A lot of the drivers do cycle for fitness and part of their training, so there is a crossover in that respect. But yeah, lots of new friends, and it's amazing how quickly you make new friends. They've been all so welcoming, and yeah, it's exciting to be starting a whole different journey now.
I was at the Skoda stand yesterday, who have an amazing bike course up to the top of their sort of motorhome and show. And we were talking because obviously Tour de France kicks off next weekend. So are you half an eye on that still?
Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, I still cycle, and I'm still involved in cycling, and I'll be going to the start of the tour as well, the Goodwood Park in Yorkshire. So that's on Friday night. I'm heading there, and then Saturday's the start. So yeah, there's a lot happening just now. The Commonwealth Games as well in 2 or 3 weeks' time. So it's a busy summer. Lots of exciting things happening. But today it's all about seeing how quickly I can drive up the hill here.
Yeah, tell us about what you're driving, because now you're a professional driver.
Well, I wouldn't say I'm professional, but yeah, I'm driving with Nissan, and I'm driving the Nissan GTR Nismo, the new road car up the hill. First time I've driven it. I drive a standard GTR, every day, but this is a bit special, something a bit different. So looking forward to it, hoping the rain stays off as well, that we can get a dry drive up the hill.
Are you going for a record, or are you just going to have a little see of how much fun you can have?
Well, I'll say I'm having a bit of fun, but I'll always be pushing it. Yeah, I think you want to try and, it's a fine line. If you go too far, A, it's embarrassing, B, it can be painful and quite expensive. So you want to go fast, but keep it on the black stuff, as they say.
And a good chance to meet the fans. So what time can they see you? What can they see you going up the hill?
I think I'm on at 12:30 and 2:30. No, 12:30 and 4:30 today, and then I'm on tomorrow and Sunday as well. So I'll be busy all weekend.
Great stuff. It's lovely to see you. Good luck this weekend. Thank you very much to Chris Hoy.
Thank you very much.
Well done, Jenny, out there in the paddocks talking to the great and the good. The weekend. Here's a schedule then on the big screen for the rest of today. We will be underway with our next batch of cars, batch 3, classes 9, 10, 11, 12 in your programme. Post-war Grand Prix cars, a Cosworth tribute, Turbo F1 cars, IndyCar races, and all sorts of American exotica are next. Then we move into our motorcycles and our John Surtees tribute. Big John is here, celebrating 50 years since he won the world title for Ferrari. And we have contemporary Formula 1 cars, some of the latest, greatest F1 machines, which I know are very popular among you F1 fans. Then we move back to sports car racing with Group C, modern GTs and electric racers, very much the future of long-distance racing. There's a Goodwood Action Sports show at 11:45 down on the grass opposite Goodwood House. As Jenny said, the RAF Red Arrows will be here at 12 o'clock. We have our first appearance of the Michelin Supercar run at 12:35. The rally stage will close for lunch at 1 o'clock. We'll be underway again at 2 o'clock after that lunch break. And then we go right back to the beginning of the programme at about 1:20, where we rejoin our pioneers, our pre-war machines, our classic endurance racers, and an incredible lineup of Maseratis that are celebrating the Italian firm's 100th anniversary. Henry Hope Frost and Marcus Pye up in the commentary box on the outside of Moulcombe. Toby Moody down on the start line, and Bruce Jones in the top paddock, with, of course, Jenny and Ben out and about. And we have got everything covered for you over the course of the day.
Well, we've had a batch change, as you know, Henry, and a whole change of cars down to the start line. It's going to be another great batch coming up.
Yes, indeed. Post-war Grand Prix Cosworth years, for many years, of course, between the late 60s and early 80s, the Cosworth DFV was the power plant of choice.
155 Grand Prix victories, was it?
Correct, between
151.
Zandvoort 67 and Detroit 83.
Yes, a Benetton Tyrrell or something with Michele Alboreto.
Indeed, I can see.
Victory.
You'll like it, Toby. The first of those wins was on my 9th birthday.
Oh,
Jim Clark
how
at
fitting.
Zandvoort. How feverish.
You never
Awesome.
forget the date then when commentating about a DFV.
Absolutely not.
I spoke to Derek Bell last week about the only time he scored a point in Formula One for Surtees at Watkins Glen in 1970, and I said to him, do you know what happened the day before you did that? He said, no, go on. I said, I was born. And he said, I feel somewhat old.
Is this the great Derek Reginald Bell of Pagham?
Yes, absolutely. Who was made a lifetime member of the Automobile Association yesterday. I can see some sort of Rothmans Williams Renault.
It is indeed, Henry and Marcus. It's the 1996 car from Damon.
Has it got Mr. Karun Chandok?
It has Karun Chandok. He was shaking the car down at Tour Western a couple of days ago. V10, of course, Renault in the back of that. And probably a sound that so many people will look forward to hearing once more.
We've got some shots on the screen, Toby, of the rally stage, the Forest Rally stage up at the top of the hill. Let's see if we can talk to Xavier and Tony up there, who are the eyes and ears of the rally stage. Gentlemen, not sure if you can hear me down on the hill.
Yes, we can indeed. Henry?
Good morning, Tony. I'm looking at a Vauxhall Chevette in iconic factory colours from the early 70s. Just one of a whole gaggle of amazing cars you guys have got up there this weekend.
Well, we've got a range of 88 cars, the Bertha Stage Rally, right the way through to off-road vehicles. And we just had a bit of a surprise, Henry, as well, because Stefan Sarazan has made a guest drive in the off-road Toyota, which was spectacular. We had Alex Wirtz earlier on, and we talked about Le Mans and their conquest, but Sarazan, for the rally fans up here, is particularly exciting because off-road, on-road racing, rallying. We've talked about his work with Aston Martins and Subarus and so on, but fantastic to have the stars of Le Mans 24 Hours and the Toyota hybrids up here as well. But we do have a massive range, we really do, and that's all the way from a 1958 VW to a Hyundai i20 WRC 2014 car.
And I can even see one of the very early Saab 96s. Zav, just about every important rally car from the sport's history is here.
It's unreal. I mean, we were talking earlier, I've been lucky to come here as a fan for many, many years, and you know, I've actually come to Goodwood and spent the 3.5 to 4 days up at the rally stage. You know, we have cars on display that won't come on the stage, but X-Works, I mean, it's just a plethora of rallying, as Tony was saying, from the very early days right up to the present day, where we have, you know, an R5, Robert Barrable and the Tunnocks team. It's just great up here.
Yeah, I've already seen Mark 1 Escort, Big Healy and Lotus Cortina sliding around. There's a Fiat 131. And you've got some star names, haven't you, coming out to play?
Well, we have Danny Sordo and we have Sebastian Loeb due with us as well. We're probably going to get a couple more surprises, but already, as Tony has said, we've had Stefan Sarazan, who, if you remember, has driven for Subaru on the World Championship and also in a lot of the European rallies. So, I mean, we're expecting a terrific weekend up here with guests and all the history that we have of rallying, and when people are finished down the bottom, come up and partake.
Tony, the course was designed by 1983 world champion Hannu Mikkola. It's very, very technical, isn't it? And if it's at all wet, it's incredibly slippery because it's so chalky.
Yeah, there's not been any revisions for the last couple of years, but since 2005, when it's been its permanent home, it's developed into a very challenging and tricky stage indeed. I mean, I have taken a 240Z round here. I was taken around the original one by Colin McRae, and it has banks, it has trees that jut out. This chalky surface, as you said, just a bit of rain on that and it turns into a skating rink. So you want to be fast, you want to be accurate at the same time as entertaining the crowd, which they do down at turn 8, where some of them give us the donuts and certainly give us plenty of the loud pedal and get the cars sliding, which is always entertaining, but you do take that risk. And we've already seen Neil Simpson this morning, Henry, with a right front puncture in the Skoda. Great support from Skoda here as well.
Yeah, they're the sponsor, aren't they, of the rally stage? And Zav, rather like down here on the hill climb, you've got open house paddock. You can get up close to the cars, take pictures, talk to drivers. Quite unlike the modern game, really.
Yeah, it's terrific for spectators and people who are here for the day. If you, we already spoke about it in our commentary up here, is, you know, go up and talk to the gentlemen that own the cars. They'll happily tell you where they came across them, their history. You know, if you're a fanatic of a certain, you know, Lancia fan or an Audi fan, go and talk to them, because they will help you. They'll give you the information. Quite happy to have photographs taken. There is a lot of information, both technical and historic, for people to access when they're up here. It's a lovely walk around. We did it this morning, and you know, it's
okay, guys.
Display.
Sorry to cut you off. We've got action on the hill. Thank you, Xavier and Tony, for the time being up at the rally stage. Do get up there and have a look if you can. And we're underway with our next batch of cars. And here is Indian racer Karun Chandok, who has a deep understanding and love and passion for the history of motorsport, despite being a reasonably recent Grand Prix racer turned sports car driver. He loves the old stuff, and here he is in Damon Hill's World Championship winning Williams Renault from 1996. So details of these cars start on page 21. We have the post-war Grand Prix car class, Class 9, the Cosworth years, Class 10. So we have wonderful Lotus Tyrrell and March and McLaren machinery to Ogle. The Turbo era and beyond is Class 11. And we also have our IndyCar icons, Class 12. Karun absolutely flying across the finish line. Quick wave to the marshals, and I know Bruce is going to get a microphone underneath Karun's chin when he gets out of the car. And we've got a couple of cars, Toby, down there running out of batch, including the Alanza Trans Am car and Andre Lotterer in the Audi 90 Quattro IMSA machine.
Yes, dominated when it went to America. The 5-cylinder engine really mounted in front of the front wheels, but the Quattro that, of course, made its name from 1981 in the World Rally Championship, and then they took it circuit racing, and now it's just the norm. But at the time, to see this car win in America on tarmac was something else.
Yeah, beg your pardon, these are not out of batch. This is Class 14, they're tagged on to the end. So classes 9, 10, 11, 12 and 14. Class 14 being the Americana, and this the absolutely staggering Audi 90 IMSA Quattro. Marcus, you tested one of these monsters for Autosport, I remember, in the late 80s. And
this is very, very special to me. 720 horsepower, 5-cylinder turbocharged, a Misano Adriatico as we went to drive it. Absolutely unbelievable. Great bit of kit.
And talking of unbelievable, here's the extraordinary IMSA Nissan GTP machine, looking like some sort of creature from the deep, some sort of horror movie. Ken Abrahamson, great historic racer in the ex-Jeff Brabham Electromotive Nissan.
Yes, Kent's an old friend from Gothenburg in Sweden, has a fabulous collection of cars based on a bunch of chevrons, really, but he has a lot of Group B and Group C cars, and he's really fevered up. Just a top bloke, the entertainer he was always known as when he was racing in the European Supersports Cup.
Yeah,
and I just love seeing him out in these cars. Had Kenny Brack drive them as well in the past.
That's right, yeah. And the whooshing turbo V6 in the 3-litre Nissan GTP ZX, affectionately dubbed as Elvis. Of course, it's a Lola underneath, isn't it? That car. That huge Nissan power. It was so dominant in the American equivalent of Group C racing in the late 80s and early 90s.
Just caught a glimpse of the Renault 5 Maxi Turbo going up as well, which was good to see. That is, I think, 85 in your programs.
Yeah, that is running out of batch, isn't it?
Wow. Americana par excellence.
Well, I'm sure you can hear through my microphone, but as you can see with those trumpets, what a noise we are getting down here.
It's the lightning, isn't it?
It is.
Wow.
As lightning strikes, I think.
2.6-litre methanol-powered turbo V8 IndyCar. Dave Roberts with the in the Budweiser livery. 1978 IndyCar. Wonderful exposed exhaust system and huge fat slicks underneath the barn door of a rear wing. This car raced at the Indianapolis 500 in '78 by Pancho Carter.
Next up, the Jordan 191, the very first Jordan Formula One car, and a car that still today is remembered by the fans with such a pure shape, wasn't it? Originally it had a Ford HB Cosworth in the back of it, an engine similar to the Benettons that were using at the time, and it very, very nearly won the Belgian Grand Prix with Andrea de Cesaris in '91. Took the fastest lap in that Grand Prix, but the 7-Up Jordan, many say the best looking Jordan.
Well, I mean, certainly one of the best looking Grand Prix cars of all time. It's absolutely in everybody's top 10. Helped, of course, by the distinctive green of the 7-Up drinks brand.
That was by Hutchinson Design, wasn't it? The livery.
Yeah.
And it was just beautiful. The green and the blue worked so well together. Gary Anderson Design, as you say, Toby, Richard.
Fantastic.
Marina McLaughlin, another of the Benettons.
The 1992 car, a car that was similar chassis, took Michael Schumacher to his first victory in '92, Estoril, and again, look how wide they are compared with today's Formula One machinery as well.
Yeah, the Benetton with the 3.5-litre V8.
Greatest racing history in single-seaters goes back to the 750 Motor Club's Formula 4 back in the 1970s.
Yeah, she was Lorena Baumann, wasn't she?
Lorena Boughton.
Boughton. The Renault RE40, one of the 1983 Grand Prix cars from the Collection Renault. We're going to see René Arnoux driving this car at some point over the weekend. 1.5-litre turbo whooshing V6, a car that was a winner in the hands of Alain Prost in 1983. Arnoux had left for Ferrari by that stage, but he was a winner for Renault in the early 80s. Didier Sergu is out of the Jordan.
That's Kent Abrahams in the background. The Mackie.
Yes, it just stalled off the line, unfortunately, and they've given it a bump start. This is a car that was ahead of its time, one could say.
It was designed by Masao Ono and built in Basingstoke.
As you do.
Jetway Engineering, Tony Bucket's concern.
Extraordinary machine, isn't it? Not very successful, never actually raced. But, Kiwi racer Howden Ganley.
The tub of the later one sat on a shed roof in Basingstoke for many, many years, on the roof of a dentist's office in Bounty Road near my school.
As they do. and the world's fastest fridge. Charlie Burkett in the ex-David Purley Lek, a car that has been rebuilt, of course.
But there were two of these cars, and you say it's the world's fastest fridge because Lek Refrigeration, based in Littlehampton down the road from here, was the sponsor of Charlie Purley, hence CRP1, David's father. And it actually has a fridge chassis plate on it. It's a special project plate designed by Mike Pilbeam, who needs no introduction, really.
So you could say Charlie Purley was a fridge magnate.
Well, you could do.
Yes, I won't make that gag again.
Don't. They're building the one that was wrecked. They've actually being reproduced at WDK Engineering down in Hampshire. So the owner will have both of them reunited. Although not much of the original one remained, of course. It was bailed and left in the Donington Museum after David Purley's dreadful accident at Silverstone.
He hit the sleepers, didn't he, at Beckett's, and at unabated speed, and survived.
Got fire extinguisher fluid in the throttle slides, and he had a fire, hadn't he, before?
That's right.
And they couldn't clean it out.
The Streamliner Mercedes now on the line. Still the lines that many an artist would love to draw, and the speed of these cars in their day, well, they had the speed, but the road holding and the cornering was something else. Hans Hermann, how right it is that he is at the wheel of this Mercedes-Benz.
Incredible, isn't it? And 60 years ago next week, this car turned up at Reims in France for the French Grand Prix and dominated. Mercedes return to Grand Prix motor racing, and Juan Fangio won the race, and Hans Hermann was in that race. I think this is Bernd Schneider, Toby. I can tell by the helmet colours and the eyes. I think it's Mercedes GT ace Bernd Schneider. So we know Charles March is having a go in this car as well. This is one of numerous wonderful Mercedes. The German company celebrating 120 years of competition success over the course of the weekend.
One of the great sights in the paddock is the Mercedes-Benz Rennabteilung Transporter, that amazing Streamliner Transporter.
It was good for over 100 miles an hour, wasn't it? Even with the
probably even with the gold
race car
wing on the back of it,
yeah.
Which is how it's displayed.
It's a very, very safe, successful pair of hands to guide the priceless Streamliner across the line. Bernd Schneider, DTM, multiple DTM champion and GT racer.
The Eagle Offenhauser, 2.6 litre, 4-cylinder turbocharged, now leaves the line. And can you imagine this on the 2.5-mile superspeedway of Indianapolis? Can you imagine this, more to the point, up 1.1 miles of Goodwood?
Have you noticed that the paint hasn't faded on this one like it does on the Corgi model of it?
Yes. Richard Hamlin at the wheel then of the Offie-powered Eagle 2.6 litre turbo. Gordon Johncock won the Indy 500 in '73 in one of these cars. Now that is the familiar helmet of collector and racer Patrick Morgan, son of... he's...
What a shame, what a shame. There was fire spitting out of the exhaust as he was keeping it revving on the line. He just let the clutch in, as you saw, and unfortunately it's come to a bit of a halt, so the marshals tending to put that car back away.
Is it Patrick Morgan driving, or is it Gary Ward driving it?
I can't see from here.
Gary drives quite a lot of Patrick's
Yes, he
cars.
does, doesn't he? Patrick,
They're based over at Sywell Airfield.
Son of Paul, great engine builder, Ilmore, with Mario Ilian. And we saw Patrick, I saw him on the ferocious Ducati MotoGP bike at the recent Bournemouth Wheels Festival. That was quite something. He's a great collector.
Let's hope that car gets all sorted. Meanwhile...
Stand back, Toby, stand back.
Oh, well, I tell you what, when you see a Can-Am car leave the line and give it the full throttle, I think the air will bend. because the sound is unbelievable. It is McLaren, and it is papaya orange for a Can-Am car. Just listen to this.
And it's historic racer Andy Newell, isn't it, at the wheel?
Is.
It's Anthony Bamford's car, hence the JCB livery. And they sponsor Andy, don't they, in historic racing?
Well over 8 litres, more than 850 horsepower, and pretty much similar figures in terms of torque.
I just cannot imagine a whole pack of those thundering around Elkhart Lake or Mossport.
I have to say, Henry, I've driven one, and the scary thing is they have very tricky diffs. If you don't turn into the corner on the power, they just understeer off. And they're very complicated to drive if you're not used to them. But mighty, mighty power.
Something I will always wish I'd seen in period, the Bruce and Denny show in the late 60s. It's
we're just too young, Henry. That's what it is.
Yeah. That was a quick climb by Andy Newell, safely across the line, back to Formula One. There are some times on the screen then. Anthony Reid quickest so far, 53.94. That was in the Marsh Plant Aston, wasn't it? So that's the benchmark, but we will be seeing some mid-40s climbs, perhaps even quicker. There is talk of Sebastian Loeb going for Nick Heidfeld's 15-year record, which stands at 41.60 seconds, set in Mika Häkkinen's World Championship winning McLaren.
Okay, Alistair Davidson now on the line in the 1984 Tolman Formula One car, the car similar to one that Ayrton Senna drove in his first Formula One season. 1.5 litre turbocharged, Brian Hart designed and built engine in the back of the Tolman, and bewinged but full of turbo lag. I remember speaking to Derek Warwick about turbo lag at Silverstone in those days. He was driving for Tolman a couple of years earlier, and he said, yes, you had to keep your foot on the throttle, but brake for the Woodcote chicane. Such was the lag.
Yeah. Power delivery like a light switch, on or off. Many of you will recall Ayrton Senna driving this car in '84 and giving race leader Alain Prost a hard time at Monaco before the race was stopped. Finished third as well, didn't he, at Brands Hatch in the British Grand Prix.
Leaping around all over the place at the top end of the circuit, Henry.
Yeah, very committed indeed.
Gabriele Tarquini now coming up towards you, Henry and Marcus, in the 1.5 litre V12 Honda.
Yeah, Gabriele, a works Honda driver in the World Touring Car Championship, of course. Former champion in the WTCC, former British Touring Car champion for Alfa Romeo, and here he is entrusted with one of the Japanese giants 1960s Grand Prix machines. The RA 272. This was a car in which Richard Ginther won in Mexico in 1965. First Grand Prix win for Goodyear.
And the next car on the hill, just coming past the Flint wall, is the March Cosworth 240, the six-wheeler that never raced in a Grand Prix but was then taken hill climbing by RTL. Roy Lane winning some British Hill Climb Championship rounds.
Yes, you're absolutely right. Roy won a couple of rounds in one of these. The transmission is from the Roy Lane car, the rest of it isn't. It's been put together in recent years by Taff Smith, father of the driver. Also restores warbirds at his base in the north of England. But the Penske now on the way. Penske.
It's Paul Natfield, isn't it?
Yeah, Penske came into Formula One with March chassis and then sort of evolved them essentially into this type of car in the American colours. nimble car, and quick in a straight line with those that wide nose.
And famously winning at the Österreichring in Austria in '76 with John Watson, and would be Roger Penske's only victory at World Championship Grand Prix level as a constructor.
Well, let's now move forward a couple of years from 76 to 78. Look at this.
Oh my word, they're coming together.
They are indeed. Peterson and Andretti, JPS Lotuses. Wow.
With period helmets as well.
Absolutely.
And that's more familiar, isn't it? Ronnie running behind Mario. That's incredible. That's fantastic. That's Dan Collins, isn't it, in the Andretti helmet, and I guess Andrew Beaumont in the Peterson helmet, because we've seen him certainly raced at the Revival last September in that glorious Peterson replica helmet. Colin Chapman designed ground effect Lotus from the late 70s that dominated in 1978.
They're prepared up at Heffel by Clive Chapman's team. And Bob Dance still there from the 60s mechanic, and Chris Dinage, Doc Dinage, who was involved in Formula 1 at this very time. Brilliant to see the two black beauties trundling together, and later I expect we're going to see them driven a little bit harder, but that's a fabulous demo, a great moment.
Next up, from 1988, we have the very car that won the Belgian Formula 1 Grand Prix at Spa-Francorchamps, driven by Ayrton Senna, the McLaren Honda MP4/4. It's driven here by Takuya Izawa, who is currently racing in Formula Nippon. This car has been brought over, especially here to the Goodwood Festival of Speed, by the Honda Motor Company. And in these colours, with a Honda 1.5-litre V6 twin turbo in the back of this McLaren, fantastic, fantastic.
Just imagine, Toby, if events had taken a different turn and the great Ayrton Senna was here driving that. Wouldn't that have been something?
Absolutely. You know, he would be. You knew he would still fit into those overalls, and the helmet would be there. Just, it would take our breath away.
Yeah, he would have loved this event, wouldn't he?
Totally, totally. We're going back a couple of classes to the Type 159 Alfa Romeo, and I can hear you sighing as you're already on Friday morning, Henry, overloading.
I think I'm going to have to go and have a lie down.
Well, there's more, and there's a lot more for the remaining 2.5 days.
Oh, I can't cope with it. That's Alessandro Pierguidi, period contemporary GT racer in the glorious Alfetta 159, the car that dominated the first 2 years of the Formula 1 World Championship. Giuseppe Farina winning in 1950, and Juan Fangio winning the first of 5 titles in 51. That's so exquisite, it's just incredible. Litre supercharged 8-cylinder at a time when regulations allowed low capacity forced induction engines or bigger capacity atmospheric motors, and Alfa got it absolutely right in those first few years.
They were big sort of 4.5 litre Atmo engines, weren't they? Extraordinary.
Yeah, in things like the Largo Talbos, weren't they? The bigger engines, non-blown.
Some of the big Ferraris as well.
Yeah.
Now this is fantastic. This is the recreation of the Sharknose Ferrari in which Phil Hill won the 1961 championship. And it's great to see Arturo Merzario, who I saw make his Grand Prix debut at Brands Hatch in 1972, finishing 6th for Ferrari. And this particular car is not made in Italy, although its engine and gearbox was made in Waterlooville in Hampshire at Jim Stokes' workshop. It's Mike Mark, who was the project leader on this for Jan Beekens, who built it and had it painted yellow in the Belgian Jean de Vienne colours, spent 10,000 man-hours on this project 4 or 5 years ago. Jan Beekens actually raced it at Monza, which was a great treat. Now it's been acquired by Jason Wright, an American living in Italy, and has been put back to works colours. And it's actually, despite the fact Ferrari were a little bit cagey about it to start with, they've really embraced it now, because all the cars in period were broken up.
Yeah, they were. That's right. Yeah, extraordinary. Yeah. Phil Hill, Wolfgang von Trips, winning races in 1961, of course. Von Trips sadly killed at Monza in the championship showdown race. Phil Hill, his American teammate, going on to become the first American to win a Formula One World Championship. What a wonderful, wonderful machine.
And Marcus, Henry, do you remember when Phil Hill saw this car in the mid-90s? Was it for the first time?
Yeah, Chris Rea's car,
Chris
wasn't it?
Rea's car.
Yeah, the film
that was
car.
a recreation for the film, and his breath was just taken away.
Yeah, he had a bit of a moment, didn't he?
He did. He was just transported back in a moment.
The rear car was something that looked kind of close. This is absolutely inch-perfect toolroom copy. They spent a year looking at photographs and tracing rivet heads and all sorts of things just to get it right, absolutely right.
Every second of those 10,000 man-hours well spent.
Exactly.
The V16 BRM now getting to the top of the hill on loan from the National Motor Museum.
Yeah, I think it's Ken Pritchard-Jones driving it this morning. There's been 1 or 2 changes of driver programmed, and
yeah, Doug Hill's down to drive it too, isn't he?
Yes.
Extraordinary 1.5 litre supercharged V16. Has a vast engine with such small capacity.
It's a rat trap, baby.
Oh, this is going to be good, isn't it? I think
the Ron Hope rat trap dragster.
That lie down I needed to it won't happen now, will it?
Well, I won't need a lie down because I'm going to be blown over in a minute,
Yes,
Henry.
you
That's
are.
the difference.
Yeah.
Yes.
Just plugging the starter into it now. I can see from the big screens.
Yes, external starter on the front. It's going to be winding up. Thumbs up from Ron Hope. And just checking that we're going to get a bit of...
I don't think the wishbone front suspension is quite like it was in the original Austin Bantam.
One of the marshals catches the attention of everybody else saying, put your fingers in your ears, because you are going to need it, as the BRM is smoking at the top of the hill. We have the dragster here at the bottom. Henry, you won't be able to hear me, so take it away.
Fantastic. Ron Hope in the 7-litre V8 Austin Bantam rat trap.
Supercharger on top with the bug catcher. You'll see as he opens the throttles, those butterflies in the bug catcher will open.
Superb. Runs on nitromethane, has a single ratio in the gearbox. It's designed to go very quickly in a straight line for a very short period of time.
Twin parachutes, just in case. Very narrow track. Watch the tyres grow. Normally what they do at this stage is then hook in the Lenco reverser and then go back to the start line into that pool of rubber.
Guys, when he left the line, not only was the straw and everything taken off the bales alongside the racetrack, dead twigs fell out of the trees. Such was the force of the exhaust. Brilliant.
Here he is on the straight in front of the house. He's going to do another one. He's just got round the first corner.
These are the most terrifying dragsters to drive. They're very, very short wheelbase, which makes them incredibly tricky.
And no track either. So
very narrow track too.
Yeah. Lovely couple of concentric number 11s on the road there.
I went to a Mopar Santa Pod a couple of years ago. Just brilliant to see the Americana there, and to see the road cars and the original dragsters being used still today. A brilliant, brilliant day out.
I'm ashamed to say I've never been to Santa Pod. I used to go to Long Marston growing up in Stratford-on-Avon, which was fun but not quite the same. certainly never had any top fuels there.
Early September, Hank. Day after the Brighton Speed Trials, weekend of fever. Brighton Speed Trials Saturday, and then Santa Pod on Sunday for the Euro finals. We'll do it.
Yeah. Okay, that's the end of the batch, and cars all safely at the top of the hill. Let's catch up once again with Bruce Jones, who's been talking to some of the stars of that batch.
Good morning. Friday Festival of Speed. You're always here because you love it so much, but not a bad start driving the FW16. FW18, I beg your pardon.
Yes, fantastic car. Damon Hill's championship-winning car, obviously. But, I just love coming here. I think I've said to Lord March in the past, when I stop driving, he's got to give me a job. You look at these cars coming up the hill, and each one of them, I just want to drive all of them, So, but this one's obviously very special with the V10 engine. The sound of it and everything is just magical. So I tried to have a go at least on the first straight so people could hear it. But the car doesn't like the crown in the road so much. But great fun.
But just talking about the mixture of cars, we've got rally cars just behind you in the top paddock. There's an IROC car. Then you've got epic IMSA GTP cars. There's such an incredible mixture.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a bit confusing, actually, seeing the mix of, a championship-winning Williams followed by a whole bunch of non-single-seater cars. But I guess they've gone for a bit of mix and match this year. But yeah, it's all good fun, though, isn't it? As long as the public get to see everything at one time or the other, it's all good fun.
And as long as you get to drive them, Karun, because you're a rare driver, because you have history on your side, you know about these cars. A lot of drivers don't. Why do you think that is?
I don't know is the honest answer. I mean, I think it's so important to know where our sport has come from and where the whole thing has evolved into where we are today. I mean, I love driving cars from Williams because A, Jonathan Williams and his team look after it fantastically well. But B, you get the chance to chat with people like Patrick Head, and he'll go, I designed that by hand, and I chopped this off and did this and did that. And that's just brilliant. You think of all the designers and all the people today and all their AutoCAD super-duper machines. And the simplicity of those cars, successful and complex in their own era, I think that's just fascinating.
Yeah, back on the human scale. Karun, thanks for talking to us. Andre Lotterer, welcome to the Festival of Speed. You've had a weekend off. No, you haven't since Le Mans, have you? You were racing last weekend as well.
Yes, indeed. I raced in Spa, GT3 race. Don't usually do that, but it's to practice for next month 24-hour race, yes.
Now, you're an Audi man through and through, but I think driving this 90 Quattro, which they raced in the IMSA GTO series, it's a bit special, isn't it?
It's very special. I have to say it's the coolest thing I ever driven. It's amazing. It's the first time I drove it up the hill, and it's just epic, with a bit of turbo lag, but then when the turbo kicks in, the 5-cylinder sound is just, it's amazing, and there's a lot of power. It had over 700 horsepower, so I love to be hands-on, manual shifting. I like old cars and do some heel and toe action. Amazing. I think those guys had a lot of fun back in these days, and sometimes I wish I was a professional racing driver in that era.
You're a tall driver, and I always wonder if cars should fit you, but with the names on the roof, Walter Röhrl and Hans Stuck, clearly they were both very tall guys, so it's a good fit in there.
Yeah, I have to thank them. They set the seat position perfectly for me.
All those years ago. So what's next for you? When is your next race?
I'm going back to Japan. I still race in Super Formula there, so I have a race in Fuji. Last time I won, so I hope I can keep going like that.
Well, it's a good year so far. Andre, thanks for talking to us.
Thank you very much.
Bernd Schneider, how did you enjoy your run up the hill in the W196 Streamliner?
I enjoyed it very much because it's really something special to drive such nice cars, and this was the first time. And that one, I have driven this one before, but this is a bit more complicated. Got the 2.5 liter engine, you have to rev it quite high, and the clutch are also not very comfortable to drive, but it was a lot of fun.
But is it a sort of simplistic thing to say the Streamliner is just the W196 with a different body, or are there many other changes?
As I said, this one got a 3-liter engine. There was running the same engines, and it was pretty much the same car. This was just better for high-speed racetracks, and racetracks like Monaco, they use this one here.
What's the visibility out like at the front? Because there are famous shots of Juan Manuel Fangio with a bent front when he raced it at Silverstone. He hit the barrels around the edge.
Yeah, it's, I think the modern cars are, the few out of them, it's not so good as in the old Formula One cars. But in these days, if you hit just the barriers a little bit, most of the time the race was over. And that was very important for the drivers to see the wheels if they have tight corners. But advantage was just on the really long straights.
Well, it's good to have it here. Good to have you here. Thanks, Bernd.
Thank you very much.
Gabriele Tarquini, you've made the most noise on the hill so far this morning in the RA272 Honda. Tell us about 1.5 litres and V12. It works, doesn't it?
Yeah, I can't speak of noise. I speak about fantastic sound. I mean, it's music, because an engine like this, built 50 years ago, 12-cylinder transversal 1.5 liters with this music is fantastic. I mean, I never stopped this masterpiece because it's unbelievable. This machine, the quantity of the level of the machine in Goodwood is fantastic.
Obviously, it's a great difference to your normal duty in the World Touring Car Championship. But will Honda ever let you drive one of these, not just up the hill climb, but say at Monza, have a full lap of a racing circuit? That would work, wouldn't it?
They don't trust in me, maybe, because I never drove this machine out of the Goodwood Festival of Speed, but I dream also to drive on the racing track, because the speed of this machine is fantastic. They can reach very close to 300, and I can't believe that they don't want to use, they are not allowed to use safety belt, and you can swap inside of the cockpit sideways, and it's quite difficult. You must be also physically very strong to drive a machine like this in a racing track.
Well, the car looks great. Good to see you, Gabriele, as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you to you.
In our bid to make Sky Sports even better, we enlisted the help of the ultimate hero of sport. No, not him. Him. There were some interesting ideas. Drone cam.
This is ludicrous.
Sofa ref. The sensational suit. In the end, the simplest idea was also the best. A new European football channel. And that's not all. 2 years free Sky Broadband Unlimited for our Sky Sports customers. Go to sky.com/2 years free to find out more. Sky. Believe in better.
Contact us on Twitter using the hashtag FOS to share your comments, photos and videos, and we'll be reading out a selection of those tweets over the course of the weekend. Wonderful sight on the hill climb course as the previous batch of cars comprising Grand Prix cars, sports racers from down the years, and as the bikes make up their way down to the start line for their first run, I'll be joined by Barry Nutley in a few moments' time. First of all, sticking with the bike theme, let's catch up with Jenny, who's talking to 21-time Isle of Man TT hero John McGuinness.
Well, I found myself a very certain John McGuinness, bike legend, TT legend. Lovely to have you here at Goodwood, and something you try and get to as often as you can.
Yeah, I mean, I've lost count how many times, but if it doesn't clash with anything I'm doing, you know, when I get the invite, I'm in my vehicle and heading down here to the event. I love it. It's great.
What is it that keeps bringing you back? Because it's very different from doing, you know, competition like the TT, isn't it?
Yeah, I don't know. It's just a relaxed atmosphere. You can get close to the fans. You know, you meet all sorts of fans. You meet the old guard. You meet the new generation of fans, the kids and families. And you know, I've got the wife and the kids with me this weekend, and we're in the camper, so we're down in the bottom of the field in the grass, and just a great atmosphere, great fun, and you know, we're just going to be careful on the bikes. It's only a demonstration for us, a bit of a wheelie and a wave, and you know, a glass of champagne, perfect.
John, I know you too well by now to know that as soon as you get on a bike, it's never just a bit of a tour, is it? Can you help but put your foot down a little bit?
Well, you know what we're like, you know, it's yeah, we have a bit of a go, but you just got to be a little bit cautious. I don't want to be embarrassing myself just yet, but you know, it's once we go from the line, normally it's smoke everywhere and burnouts, and all the boys are laughing and giggling and making a fool of ourselves. But yeah, there's a few guys on the back wheel through this section where all the fans are. You know what it's like when we get a crowd. Us boys, we're showing off. But yeah, like I say, I wouldn't miss it for the world. It's great fun. You know, we've got the party tickets for Saturday night. We're all excited. Wife's got a new frock, and you know, so it's just we just really want to enjoy the weekend. You know, it's been quite stressful. You know, with TT, it's just been and gone, and I've been carrying a serious wrist injury this year. So you know, we've had a little bit of a stressful last month, but now it's just you know, we'll relax for the weekend and enjoy it.
What are the plans for you next after this and competitively?
Yeah, I mean, I went to see my surgeon yesterday, and it's looking good, my wrist. It's slow. I'm getting a bit older now, so I don't repair as fast. But we've got some big events coming. The Classic TT. We'll do some more BSB British Championships. We've got the Macau Grand Prix later on in the year. So Scarborough International race there. So you know, bits and pieces. But I'm busy doing things like this now. I'm getting old and tired, so we're just. But saying that, I'm not finished yet. I want to race again. You know, it was a struggle this year. I won the electric bike TT, but it was a bit of an up and down sort of TT for me. So, but we got one win, so we got 21 wins. So, but I can't give in just yet. You know, I'm still
going for the record.
Yeah, I mean, I probably look 50-year-old, but inside I'm an 18-year-old. When I get on that bike, I'm still 18 years old. So there's a little bit of life in me yet. So we'll have a go next year and take it from there.
Well, have a fantastic day. We'll look forward to seeing you out on track.
Thank you.
Well done, Jenny. Out there with the Morecambe missile John McGuinness, 21 times a Isle of Man TT winner, just 5 more to equal the late great Joey Dunlop. One of the Indy cars stuck on the hill, so we await its return to the paddock. It's up there beyond the finish line, having just come out of the paddock, so That'll get a tow home, and then we'll be talking motorcycles, and we will also have in that batch John Surtees tribute. Let's catch up with Jenny again. She was able to chat to 500cc motorcycle hero Freddie Spencer.
Well, that name might give you a clue as to who we're with at the moment down in the bike paddock. Freddie Spencer, lovely to see you. Good to be back at Goodwood?
Oh, absolutely. It's one of my favorite events for many reasons. I think Lord March, from the moment he created it, it's about creating a feeling about what motorsports has brought to our lives and on every level. And it's so great when you look around and you see so many families of different generations that get to share that. And for Honda to bring, and Lord March to arrange to bring over my bike, I actually won the World Championship on in '85. And for me to get a chance to ride, it's like being a kid, of course, but get a chance to ride up the hill, I know it means a lot to a lot of people and to us to get to be able to experience that again and to share that with people.
Because these pieces, they're not really museum pieces, are they? They were meant to be ridden or driven.
Oh, absolutely. And that's what's really great is, you know, and that's where the collectors and the people that bring the bikes. Of course, this is from the Honda Museum, and Honda owns this bike because it's the only one in existence from that year. And for them to share it is great, but also for the collectors and the ones that have that passion and keep the cars and the motorcycles in running condition to be able to put them out there where they should be, and that is to share with people. And you see it in people's faces. And for a lot of these collectors get a chance at this event and others to be on the track at the same time as us, and we can share that. And so for me, it truly is a privilege to have been involved at the top level racing and to be able to do this.
Tell you what, it's such a privilege for us to have you over here. I mean, Goodwood is synonymous with champions coming together. You must have an absolute ball at an event like this.
Oh, absolutely. And it's not just you know, running up the hill, but it's everything else. It's the up close and personal part, and to talk to the fans and to people, and obviously the events surrounding it and just the presentation. It's one of a kind of every level of motorsports, and I'm always, like I said, privileged to be here.
Lovely to have you here. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you.
Well done, Jenny, talking to a hero of bike racing who won the 100cc and the 250cc world title in the same year back in 1983. Fast Freddie Spencer, and I'm joined in the commentary box for an annual treat, certainly for me. Legendary motorcycle commentator Barry Nutley is here again. Hi, Baz.
Hello, Henry. Good to be... I thought you were going to say Fast Barry Nutley, but no, that would be good.
I couldn't think of an adjective beginning with B in time.
Oh, no.
Sorry, mate.
Good to
see you. Another incredible lineup of motorcycles,
getting
hundreds of years.
Getting bigger every year, you know. And we've basically got 3 categories of motorcycles. We're celebrating 40 years of the RG500 Suzuki, so we've got a batch dedicated to those fantastic 2-stroke Suzukis. Really kicked off the 2-stroke racing series, really, or the whole scene in the 500cc class. We've got classic racing bikes going back to the pre-war years, right up to almost the modern day, and then we've got modern racing machinery. A huge wealth of talent. It's going to be a nightmare because they're going to come thick and fast, and good old Toby down at the start line is going to have his work cut out identifying who's on what, I think.
Well, he knows one end of a motorcycle from another.
He does a bit, yeah.
So,
absolutely.
I mean, just on the screen there with Freddie Spencer, I saw John Surtees, I saw Sammy Miller, I saw Stuart Graham.
Yes.
There are some legendary bikers here, aren't there?
Well, 4 world champions scheduled to be here, whether they all turn up or not. Wayne Gardner, of course, Freddie we've just seen being spoken to, and you know, just absolutely great. Steve Parrish is going to be here, former British champion. Yeah, he's going to be here.
I'm still delighting in that moment last year from the lineup. Last year with the great Americans. Who do we have? We had Kenny Roberts, we had Eddie Lawson, we had Wayne Gardner, we had Kevin Schwantz.
Fantastic, fantastic.
Jenny is out there again talking to some of our greats from two-wheeled sports, and she's with Leon Haslam.
Okay. Well, you join us as we find Leon Haslam here. Leon, great to have you here. Enjoying it so far?
Yeah, you know, I know it's Goodwood every year. I missed a year or two with injury, but yeah, no, fantastic to be back. Great to see so many people again, and you know, it's good just to ride here and have a bit of fun.
What are you? That's the big question.
I'm on my actual Pata Superbike. Me and Jonathan Reddy's going to be sharing a bike over the weekend, so yeah, we'll get to pull a few wheelies and a few skids.
Also, a little bit of competition, you and Johnny?
Yeah, always. You know, we'll definitely be looking at the times at the end of the day, but you know, it's definitely for fun and you know, just the experience. You know, you get to mingle with everyone and see all these great spikes. And
so, if any of the fans out there in Goodwood at the moment want to come and see you, is there a good time, a good place to try and hook up?
yeah, I've got a big schedule for. I'm doing a lot of Q&As in the F1 area, and also I'm doing a lot of stuff for Goodwood themselves. So yeah, I'll be dotting around this area all day, all 3 days. So yeah, come and find me.
Brilliant. Good luck with the hill.
Thank you. Cheers.
Jenny with Leon Haslam there, son of the great Rocket Ron Haslam. I did a day, Barry, last year at Ron Haslam's school at Donington.
Good, isn't it?
I have never enjoyed being so bad at something.
Did you do a 600 or a Fireblade?
It was a 600.
Yeah, they're still a handful, aren't they?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I was utterly hopeless, but had
Great.
the most fantastic day.
But you learn a lot.
Ron went past me. I was absolutely throttle pinned, chin on the tank, feet out the back. Ron went past me with a passenger.
As he
though
does.
I was going backwards.
As he does.
I'm not joking. It was
They
fantastic.
they both know their way around there. Leon's not having the best season in World Superbike, actually.
No.
The Honda, not quite as quick as the Kawasaki. Tom Sykes is just having it away on the ZX-10. It's a very, very quick motorcycle.
I see, and Marco Melandri's winning again, isn't he?
Absolutely.
He's left BMW. He's now on an Aprilia, isn't he?
Yep.
Good stuff. And MotoGP, what's going on with that Marc Marquez man?
7 out of 7.
Just
not bad, is it?
Yeah.
And of course, Assen this weekend, and we hope to have some MotoGP talent in the shape of Scott Redding, maybe Bradley Smith, going to come hot foot in a private jet from Assen to be here on Sunday.
Cool.
So, you know, how dedicated is that? But they'll come to chill out, won't they?
Yeah, fantastic.
You know,
Clerk of the course, John Felix, almost back down to the start line. And we'll be underway again. In your programmes, you need to concern yourselves with classes 15 through to 19. We have the Suzuki RG500 celebration, the classic racing motorcycles, the modern racing bikes, the John Surtees celebration, and our modern F1 cars. Barry is with me here for the two-wheeled element. Toby's down there on the start line. Toby, if you can hear me, what a lineup. Wow.
What a lineup. Stuart Graham on the left-hand side there. Steve Parrish just over on the extreme left. Freddie Spencer twice. Doing the double, should I say, that 250 and 500cc World Championship in 1985. We've got some four-stroke modern MotoGP machinery here as well, the majority of which are Ducatis, including one of Casey Stoner's number 27 Ducatis. Stoner going on to win the MotoGP Championship in 2007, winning 10 out of, 16 Grand Prix. He won the championship by over 125 points. That's 5 races worth of wins he won it by. Such was his domination, and one of his motorcycles is here. Likewise, the very first MotoGP Ducati from 2003 is here as well.
And it looks, Toby, as though the classic racing bikes are going to go off first. Is that the case? They seem to be lining up at the front of the pack.
They do seem to be lining up at the front of the pack, but then there's some modern ones, then there's some older ones, then we've got Charlie Borman on the BMW GS. So it's a bit of a mishmash, Barry.
It's going to be random. It's going to be random.
Absolutely. And we've got some Formula One cars down here as well.
Yeah, I can see Stoffel Vandoorne, GP2 racer. He's out in a McLaren. I can see Pedro de la Rosa in Ferrari overalls. That's Sebastian Buemi, isn't it, in his Red Bull gear? And there's Oliver Turvey, looks like, in the McLaren overalls at the back. LMP2 class winner at Le Mans a fortnight ago, of course. Modern F1 cars will follow our leather-clad lunatics, as we affectionately know them.
Yeah, I can see that's Stuart Graham on the left there, isn't it, on the RC164 Honda?
It is, with the number 1 plate on the front of it, yes.
Absolutely.
He was just measuring himself up on the bike yesterday and getting in the zone, Barry. Getting in the zone, he was. Finished thirds in the 50 and 125cc World Championship, did Stuart, before going on to race in the British Touring Car Championship.
Son of the great Les Graham, of course. He was one of the stars of the very early years of the World Championship. Lost his life in the Isle of Man TT.
We're hoping to have Chaz Davies here as well, a former Supersport 600cc world champion. He is due to be coming, I believe, Saturday, Sunday. So I look forward to commentating on Chaz.
He's going to be riding a Ducati road bike, I gather. Toby, a Super Leggera? How do you say it?
Super Leggera, yes, the lightweight Panigale.
That's the one. That's what Chaz is. I saw Dave Dew down there earlier on, and he said that's what he's going to be on. So, yeah, that's going to be interesting.
Yes, the very sort of fluorescent-y red, orange colours on that Panigale with the white stripe down the side. Similar colour scheme that they used on the Desmo Sedici RR, the road bike that was launched by Ducati in 2006. Sold out in a matter of moments. Meanwhile, don't forget to go up and have a look at the rallying stage here at the Goodwood Festival of Speed. We've got an Audi Quattro 200 going around, the kind of which was driven to Hannu Mikkela's last World Rally Championship victory.
Yes, indeed. Safari 87. He was the oldest winner, wasn't he, at the time of a World Championship rally. We've got a separate commentary team up there. Xavier and Tony doing a sterling job all weekend with a truly incredible lineup of rally machines. Guys, Henry down on the hill here. It looks amazing up there. Just talk us through some of the things that fans can expect to see.
Well, the first thing they can expect to see, Henry, is a great battle to see who's going to get the fastest time on the Forest Rally stage. And already we've got a tremendous battle this morning between Neil Simpson in the Super 2000 Skoda, a man who finished 5th on the Circuit of Ireland and had a great result in the 2K recently. And then Rally Deutschland winner from last year, Danny Sordo, one of the WRC stars, is here with the Hyundai i20 World Rally car, and they have been trading fastest times. Just 3 minutes ago, Danny Sordo went back out and took 4 seconds off Neil's fastest time. And it's great that it is timed for the first time, if you'll pardon that double entendre. But we have got a lot of action, a lot of highlights. It looks like, Henry, that Turn 8, or Delta as we're calling it after the Lancia, is causing a lot of problems, spins, people going straight on. And we've had the delight of Stefan Sarazan up here as well, that multi-talented and multitasker in the big Toyota off-road vehicle. And looking at a replay now, Jim Valentine in this Saab. We've got fantastic big Healy, the 3 litres, and we've got even Max Utting here in his Clubman Fiesta, and then we've got Mark 1 Escorts. We've got the whole range, 88 cars, very exciting indeed, including 1968, look at that, the Escort Mark 1 twin cam, which of course Roger Clark started winning with and took rallying to a different era. The fans enjoying it, really loving it.
Thank you, Tony. We'll let you get back to it. We've got some more action on the hill, so we'll be talking to Tony Jardine and Xavier McCartan up there over the course of the rest of the day. Thank you, guys. Do go up to the rally stage, though, because it's a lot of fun, and it's a tricky course designed by former world champion Hannu Mikkela, who is here this weekend to have a run around the rally course and go up the hill.
And we will see some rally cars on the hill climb itself as well, Henry. We've seen Hannu Mikkela go up already today. We've seen Nanni Roma go up in the Dakar Mini, the Mini that won this year's Dakar in South America. So we will have a treat down here in the lower reaches as well.
Yeah, they're very spectacular, the rally cars. Lots of controlled slides, oversteer, donuts, burnouts, all sorts of things.
In the meantime, the motorcycles are being prepared as the course car returns to the base of the Goodwood hill climb, and the marshals will come forward and get everybody ready to go up with 3 classes of motorcycles. Where to start? Where to start, Henry Barry?
Yep, course car is back underway, and we'll be getting our bikes underway in a moment. There we are then, signs of life. The bikers are ready to go, and Barry Nutley, what an array of motorcycles spanning, I don't know how many years.
Absolutely. The bikers are always ready to go. Yeah, a complete span. We've got pre-war stuff, as I say, easing away the ex-Freddie Spencer bike that's owned by Martin Jones. And Martin Jones is going to ride that up the hill, that's for sure. And then we've got the Velocets behind. You can see an XT500 as well, number 11. Cyril Neveu, the Frenchman, has owned and prepared that.
Well, we've got Jim Redman on the first bike, Barry.
Jim Redman, indeed. Well, I was going to say, Jim Redman, fantastic. Would have shared those iconic Hondas in the 60s with Stuart Graham and, of course, Mike Hale. Good to see Jim Redman here. Had a fantastic conversation with him at the Revival last year. A fascinating man. And here we have Stuart Graham. Down with you, Toby. What a row.
Well, it's a fantastic noise as he gets it off the line. Just listen to this. Straight over from the Motegi Heritage Museum in Japan. Brilliant.
Wonderful.
To see it here.
RC164, 1964 Honda. This was the period when Honda was so great and so dominant in World Championships and indeed Isle of Man TT racing. Stuart Graham, so diminutive. Look how he tucks himself in. He was very adept at riding 50s, 125s, whatever. He could put his leg over it and ride it very, very quickly indeed. Screaming round Moulcombe, that Honda 4 with its open megaphones. A sight and a sound to behold. Redman past the flip wall, being caught by his contemporary, in actual fact, in period. These guys will have shared a bit of banter over the years, and quite often the same piece of tarmac. Wonderful, wonderful. Stuart Graham, a regular here at Goodwood. Certainly at the festival. We haven't seen him so prolific at the Revival, but a very useful car racer as well, Stuart Graham. And now the number 36 Velo MT500, Ivan Rhodes, very much a Velocet exponent. Velocet's the only brand really to challenge Norton in the pre-war years. Norton's, of course, pretty much dominated. The Manx Norton just went from strength to strength and continued to dominate in the 50s and into the 60s until the MVs and Gileras took over the mantle. Ivan Rhodes on that MT500, overhead camshaft Velocet, the little 50cc Paul Rutten. Wonderful 50 Suzuki when there was Grand Prix racing with those skinny bicycle tyres. 1964 bike. There was a 50 class, an 80 class, 125, 250, 350 and 500 GPs when there was a very full race program.
Alan Cathcart now on the line with the Jawa 675 from 1969. Barry, I hope you can hear me, but it's brilliant to hear the noise.
That's the Jawa. Looks like Alan Cathcart on board the Sammy Miller Jawa 675. Factory bike, such a noisy and strong two-stroke. In the Eastern European, the Eastern Bloc countries, very good with two-stroke technology. And at the top of the hill, there you have Sammy Miller and Jim Redman having a yarn. How are you doing, Jim? Wonderful. And this looks like a YZR, a Marlboro Yamaha in period livery. Couldn't see a Goodwood number on that one. The number 14 going off the line. We're into the... This is Steve Griffiths on board this one. 1975 XR14 RG500. So we're into the 40-year celebration of the RG500 Suzuki. That technology stolen, in actual fact, from Germany when Ernst Stegner defected and took the secrets of the 125 MZ to Suzuki and went on to win World Championship. Freddie Spencer getting eased out of his leathers by Stuart Graham. An ex-Barry Sheen bike. We actually have the very last bike Suzuki that Sheen won a race on here as well, and that'll be coming up the hill carrying the number 45.
Swedish Grand Prix 81, I think.
Well done.
Last win.
Well done. I don't know.
I think.
Well, what I was riding Cycle Motocross then.
Pay attention, Nutley.
Up comes that RG500, the XR14. A lot of the bikes brought here by Chris Wilson, but this one, Steve Griffiths on board.
Well, we've also got on the hill an Exete Gibernau 2006 Ducati. Meanwhile, here on the start line, we have got a couple of MotoGP Ducatis. I commentated on every single 990cc MotoGP race from 2003 to the end of 2006. It saw the introduction in the second year of MotoGP with Ducati trying to battle against the V5 Honda domination. And for me, Barry, Troy Bayliss with the number 12 was one of those iconic moments in the early 2003 season.
Toby, Ducati did a fantastic job in the face of adversity over a great number of years, and they still are battling away, aren't they?
Absolutely, they're having a little bit of trouble. You know, they won the championship in 2007 with Casey Stoner. One of his bikes is on the hill following up this Troy Bayliss number 12. Stoner left Ducati, he went to Honda, he then won the championship again with Honda, but Stoner now gone. Will he be back? Maybe yes, maybe no, but Ducati still live on in MotoGP. Cal Crutchlow and Dovizioso riding at the moment.
What was it about that man that he appeared to be the only guy who could tame the beast?
It was. Casey Stoner had something special. He still has something special. But when he jumped on a Ducati MotoGP bike, he just flew and nobody else could get near him. One could say it really destroyed Marco Melandri's MotoGP career as he tried to keep up.
I've got to stop you there because that's Mark Potter, former editor of Motorcycle News, on the Norton Dummy Racer, and he almost dropped it. He got the back end loose when he tried to pop a wheelie under the bridge. And Mark Potter, or Potski as he's known, is a very big man indeed. He's dwarfing that motorcycle. This is Stavros, I'm sure. Is it not?
No,
it's not.
Stavros has gone up on another one. There's all sorts of drama down here. Leon Haslam's Honda has unfortunately blown a hose, so he won't be able to get up towards you guys.
Oh, that's a shame.
But in the meantime, we've got Charlie Borman on the line, ladies and gentlemen.
Now, here's a man who's made a good living out of riding all the way around the world, up, down and across, has he not?
Absolutely, absolutely. And what he can do on a GS, as you can see here, Barry, is very impressive.
And fair play to him. He had to go at the Paris-Dakar, crashed and broke hands, both hands, bones in both hands, hurt himself. He's not going to do that again, but he's a very accomplished endurance motorcycle rider. A little bit of tweaking on the grass. Careful, Charlie, don't throw it away.
No, long way round and then long way down, down to the to South Africa, and you know, traveling the world on a motorcycle, as you say, what a job to have.
Well, and
where did we go wrong?
The story behind the scenes, you know, before they started that, they went to a certain Austrian manufacturer and asked for motorcycles, and they were shown the door, so they went to BMW and never looked back.
In the meantime, Leon Haslam has got the bike sorted as he leaves the line slowly, just making sure that everything is okay. Leon Haslam, we heard him chat to Jenny a moment ago. He's going to be sharing that bike this weekend with Johnny Ray.
On the Pata Chips CBR 1000 RR, the Fireblade a little bit outmatched this year, I have to say. As I was talking to Henry earlier, the Kawasaki seems to have the legs for it, as indeed does the Aprilia this year. But Honda, such are their resources, such is their determination, and Johnny Ray has had a couple of victories this year, so all is not lost.
Certainly not. Haslam, Ray, both World Superbike race victors. Commentated on Leon when he came into the 125cc Grand Prix series at World Championship level. Struggled, but as you know, his father said, well, it's good to struggle and then you appreciate things later on.
We've said this before, Toby. Leon seems to have been around forever, and he's still a young man. You know, he started so young. I remember in 125cc British racing when Ron used to race alongside him to coach him in the race. Fantastic stuff, and such a nice guy as well. Now a family man, of course.
Yes, wife Ollie's here. I'm sure that the little ones are here as well. So as Haslam gets to the top of the hill, we've got John McGuinness on the start line with his Honda Fireblade. He's just leaving the line now.
Complete with flies.
Absolutely, yes. The flies are not been touched from the front of the Honda Fireblade. Fresh from the Isle of Man, 37.73 miles, 21 times a TT victor. John McGuinness had his absolute track record taken away from him this year.
Yeah, 132 and a bit by...
132.298 by Bruce Anstey.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, just how fast is that? That is sensational, isn't it? Bruce Anstey, and yeah, wonderful. McGuinness 21 wins and a conciliatory, a sole win this year in the electric class on the Zero. So he'll be back for more. You heard it from his own lips when he was talking to Jenny. And I had to smile when Henry described him as the Morecambe missile. I think Tony Mason would take issue with that, but there we have it.
Well, good to see that he got a victory this year on the island, because that injury that he had out in Eurobike training earlier in the year did somewhat curtail John McGuinness's plans before.
And we're not that far away from tempting John McGuinness into an F1 sidecar either. He's expressed a desire to race a sidecar outfit when he's given up with two wheels. So that'll be a sight for sore eyes, won't it?
It certainly will. I had a couple of laps around Donington with Webster. That was absolutely fantastic. I love that kind of stuff. So John McGuinness to the top of the hill.
Here with wife Becky and Matty Griffin. Matty Griffin doing a great job. This young man from Galway, right over on the west coast of Ireland, just travels the world with his displays. Helmet cam on board, publishes a regular newsletter of which I'm on the circulation list. So I've worked with Matty at a couple of shows, and he throws this BMW around like you would not believe.
Well, we saw it, you know, that it's come up through the world of X Games now over the last 20 years, hasn't it, Barry? Of people, you know, Travis Pastrana doing the first backflip and then double backflip, and now it's the norm, isn't it?
It is. It's frightening, actually, and all emanated from motocross, then supercross, and then the man-made jumps provided the ideal platform for them to get into some aerial antics. But this sort of thing, the control that Matt has got over a big heavy motorcycle, watch this, up on the back wheel, sitting on the handlebars. If he hasn't got traction, that doesn't work, but his speciality is a flip over the handlebars, and he'll leave the bike standing up with a bit of luck.
I think you're going to feel a very strange feeling up towards your commentary position, Barry, as Matty gets up there, because there will be no gravity, because it doesn't seem to affect Matty Griffin, does it? He has no gravity around him. How does he do that?
It is amazing, isn't it? It is amazing. And you can imagine, can't you, how athletic he has to be to do this, because it's exhausting in the extreme, and it's a big motorbike as well. It got away from him a little bit there, but nonetheless, don't try this at home, folks. You know, don't go practicing in Tesco's car park.
How does he keep the throttle on when he takes his right hand off? He's got a switch, hasn't he?
He has, yeah. He's got a little friction device that keeps it on a fast tick over.
As if there isn't enough to worry about.
As if, yeah, precisely.
A couple of other names that we didn't mention, Barry, go up in that batch. Tommy Hill, former British Superbike champion.
He was on the Hesketh, wasn't he?
He was on the Hesketh. James Hillier, Jamie Whittam I saw go up. We were concentrating on some other bikes as they were rushing past, and it's great that we will be seeing them again throughout the weekend.
Thanks for your help down there. You've been a real bonus, because you can appreciate it's hard work. They come thick and fast, don't they?
It's thick and fast here, I assure you, Barry, but it's all for good reason. And it's great to commentate with you for the first time. I look forward to the other 5 or 6 or 7 times throughout the weekend.
Likewise.
Okay, guys.
Talk this afternoon.
Got to stop you there. Our two-wheeled heroes are at an end.
Because we've got John Surtees on the line here, ladies and gentlemen. A former 500cc Grand Prix motorcycle world champion, and then the 1964 Formula One world champion with Ferrari. The 1.5-litre V8 Ferrari took him to championship success in 1964, and John Surtees still quick at 80 years old.
What a wonderful sight. World champion 7 times on motorcycles and once for Ferrari in Formula One. John Surtees. one of the most famous racers in motorsport history. And here he is reunited with the Ferrari 158 of 1964, in which he won the world title, having switched from two wheels in 1960. Wonderful book that has just come out. John is here all weekend signing copies of that on the Henry Surtees Foundation stand, which is close to the top of the F1 paddock. John will be signing between 4:15 and 4:45. And he'll be presenting Lord March with a copy at 4 o'clock. Sterling Moss is also on the signature store stand over the course of the weekend. John again signing books at 4:15 on Saturday, and again on Sunday at 4:30. So if you haven't seen a copy of that incredible book by John Surtees with some wonderful pictures from his long and distinguished career, then make sure you do get one.
Surtees Formula 5000 car now on the hill, just going up towards the wall, as we've got more Surtees related four-wheeled machinery following.
Love those Formula 5000 cars. British built chassis with small block American V8s bolted to the back, and made for a wonderful sight and sound, and very competitive series in Europe and in America, of course, between the late 60s and mid 70s. Got a number of young stars out in the Surtees celebration as well. Alexander Sims will be in the number 70 Surtees TS7. Sam Bird will be out in the number 19 TS19 from 1976. That is the iconic Durex liveried machine, isn't it, that we just saw briefly in the background there. Great shots of a huge number of fans up at the top paddock there, waiting for the stars and their cars and bikes. And Bruce Jones is up there with his microphone. We'll get some of the thoughts and opinions of the guys in this batch when it finishes. And it'll end with the contemporary Formula One class. We have Kimi Raikkonen in his 2007 World Championship winning Ferrari. Pedro de la Rosa in the 2009 machine, the F60.
Kimi Raikkonen coming here on Sunday to drive his 2007 Ferrari. As you say, Pedro de la Rosa in it today. And we've got Sebastian Buemi in a Red Bull as well. Saw Oliver Turvey, fresh from that LMP2 victory at Le Mans a couple of weeks ago, standing in for Marc Genet at the last minute, and then going on to take the victory with Harry Tincknell and Simon Dolan, an all-British liner drive-up being victorious at Le Mans in 2014. So the sun has appeared. I hear in your part of the world, Henry, towards London, it's actually raining. So let's hope that that stays more
well, never
your
mind,
your side of things rather than the Goodwood side of things.
We have our own little microclimate here on the South Downs, don't we? It changes quite quickly. There's the big man, Il Grande John, up in the top paddock.
Okay, well, the Durex sponsored car looks as if it's got a problem, so we're moving on to the Lola Chevrolet, the 5.7 litre V8. Paul Natfield, I think, at the helm.
Yes, indeed, yeah. This is the car similar to the one in which Surtees won the inaugural Can-Am Championship back in '66. Paul Natfield on the line then in the Lola T70 Spider, the Provenance Collection machine of 1966. We're into batch 4 and classes 15 through to 19. We've had our bikes and we are now in the thick of the John Surtees celebration. Marcus Pye's jumped back into the hot seat. Barry Nutley's gone off to catch up with some of his biking friends. Just a wonderful view down the avenue, Marcus, back to the start line. What an eclectic and fabulous mix of cars.
It is, isn't it? And you see at the side there, the marshals. I've been working with that crew for many years. Donna and Peter, Vernon Laws down there, as the Lola comes away with that very traditional Surtees broad arrow livery.
I've never been able to decide whether I prefer the Spider or the Coupe.
I'd have either.
The agony of choice, yes. If my numbers came up, I'd have both, of course.
Yes, probably wouldn't be top of my list, but it would be sort of somewhere close. Yeah, Surtees, who took the first of the cars over in '66 to the States, Canada, and as you say, won the Can-Am Series. Wasn't quite as successful the following year. Of course, the Bruce and Denny show came in strongly. We talked about that earlier on. Bruce McLaren and Denny Holm in the McLarens.
Putting that through across the line then. Very experienced collector and racer. We've seen him in some wonderful cars over the years. But, this is another of the Surtees Grand Prix cars.
TS9B, isn't it?
Yeah.
With the wide nose. This is the car of Max Smith Hilliard, who came into racing via a little Toyota Formula 3 March he bought, then suddenly got into Formula 1 cars, now has several of them, and really enjoys competing in the Masters FIA Historic Formula 1 Championship.
That is Pedro de la Rosa in the 2009 with the distinctive aerodynamic engine cover. F60. Pedro de la Rosa now in the test and development team for Scuderia Ferrari. Raced for Jaguar, of course, also raced for McLaren and Sauber in Formula 1. Absolutely charming bloke and good peddler with it. Here he is in the Screamer, the 2.4 litre V8 Grand Prix car. They don't sound like this anymore, so enjoy it while you can.
I believe it was only back in 2009, the early days of KERS and energy recovery, Henry. It's now the norm that we talk about it, but this was from an era where it was an embryonic technology that they were using.
That's right, it came in 2009, didn't it? And proved troublesome, and it was dropped for 2010 and then returned in 2011. And of course, we have all sorts of energy recovery systems, as you say, involving heat from turbos and brakes, gearboxes, used to offer additional horsepower. Sebastian Buemi in the RB7 Red Bull Renault, the 2011 car, in which Sebastian Vettel took the second of his 4 consecutive world titles. Sebastian Buemi, one of the Red Bull protégés, the Swiss racer, now driving for Toyota in the World Endurance Championship. British racer Anthony Davidson. Toyota TS04. Very much the last of a breed, these Grand Prix cars. Good opportunity for some of the Grand Prix racers to let their hair down a weekend off, a week ahead of the British Grand Prix at Silverstone. Of course, many of you will be going. But I haven't heard one of the 1.6 litre turbo Grand Prix cars in anger yet. Anger's probably not the right word, is it?
Nor I. I'm looking forward to Silverstone next week, but I will. Oh.
Okay, well, I couldn't talk because the noise was so great. Anthony Davidson at the wheel, in case you haven't said it already, Henry, I couldn't hear, but there was a problem and he couldn't get it into gear. I can see the dash on the steering wheel of the Mercedes, and unfortunately it was still the biggest number in the middle saying 0 rather than 1. So not a chance for Anthony Davidson. He's
got a cake stand on his crash helmet.
Well, they've got GoPros and they're doing a complete 360, Marcus. So you'll be able to see at least what was happening from the holding area to the start line in a full 360 view later on the internet.
This is the, it's another 2011 vintage Mercedes, the W02, raced by Nico Rosberg and Michael Schumacher. The Mercedes technicians from Brackley running up to the pull-off area there to hopefully get that car going again.
I'm sure that they will. Anthony Davidson continuing to work at Mercedes-AMG Formula One with their development and on the simulator. Meanwhile, we have got on the line the McLaren Formula One car.
Yeah, this
is contemporary. This is Stefan van Doorn with
Stoffel, the young Belgian racer racing for ART in GP2, has been placed there, of course, by McLaren. He's on their books already, as was Kevin Magnussen, who earned his move to Formula One this year, having won the Formula Renault 3.5 championship with the French Dams team last year. And Stoffel looking to emulate Kevin by racing for McLaren one day. He shares this car this weekend with Jenson Button. Jenson is here tomorrow, and hopefully we'll get that Mercedes MGP W02 going again, because Lewis Hamilton is due to drive it on Sunday. And he's always a very big draw indeed. This is the 2011 McLaren, the MP426.
It's what fooled me, Henry, because it's in this year's livery.
That's right, yeah.
Completely flew through me, and then the noise didn't add up.
Yeah.
And the colour scheme was, so I got there in the end.
Well, it's a shame because current Formula One regulations preclude testing of any sort, and a blast up the hill climb course here at Goodwood constitutes testing, ridiculous as it might sound. And, now there's a sight. Emerson Fittipaldi in period lid, wearing period overalls in a period McLaren M23 Cosworth. You know that lie down I had to have earlier? I need another one.
Yep, this is 40 years on from his second World Championship. First in 72 with the JPS Lotus, switched horses. It's a great looking car. M23 McLaren has always were in all their forms.
Yeah.
Very, very pretty.
Real longevity as well. It was a Grand Prix front runner from 73 right up to 77.
Yes, kind of rivaled the Lotus 72 in that respect, and they kept reinventing.
And this is, I think, Oliver Turvey, isn't it, in one of the ex-Alain Prost Niki Lauda. This is in Niki Lauda livery, number 8. Oliver Turvey, of course, who was drafted in to the LMP2 squad with Harry Tincknell and Simon Dolan at Le Mans just a few weeks ago, and won the class.
1984 car went on to win the World Championship by just half a point, with Niki Lauda returning out of retirement, and then the 1985 championship taken by Alain Prost, winning the title just up the road at Brands Hatch at the European Grand Prix that year. Okay, as the McLaren gets to the top of the hill, Henry, you will hear Anthony Davidson with the Mercedes AMG Formula One car barking into life and rushing into view in front of Goodwood House. Anthony Davidson.
Yes, they dug out the spare, didn't they? Caption says W03, which of course is the 2012 car, but program says W02, which is the 2011 car. So it's something for us to discover later on. So Lewis Hamilton will drive this car on Sunday. Anthony Davidson's in it now, and Johnny Herbert's also due to drive it as well. Anthony Davidson, who raced briefly in Formula 1 for Minardi and for Super Aguri.
Silverstone 6 hours in the World Endurance Championship a couple of years ago. Still trying to crack the Le Mans nut. There you go, Henry. There's your lie down. The 1974 Emerson Fittipaldi McLaren, and as you were discussing with Marcus, the basis for James Hunt to go on and win the World Championship in '76.
Absolutely. Right, our fleet of AA motorcycles lead up the hill ahead of our course cars. That's the end of our motorcycle and Grand Prix batch. And there are some very exciting characters up there in the top paddock. And Bruce Jones has been busying himself up there talking to some of the greats from that final batch. Over to you, Bruce.
George Cohen, we've got motorbikes ranging all the way back. You're Norton International 1937?
1937. It's quite an interesting motorcycle, this, and that the original owner was a chap called Len Taylor, who raced it, in fact, as a sidecar outfit, and he raced it on grass tracks and sand races against Jack Surtees. And guess who was in the chair? It was young John, and that was his first experience of motorcycling.
But tell us about the bike itself. What are its sort of features?
It's a Cami Norton. It's a 500 overhead cam Norton. It was the sort of motorcycle which dominated the TT races throughout the 30s. From 1931 to 1938, there were 16 senior and junior races, and Norton won 15 of them, so it really was addicted to winning.
But it must have been quite simple. On the side it says made in the shed on the frame, and you've got a tiny little toolkit above the rear wheel. Is that all it takes to run this?
Well, that made in the shed is in fact actually plagiarising Made in England. It's one of my stickers. And the toolkit is important because on the way up I fouled a spark plug, but not to worry, because I have a plug spanner and a new spark plug here.
Well, there you go.
It's all down to preparation.
Thank you very much, George. Thank you very much. Steve Parrish, this is always celebrations at Goodwood. This one must work for you pretty well. The RG500, 40 years.
Yeah, absolutely. It's the RG500 celebration. I believe the Mercedes, and I used to drive their truck. So, yeah, kind of I've got a double celebration this year. And I'm old enough to remember kind of all of them, I guess, the inception of everything virtually. But no, it's lovely to be here. And form of Grand Prix racing, really. The first year I started doing Grand Prix was 1977. But in 75 and 6, when it all kind of kicked off, it was all Yamahas, and Suzuki's came in there, and all of a sudden the RG500 was the bike to have, and I must admit it helped my career a tremendous amount. It's given me a few scars and broken bones and pins, but nevertheless it was a fantastic motorcycle, and still is for that matter. I'm riding one here this weekend. I'm at Spa next weekend riding an old one, so yeah, I love them to bits, but that's the reason why I'm deaf. They were far too noisy.
They're not the noisiest bikes, because Stuart Graham always rides up on one of those little Hondas that has about 24,000 revs, but I know what you mean.
Yeah, I mean, it's quite funny down in the driver's lounge. Everyone is shouting because we're all a little deaf, I'm afraid. You know, but nobody told us to wear earplugs. And in fairness, I had this conversation the other day with, I think it was Phil Reed, that if we'd have worn earplugs, we wouldn't have heard them seize up, so we'd have got thrown off even more. So you had to kind of have your ear attuned to the high-revving two-stroke engine that had about 130 decibels. Otherwise, you died.
The price you paid. Anyhow, great to see you, Steve. Enjoy the rest of the festival.
I'm looking forward to the next 2 days. Thank you very much indeed.
John Surtees. Obviously, you know what this celebration's about. 50 years since you became Formula One world champion. Not only that, but also off the back of your incredible motorcycle career. And we have an extraordinary collection of cars. And perhaps the most famous is the one you won the championship in, the Ferrari 158.
That's the one I will be in tomorrow and on Sunday. The actual car, in chassis number 6, which is back in red. But to represent the car that I had in the Mexican Grand Prix, which was painted in blue and white. There is this car, which was built up with majority of original parts, but built up in later times. And that's this car. I haven't driven this one, so it was a new experience today to sort of do a bit of sorting out.
Now, in your career, obviously you won the Can-Am Championship in 1966, and then went on in 1970 to start producing your own Formula One cars and a range of racing cars, Formula 5000, Formula 2, and they're here together and also going towards the Henry Surtees Foundation.
Sorry?
And I'm saying it's quite a collection. We've just had the Lola come in.
And Lola, which of course a T70, one like that I won the championship with, and so yes, there's lots of memories there of a Formula 2 car we have here as well, and the TS7, which is a car just behind us, which Alexander Sims brought up. That's our first Formula 1 car we produced, the TS14, which should be here. And we've got a TS19, etc. So it's.
But down in the paddock, you have a whole area with the bikes and the foundation.
Bikes and foundation, yes. This is something which is very special, and Lord March has been, very supportive from the very beginning. So it's very nice to come here, and certainly the support we've seen so far has been very good.
Well, good to have you here, John. We'll speak to you through the course of the weekend as you get more and more into the Festival of Speed.
Right, thank you.
Emerson Fittipaldi, 2 years ago we were celebrating 40 years since your first World Championship. Of course, that was in a black and gold car. Now you've gone red, white and black. And 1974, your second title with McLaren. Fabulous year for you.
Well, it's a very special year. I'm very pleased to be again in Goodwood. It was the first World Championship for McLaren, and a very important part of my history, and to get back together the same chassis. This is actually the car that I won the World Championship, chassis number 5, and it's always great to get back together with this car. And this year is a commemoration for McLaren. It's a big commemoration. I'm very pleased to be small part of a huge history of McLaren.
But looking in the paddock at the whole area that McLaren has taken, you just realise how that first idea that Bruce McLaren had was just the beginning, and it just grew like that.
Well, if you look at Bruce's history, since New Zealand when he started racing there, and then he went through, all these years, and after he passed away, the McLaren tradition is here, the McLaren history is here. So many great champions went through McLaren. Niki Lauda, Ayrton Senna, Alan Prost, you name it, and Lewis Hamilton, Jensen.
Yeah, but this car you're sitting in, the M23, didn't do too badly 2 years later either, did it, with James Hunt?
And then James, sure. And then James got the car winning in the championship. And it was a Gordon Koppel design. John Barnard was like Gordon's assistant at that time. And I think it was a great team from the beginning. McLaren always being on top. And I'm sure it will be back again on top. Just a question of time.
It is. Who knows what we'll be celebrating for McLaren in the future. Emerson, enjoy your meeting. Great to have you here.
Thank you very much. It's always great to be here, Goodwood.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
As a companion tonight. Small creatures prick ears and tremble with fright. A sleek velvet phantom is making its way. Through shadows, eyes gleaming, it's searching for prey. Masterful strides on dark forest tracks. The prince of the jungle is poised to attack. His muscles a ripple. his heart pumping fast. The Spectre, he's ready, his appetite vast. Feline musk impregnates the air. Razor-sharp teeth are suddenly bared. Like lightning he pounces, like thunder his roar. A sound full of power, great might to the fore. Darkness's embrace caresses the cat. The growl is replaced, a purr in its stead. All sated, the phantom is slinking away. As dawn's pearly light prepares a new day.
In our bid to make Sky Sports even better, we enlisted the help of the ultimate hero of sport. No, not him. Him. There were some interesting ideas. Drone cam.
This is ludicrous.
Sofa ref. The sensation suit. In the end, the simplest idea was also the best. A new European football channel. And that's not all. 2 years free Sky Broadband Unlimited for our Sky Sports customers. Go to sky.com/2yearsfree to find out more. Sky. Believe in better.
Contact us on Twitter using the hashtag FOS to share your comments, photos and videos, and we'll be reading out a selection of those tweets over the course of the weekend. Cars all safely back down into the paddock, and we'll be underway again. And we turn our attention to endurance racing, long distance legends and Le Mans racers. Batch 5 in your programme, so classes 20, 21, 22 and 23. So we have sports prototypes from the years 1965 to 81. We have the iconic Group C cars that were so wonderful in the period 1982 to 1992. We have our post-Group C prototypes, including the latest all-singing, all-dancing hybrid Audi R18 e-tron Quattro Le Mans winner. We have Porsche's 919 hybrid as well, and Mark Webber is due to come out to play in that. And we have our modern GT races comprising Jaguar, Mercedes, McLaren, Toyota, Bentley, Ford, Nissan and Aston Martin. So really an incredible lineup of cars in the next batch, and they're making their way down to the start line. It's a very formulaic system. The cars come out of their paddocks, go down to the start line, turn around and line up down there alongside Toby Moody, who is the eyes and ears of the commentary team in that wonderful vantage point down there. As I'm up in the main box on the approach to Morecambe with Marcus Pye, and Marcus, I can see the Audi R18 e-tron Quattro of Le Mans winning fame, just a few weeks ago. It's a tradition, isn't it, at the festival, where the Le Mans winner turns up, and it's usually still dirty.
Absolutely, absolutely. And we've got all the three protagonists from this year's Le Mans 24 Hours with us, which is amazing. And there, that on the screens, the sculpture is staggering, isn't it?
It's funny, isn't it? I'm only just getting used to seeing that. It never occurred to me that they would try to go over the house in the previous 21 iterations of this event, but there they have.
It's just jaw-dropping in its humongousness.
Lord March was telling one of our guys, Chris Druitt, on the radio, that the house. A gang of enormous cranes hoisted that thing over.
And the man came in with his giant-sized socket set.
Yes.
It's lovely seeing those Surtees cars. The TS7 is a beautiful little car, isn't it?
It's stunning. Yeah.
Yeah.
They built some great cars. Never managed to win at World Championship level. Successful in Formula 2, of course. Mike Hailwood taking the European title in '72. And Formula 5000, some good wins scored by a great roster of drivers on John's books.
Well, the sun is shining. I'm positioned here on the start line. Henry Marcus, as you know, it was a little cool first thing this morning when the first car went up the hill at 8:30, but now there's a bit more blue sky over our heads.
Toby, I'm just going to, sorry to interrupt you there, mate.
Not a problem,
I'm warning you in advance of throwing to the red arrows in 30 seconds, so...
I'll leave it to you.
And you know what these guys are like, they're absolutely on the button, aren't they? So in about 15 seconds time, I'll be handing over to squadron leader Mike Ling, who's up on the top of the house down on Goodwood House, and we will be welcoming for the first time the staggering RAF Red Arrows. Okay, let me introduce to you squadron leader Mike Ling.
Well, a very good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. I am squadron leader Mike Ling. I'm Red 10, the ground supervisor with the Royal Air Force aerobatic team, the Red Arrows. I'll be talking you through this afternoon's display and getting you looking in the right direction to make sure you enjoy the full spectacle. I'm just about to hear what display Red 1 will start with here. The cloud is breaking nicely, hoping we're going to get a full display, but he'll determine how the cloud will affect them. Well, I have checked in with Red 1. All 9 jets are airborne from Bournemouth Airport, and they're getting ready now to display bang on the dot of 12 o'clock. So, ladies and gentlemen, please get your cameras ready. Let's have a big round of applause for the Royal Air Force aerobatic team for 2014, the Red Arrows!
Coming left, now. Holding the bank, now tight, big.
They arrive in a shape called Big Battle. The jets in that formation are around 20 feet apart, and they are flying at 400 miles an hour. Towards the north now, you'll see the jets collapse to around 6 to 8 feet apart as they form a short diamond formation. At the front of the formation is Red 1. He's squadron leader Jim Turner. It's his 3rd year as the team's leader. He's a former Jaguar pilot, but he's very experienced in the display world, having displayed the Jaguar, spent 3 years previously with the Red Arrows, and spent 3 years as the Royal Saudi Air Force's official advisor.
4 and 5, roll.
Reds 4 and 5 pitch up to roll back rapidly into a shape called Apollo.
Coming left, now. Holding the bank, now tight, big. Eagle, stop,
You hear Reds 2 and 3 acknowledge the move to Eagle, and they do that with a very metronomic cadence in their voices. The idea is that they say 2 and 3, And on 4 in their heads, all the pilots extend their air brakes. And on 6, they retract their air brakes, and that enables the 3 aircraft on each wing to drop back in unison to form the shape of the American fighter jet, the F-15 Eagle. And from the right-hand side now, get your cameras ready as they present Eagle.
Coming. Right. Now. All day, right. Now, tight. Okay. Right there. Good. Setting it out. Reversing. Left. Now.
Well, it's a very special year for the Red Arrows. 2014 is the Red Arrows' 50th display season. And in that time, the team have performed over 4,500 public displays in 56 countries. Our primary role is to demonstrate the strength and relevance of the Royal Air Force, but our secondary roles include defence diplomacy overseas, supporting British industry and helping to recruit for the British military. Out to the left now, Reds 4 and 5 have moved forward slightly. This is another shape, and it's named after the Russian fighter jet, the Su-27. The NATO code word for the Su-27 is flanker. So in from the left now, the smoke's about to come on in flanker.
Coming left. Now. Holding right. Now, tight. Okay.
You can hear that cadence in Red 1's voice. The idea of Red 1 using that cadence is to give the pilots on the outside of the formation an indication of how to anticipate their control inputs. The smoke's on now as the team form a very wide shape. This one's called Phoenix, and from Red 8's right wing through to Red 9's left wing, the formation measures around 100 metres, or around 300 feet. So it's very important that the outside pilots use Red 1's voice cadence to anticipate their controls. But now in from the left, let's have a big patriotic round of applause as they present Phoenix. On the leader's right wing is the first of our 2 first-year pilots for 2014. He is Red 2, Flight Lieutenant Stu Campbell. Stu used to be an instructor on the Tucano aircraft and in fact was the Tucano display pilot previously. He then moved on to the Tornado GR4, which he flew operationally. To the right there, the smoke's on as the team form our trademark shape. And as they come in from our right 45 degrees, they will present the Diamond 9.
Letting it out. Rolling out. Clear from go. Coming right. Now.
This is Diamond. Well, we fly the majority of our formations with the odd-numbered pilots on the left-hand side. The even-numbered pilots fly on the right-hand side. And in their 3-year tour with the team, the pilots will generally start at the front near the leader, and as their proficiency improves, they move further back in the formation. On the leader's left wing right now is the other of our first-year pilots. He is Red 3, Flight Lieutenant Joe Hurston. Joe used to be an instructor on the Hawk aircraft. He's also flown operationally in the Tornado GR4, and in fact, he's the only pilot on the team to have instructed on both this version of Hawk, the Hawk T Mark 1, and also the Royal Air Force's new advanced jet trainer, the BAE Systems Hawk T Mark 2. But now to the left, in a very iconic shape, the smoke's about to come on as they show you Concorde.
Coming left. Now. Holding right. Now, right. Okay.
The smoke comes on now as the 3 aircraft on each wing move forward again, this time to form the shape of Feathered Arrow. Feathered Arrow is a bit of a mouthful to say on the radio, so we shortened it to Fred. In from the left-hand side now, this is Fred. Well, that is the end of the first half of the Red Arrows display, ladies and gentlemen. You've seen the flat display so far this afternoon. And in that time, you've seen all 9 aircraft performing close formation, flypasts and bends. But we're now going to be splitting the formation down into sections of 2, 3, 4, 5 or 7 aircraft and show you some more dynamic manoeuvring. At the front of the formation are Reds 1 to 5. We call them Enid, after Enid Blyton's famous 5. And at the back are Reds 6 to 9, who we call Jippo. Jippo was the nickname of the first pilot who led the 4-ship when the Red Arrows started officially flying 9-ship displays in 1968. But now look over to the east, get your cameras ready. Reds 1 to 5 at the top with Jippo underneath. The smoke comes on, get ready for the detonator. Enid split. And keep your eyes on Jippo underneath. With his smoke changing from red to white on the left-hand side is Red 6 and leader of the synchro pair, Flight Lieutenant James McMillan. It's McZee's 3rd and final year with the team. He was actually brought up in New Zealand. He joined the Royal Air Force in 2002 and became a Hawk flying instructor and Harrier GR9 pilot. Chasing Red 6 on the left is Red 8, and if you look right with the smoke on is Red 7, followed by Red 9. Now these 4 aircraft are descending to just treetop height. They're closing at around 850 miles an hour. Time to get your cameras ready for the amazing Jippo pass. The synchro pair leave their smoke on. They're now turning away from us at 6G, or 6 times the force of gravity, meaning everything in their bodies weighs 6 times more than normal. Those pilots work hard to counter the G-forces. They roll out back towards us and fly the Cyclone. As the synchro pair now slingshot to the front, look to your left for Enid. The wings of Enid drop down to form an inverted V-shape, but if you look to your right, there's a lone jet. Here's Red 9, who's going to perform the Goose. Climbing steeply with a red, white and blue stripe is Red 9, Flight Lieutenant Mike Child. It's Mike's 3rd and final year as a Red Arrow. He's another former Hawk flying instructor. He's been the Hawk display pilot, and operationally he flew the Typhoon, the Royal Air Force's new multi-role combat aircraft. Enid climbs steeply to our right. Look out to the front to find Red 6, 7 and 8. Red 7 and 8 start to roll around Red 6 before they split. Get ready for the vortex. Through the middle of the vortex with his white smoke on is Red 8 Flight Lieutenant Martin Pert. It's Purty's third and final year as a Red Arrow, another former Hawk flying instructor, Hawk display pilot, and Harrier GR9 pilot. Watching the synchro pair again this time, they're going to descend back to treetop height. They're going to close at around 800 miles an hour. They're going to perform the opposition barrel roll. Flock of crows airborne on the line, currently around. Coming in left and right, the synchro pair and the opposition barrel roll. Now keep looking right to find Enid, who have been joined by Reds 8 and 9. The smoke comes on, they're about to change the colour to perform the revolution.
Rolling now. Right, now.
Each of the pilots in the revolution there performing an aileron roll manoeuvre, which essentially is a full left-hand control column input to roll the aircraft around its longitudinal axis.
Indigo flat.
Enid back in big battle with 8 and 9 now. Look left and right for the synchro pair. This time, Red 6 comes from the right-hand side and Red 7 from the left-hand side. Their closing speed is around 800 miles an hour. They're going to cross 3 times in opposing 360-degree 6G turns. This is the carousel. Notice that the pilots swap their smoke colours at each of these 3 crosses using the aircraft's individual colour control buttons on the control column. Looking right 45 degrees now to find Enid, who are stepping down from top to bottom into line astern, Reds 1 to 5.
Coming right now.
And they come right in line astern to present the helix. The idea now in the helix is that Reds 2 to 5 hide behind Red 1 smoke. Now they acknowledge the move to leaders' benefits. When we fly these aircraft only 6 feet away from each other, the pilots aren't looking at the jet next to them, but every pilot has their own individual reference on the leaders' aircraft. With Reds 4 and 5 forward, this shape is known as leaders' benefit.
Letting it out, rolling out.
So as Enid roll out in leaders' benefit, keep looking left to find Jippo. Red 6 and 7 roll upside down in close formation.
8 and 9, roll, go.
And here go Reds 8 and 9. This is the corkscrew. Red 7 there working hard, flying his jet only 8 feet away from Red 6, but doing it while he's upside down. Now look back over to the left-hand side to find Enid. The inside pilots perform tight match rolls to the outside of the formation in the rollbacks. Enid finished their rollbacks, keep looking in the same direction to find Jippo. Once again, Red 6 and 7 roll upside down. The idea now is that Reds 8 and 9 will match them underneath. This is Mirror. Red 6 give the command to roll out as they form a 4-ship square card formation. But now look to your right, 45 degrees. Reds 1 to 4 form a box formation. And here goes Red 5. He's going to roll around the rest of Enid a dozen times in the twister. Getting very dizzy with the red smoke on is Red 5, Flight Lieutenant Steve Morris. It is Steve's second year with the team. He's a former Hawk instructor. He's flown both the Harrier GR9 and the Tornado GR4 operationally before donning his red suit last year. Look directly to the front now. Get your cameras ready. Reds 8 and 9 pitch up to roll around Reds 6 and 7 before they split in the Jippo break. With his smoke changing from blue to white on the right-hand side is Red 7, Synchro number 2, Flight Lieutenant Mark Lawson. It's Mark's second year with the team. His background is solely on the Tornado GR4, where he spent 3 tours and became a qualified weapons instructor. Well, the synchro pair now descending back to treetop height for their final maneuver of the display. These are the double rolls. Ladies and gentlemen, the synchro pair. Now look directly to the front, where you'll see Enid being joined by Reds 8 and 9 for the display's finale. They are in a 7-ship Vixen formation. And this is the Vixen break. You've been watching the Royal Air Force aerobatic team, the Red Arrows. Red 1's going to put his smoke on. He's going to gather all 9 aircraft back together, and they're going to recover to Bournemouth Airport, where our team of engineers will turn the aircraft ready for tomorrow's display. If you'd like to meet the Red Arrows pilots, they'll be coming back to the Goodwood Festival of Speed site for around about 2 o'clock. So come to the Aviation Village for around about 2 o'clock. You can meet the pilots. Also, if you'd like to buy a limited edition squadron print, they have our new tail fin, our 50th anniversary tail fin. They'll be for sale in the Aviation Village if you'd like to come and meet the pilots and purchase one of those prints. Well, that's not it, ladies and gentlemen. They're going to give you one last fly past before they go back to Bournemouth. They'll be coming in from our right-hand side in just a couple of minutes' time. But when they fly past, the pilots are going to have their air brakes extended in this formation. The air brake essentially is a big panel that hangs down at the back of the jet, and it causes drag to slow the aircraft down. A secondary effect of having the air brake extended is the need to have a higher power setting to maintain speed. And in turn, that higher power setting gives us a very deep red and blue colour in our smoke. We produce the smoke by just injecting diesel fuel into the aircraft's 400-degree engine exhaust, and the higher the power setting, the hotter the engine and therefore the deeper the colour. The white smoke is just pure diesel fuel, and then to get the red and blue colours, we simply add a dye to the diesel. In each aircraft, we can carry 5 minutes of white smoke and a minute each of red and blue. So looking out to the right-hand side, they'll come back for one last fly past in big battle formation. And if you can give them a big round of applause when the coloured smoke comes on. So now in from your right-hand side for the last time this afternoon at the Goodwood Festival of Speed, it's the Royal Air Force aerobatic team, the Red Arrows. Ladies and gentlemen, that's it from me for the afternoon. Thank you very much for watching and for listening. We'll hopefully see you after 2 o'clock down in the Aviation Village. But now I wish you all the very best on behalf of the Royal Air Force and from everyone at the Red Arrows. Enjoy your afternoon.
Our thanks to Squadron Leader Mike Ling and the extraordinary, the iconic and historic and frankly rather fabulous RAF Red Arrows. An amazing display high above this huge site. Massive crowds already down there in front of the house. Many of you marvelling, I'm sure, at the extraordinary structure that goes all the way over the house. The latest from the skill of Jerry Judah. We have the end of the batch, so hopefully you've seen a large number of sports prototypes, GT and endurance racers. They're going to be coming back down the hill in a few moments. And as usual, Bruce Jones has been up at the top of the hill gathering interviews from our batch of sports car aces. Let's go up there and join Bruce and see who he's got up there.
Kenny Brett, great to see you again at the Festival of Speed. Quite a sort of hippie colour scheme you got on this long-tailed McLaren.
It is. I think this is the development car that McLaren used for when they did this car. So it's, I guess they came up with it.
When you came to the top of the hill, you took a while to get out. Are you still learning how all the controls of the car in there?
I was trying to find the ejector seat button, but I couldn't find it.
Obviously, McLaren having a huge celebration here at the Festival of Speed. Just an incredibly broad history, but with a car like this, when it arrived in 1995 in the short bodywork, it just hit the ground and was just right immediately, wasn't it?
Yeah, it's a great car. You know, it's quite good balanced, and it's fast. It's got no driver aid, so you're on your own in there, you know. And I enjoy that because the new cars now have so many things on there. You nearly don't know how to drive them anymore. You don't know what to expect when something happens. At least here it's predictable. You're in the driver's seat, so I kind of enjoy it very much, actually.
And here, of course, it's just you, the controls, and a flint wall. That's all.
Yeah, well, yeah. Let's hope no one gets close to that one. But yeah, it's a challenging course. You know, you have cold tires. You have no practice. You just sort of drive seat of the pants, drive up the hill, and see how it goes. Yeah.
Well, and you've driven it in so many different things. No run can be like any other. Kenny, keep on enjoying the Festival of Speed, and we'll see you through the weekend.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Jan Mardenborough, not quite hot from Le Mans, but it's not long since. But of course, for some people, the weekend after Le Mans was the Nürburgring 24 hours. And I believe this GTR is bearing the battle scars.
Yeah, this car's come back from the Nürburgring 24-hour race, and it's fresh with all its war rooms. And yeah, we had a
famous German driver, do a bit of damage, but great to have the GT3 car here, and first time for me going up the hill in this car, and I've watched Goodwood on the TV for the past few years, and I've always wanted to come here, so really happy I'm here.
Okay, so you're in the world's greatest mixture of cars here. What's catching your eyes? I mean, what age were you when you started really getting into racing?
Probably about 8 or 9 years old, I started watching motor racing. I used to watch a lot of British touring cars, a lot of GT racing, so I see that CLK Mercedes that raced in GT1. There's a few, the 1998 Porsche 911 GT1 here, the XJ220. I mean, this Aston Martin Le Mans car here, which sounds amazing. It's perfect to me. I'm a car enthusiast. I'm a petrol head, and to be around this great event it's perfect for me.
Obviously, you could have come here as LMP2 winner at Le Mans. You had a really, really good run, and it just started unravelling in the final few hours, didn't it?
Yeah, we led for 19 hours, and we had I think a 30-pound part to let go on as a spark plug. So yeah, it's a little bit difficult to take. You know, the joke to guys are here if they're winning car. It could have been our leisure here. You never know. But anyway, it was a fantastic event to do, and I'll be back next year.
Jan, best of luck. Thanks for talking to us.
I'm David Coulthard, and we're here at Goodwood House. I have an AMG SLS Black Series, and we're going to go and discover the famous hill climb. As we go across the start, we cross some bricks from the Indianapolis Motor Speedway, so a piece of history as you start this climb into turn 1. Quite an open right-hander, and you build the speed through the crossroads. This will be taken almost flat by those committed. Up past the house, this fantastic view. And then through a fast left-hand kink into what is one of the most tricky corners on the hill climb. It's called Molecombe. And it's difficult because you're coming over a blind rise and then breaking into the apex of a left-hander. A lot of people have been caught out there over the years as the drivers try to push the limits as they attack the hill. We then rise up towards the flint wall, and what makes this particularly difficult is we go under the trees, we lose visibility, and it seems that you're driving directly into a flint wall. You then open out into the bright sunlight again, and then into Birdless Grove, and it's a right-hander, then another left-hand kink. Nick Heidfeld, who has the lap record at 41.6 set in 1999, was doing 150 miles an hour through the left kink, and then 170 miles an hour as he crossed the finish line. It really is an exhilarating climb.
In our bid to make Sky Sports even better, we enlisted the help of the ultimate hero of sport. No, not him. Him. There were some interesting ideas. Drone cam.
This is ludicrous.
Sofa ref. The sensation suit. In the end, the simplest idea was also the best. A new European football channel. And that's not all. 2 years free Sky Broadband Unlimited for our Sky Sports customers. Go to sky.com/2 years free to find out more. Sky. Believe in better.
Contact us on Twitter using the hashtag FOS to share your comments, photos and videos, and we'll be reading out a selection of those tweets over the course of the weekend.
Well, what a glorious day it's shaped up to be here at Goodwood. It's delightful in the sunshine now that it's finally decided to come out. Hopefully you're having a fantastic time and you're busy tweeting all of your pictures and your selfies and everything to do with Goodwood. Remember, the hashtag is FOS, or you can tweet at FOS Goodwood as well. Those are 2 ways of getting in touch with us, and plenty of you have been doing that. Just to pick out some of your tweets so far today, thank you very much to Wotton55, that's James Wotton, who says, on the train to FOS, excited to see Peugeot live at Peugeot UK. Oh, forgetting a little stop at McLaren F1 as well. Another question in here from Matthew Wise. Remember, you can ask us questions if you want to about what you're seeing, if you're watching the live stream as well. Saying, at Fos Goodwood, what would be faster up the hill? Front, rear, or four-wheel drive? Hashtag Fos. So, I know a man who can answer this. Henry Hope Frost, you've been commentating all morning. You must know, surely. Front, rear, or four-wheel drive, the fastest way to the top of the hill?
Well, I tell you what, Jenny, it really depends what you're in and what configuration of transmission you're running. But I can tell you that looking at the top 10 times from the record books, they're all rear-wheel drive. Nick Heidfeld was fastest in the McLaren Mercedes. We've got a hill climb Gould, we've got Jaguar Group C cars, we've got a Williams, a Leighton House, a Tyrrell Formula One car. So the top 7 are rear-wheel drive. But of course, if it's raining, then four-wheel drive will probably be quicker. And of course, Sebastian Loeb is coming up, isn't he, in the extraordinary Peugeot 208 T16 Pikes Peak car, which is four-wheel drive. So that may well be the fastest this weekend.
Wasn't there a bit of a trick question in there, Henry? Because Jonathan Palmer, didn't he use the six-wheel Williams FW08? So that was four-wheel drive, but rear-wheel drive.
Yes, nice point, Moody. Yes, well done.
There's always one waiting to jump in, isn't there?
Do you know what? Marcus Pye's just thrown a curveball in and said that he thought that only 2 of those 4 rear wheels on that Williams were driven.
Like when the March first ran. So it's press demo. Who knows?
Well, hey, Jenny, that's opened an enormous can of worms for you. So I don't know how you're going to answer that chap in 140 characters.
Well, thank you very much for trying anyway. So yes, we love to open a can of worms and get the commentators all pontificating between themselves. Thank you as well to Dougie Lampkin, who's been in touch at Dougie Lampkin, saying another day in paradise, just about to get going at Fos Goodwood, hashtag gas, hashtag Fos. Hopefully you've had a chance to make your way down to the gas arena. We'll be going there shortly to have a look at all the action and adrenaline-packed things going on. And finally, thank you very much to Amit Mandalia, one of our regulars that gets in touch quite a lot with us, saying, at Fos Goodwood, here's a Fos selfie with Carol Vorders. So Carol Vorderman, we've asked you to get in touch with us with your selfies. You can do the hashtag Fos selfie, and hopefully, just like Amit, you can feature up on the big screen as well. And coincidentally, we've been catching up with Carol Vorderman as well. She gave her numbers to Ben.
What a pleasure to see Carol Vorderman here at the Goodwood Festival of Speed. Carol, yes, exactly. What a great place to watch the Red Arrows. Tell us why you're here.
Well, I'm here for the motor vehicles, for all kinds, really, and the cars. I'm a complete petrol head, and engineering is my thing, always has been since university, and also to see the arrows. Best. Are there certain cars that you're looking forward to seeing specifically here? I've fallen in love with a 1959 Maserati down there. It matches my booties in colour, so I thought, yeah, that would be very nice. But it's probably about £4 pounds or something.
That's in the Cartier Style Lux, which means it's one of the best cars there is.
I know, yeah, it looks it too. But they're fantastic cars. I mean, it's just everything. You're standing on here, you're seeing the red arrows, this incredible structure here. Everybody milling around, have a fantastic time. Beautiful old F1 cars coming up past, just extraordinary. And then there was somebody on a motorbike, I wish I knew who it was earlier, doing the most incredible stunt driving. Did you see that?
Absolutely, yeah.
Whoa!
And have you had a chance to go up to the rally stage at all and have a look at those cars?
Not yet, but I'm hoping to go up the hill climb in a Jaguar this afternoon.
Very nice. You got a right. Do you know who that's with? It is a safe driver for you.
Yes, safe driver. Yeah.
Very good. And you.
I was here a few weeks ago, going around the track on a special day in all sorts of different vehicles, including the Noble and the Ferrari Speciale and all sorts of different things.
So what car does Carol Vorderman drive on the road? Is it a sensible car?
Actually, because I live in Bristol and I just do little city driving, to be honest, because then I fly myself if I'm going any distance from one place to another. So I have a tiny little Toyota IQ and I'm getting an electric car next week.
One?
The Ampera, the Vauxhall. So it'd be an interesting little process that. I always used to drive like the XKRs and that sort of thing, but because I just poodle now around, and then I go to a track to see the real, machines. Yeah.
Carol, thank you very much for your time and enjoy the rest of the time in Goodwood.
Thank you.
Well done, Jenny and Ben, out there on the site in various places, catching up with all sorts of great characters and stars here on Festival Friday. We're going to have another quick word with our guys, Xavier and Tony, up on the rally stage, and what a wonderful queue, a Martini Lancia 037.
Henry Toyvan drove for Lancia, Marco Alain, Walter Roll in fact drove for them as well. And I mean, you find that a lot of the top of the drivers moved back and forth between teams as technology progressed.
Zav, Tony, not sure if you can hear me.
As Terry Maynard comes up to the end.
Can't hear me at the moment. Well, hopefully we'll get that rectified soon. We wait for our final batch of cars, which is our Michelin Supercar run, now very much a traditional part of the Goodwood Festival of Speed, and our first glimpse, which are some of the weird and wonderful prototypes that are making their first public appearance here at the Festival of Speed. And for the first time this year, the Michelin Supercar run is timed, so expect some quick climbing from some of the quicker supercars, all of which have got good drivers in them. And I'll be joined in a few minutes by Mike Duff, who is the European editor of Car and Driver magazine. He will have lots of news and views about some of these amazing cars. Details in your programmes. Do make sure you get a copy of the programme. It's a wonderful complement to the event. Comes with a free radio, so you can keep up with commentary wherever you happen to be standing, whether it's noisy or not. And in the programme is a supplement with details of all the cars and drivers in class order, some of which are coming to run on the hill, some of which are static in the paddock, but either way you can get up pretty close to some of these great machines. Let's see if we can talk to Xavier and Tony up there as we look at a Martini liveried Lancia 037. Wow, chaps.
Yeah, it's superb. We've had everything really from modern WRC cars to, a Bettiger car here, a fantastic supercar that was usurped by the Audi Quattro. But those colours now seen again with Williams in Formula One. Fantastic colours to see them, but it's just the noise, Henry, of those cars. And then we've got Race to Recovery, Help for Heroes. We've got a big variety. It's great to have the off-road vehicles as well.
Yeah, I mean, again, we keep saying about the varying diversification of what we have here. It's superb. Over 80 cars, we see everything at all. And I mean, we've seen some terrific performances. A battle, as we know from earlier on, about fastest stage time on that. We've had updates from Rally Poland, where
Guys, I'm going to have to jump in there, sorry. We've got to get back to action on the hill climb. We've got the first of our Michelin Supercars on the hill. We'll talk to you later on. Thank you, guys.
Anthony Reid, first driver up the hill. He did a 53-second run earlier today, Henry, so he's got his eye in.
Yes, indeed. I'm joined by Mike Duff, European editor of Car and Driver. Mike, good to see you. An amazing lineup of cars yet again at the Festival of Speed.
An absolutely amazing lineup of cars. This really is the place to come if you want to see some of the most special cars in the world. You're not going to find this at any motor show, it's fair to say.
And on the back of the moving motor show, which is now really a massive, massive deal, it's taken over really, hasn't it, as a global motor show. All the manufacturers want to be here. This is the place to come and show off.
Well, exactly. It is Britain's motor show, really, isn't it? We've got cars making their international debut here of the sort that we just wouldn't see anywhere else in the UK.
And that's a wonderful shot. They glimmer in the sunshine of the McLaren P1. That really has sort of ripped the goalposts off the pitch and run off with them and put them somewhere else, hasn't it?
It's an amazing car. It's somewhere beyond amazing, in fact. It's hard to think of superlatives to apply to it. I think it's being driven at the moment by Ollie Marriage from Top Gear magazine, so all the best with that one, Ollie, because frankly, 917 brake horsepower, what an amazing thing.
If he bends it, he has to buy it, of course.
And this is the MSO version of the new McLaren Spider, so the one prepared by McLaren Special Operations, just a little bit faster, just a little bit quicker, and also, you have to say, one of the best looking cars they've produced.
Absolutely. And we've got a good lineup of handy drivers, haven't we, this time, because the Michelin Supercar run is timed, which it traditionally hasn't been.
Yeah, I mean, that's a very interesting change for this year. It's fair to say that in the past there's been some variation in the quality of the driving, looking back a long time ago. Obviously now everybody is a properly pucker driver who's on the hill, and I think that will be reflected in the pace that some people are taking up there.
Well, Derek Bell now leaves the line in the Bentley GTV 8S, 5 times a Le Mans winner in the 70s and 80s. If anybody knows their way up Goodwood, it'll be Derek Bell. He did his very first ever motor race here at Goodwood at the circuit.
Looked like his passenger was wearing a Derek Bell inspired lid as well. And this is the LaFerrari, isn't it? In a colour I've not seen it in before.
I think that's actually JK's LaFerrari. What a lucky man he is.
Oh, of Jamiroquai fame, yeah. So again, the fastest, most expensive, most sophisticated, high-tech, almost unaffordable Ferrari.
Yes, you have to be a very, very special customer to get one of these. You have to be one of Ferrari's VIP customers, which means that you're already going to have a garage full of Ferraris to have even been invited to buy a LaFerrari.
Yeah. Incredible, absolutely incredible.
We're very lucky here that we've got all three of the newly launched hybrid supercars. We've got the Ferrari LaFerrari, the McLaren P1, and also the Porsche 918. And these cars really are redefining the top end of the performance league. I think it's fair to call them hypercars, unless you can think of an even better superlative to apply to them.
But there's a relevance now, isn't there, in the hypercar market of clean, ozone, eco-friendly technology. It's no longer acceptable to have the biggest capacity, the most horsepower, and the most fuel-burning machine. It's all about hybrids, isn't it? Energy recovery.
It's an interesting alternative battle that we're seeing here, that these cars, and we're actually looking at the 918 here in Martini livery, these cars are not just capable of astonishing performance, but actually if you look at their official CO2 figures, which admittedly you're not going to achieve all the time driving them normally, they're all far, far cleaner than any previous generation supercar has been.
Looks great, doesn't it? In Martini stripes. Of course, Porsche back at Le Mans this year with the 919 Spider leading the race until 2 or 3 hours to go on Sunday morning. A great return for a manufacturer with a record 16 wins in the 24 hours.
Some people really going for a time, and other people having a bit of a showboat, as we have just seen off the line with this Sin R1. But I have to say that the Porsche 918 that we saw the car before, that was extremely, extremely quick off the line. It'll be interesting to see their times when they come up.
Yeah. Mike, the Sin. Who, what, where, when, why?
The Sin, I believe we're actually looking at the Arashis, the yellow car. The Sin, formerly a German manufacturer, they've recently relocated to Hinckley in the UK. So it's another British sports car. It's mid-engined and features a Chevrolet V8, which you can have in a variety of different flavours, different power outputs. Quite an interesting looking thing, and also considering the segment it's in, you'd have to say it looks quite affordable. We're told it's £60,000 before local taxes, so you'll have to factor the VAT on top of that. But nevertheless, for a 450 horsepower mid-engine supercar, that's not bad at all.
Absolutely, and another of the extraordinary LaFerrari Italian machines on the hill. Haven't seen one in the flesh before, and now I've seen two in as many minutes. Nice.
There's nowhere else in the world other than perhaps Maranello where you'd see two LaFerraris in such quick succession, I think. And it's so good to hear this one being driven properly as well. What an astonishing engine.
Incredible, yeah, right, safely across the line. They come thick and fast.
And we might be, for a moment, at the Nordschleife on a quiet Tuesday afternoon with the disguised livery of this Nissan GT-R Nismo on the line, Henry. And that leaves the line, my goodness me. That was a very, very quick launch off the line. Already it's out of sight through the first corner as it rushes up towards the house. There are some serious times that are going to be thrown down at the end of this batch.
Yeah, this is the GT-R Nismo, isn't it?
This is actually the Nismo Time Attack, which is an even more hardcore version of the Nismo.
If one were needed.
If one were needed, yes. So if the GT-R Nismo isn't quite fast enough around the Nordschleife for you, then this car should be even faster.
And using all of the road as he gets towards the top of the hill as well, isn't he?
Well, that's what it's there for, of course. A slightly more standard-looking Nissan GT-R following it up safely through Moulcombe. Bruce will be catching up with some of the drivers of these cars, particularly the better-known ones, and find out a little bit more about what you've just seen on the course.
I know that Chris Hoy is in one of the GTRs. I think it is actually the Time Attack that he's in at this run.
Okay.
If so, that's a very, very committed drive he's putting in.
Yeah, Olympic cycling hero who's turned to racing and now competing in the British GT Championship with Nissan. Aims firmly on Le Mans 24-hour action in a few years.
And that is one of the sweetest driving cars you will find, the Lotus Exige V6 Cup. If you look at its power output, it looks relatively modest compared to anything else here, but of course,
doesn't
being
weigh
a Lotus,
anything, does
it weighs almost nothing.
Yeah.
Very, very fast car.
So when they finish their run, do these cars, do they go back to their various manufacturer stands? Have they got a home? Are they all kept together where you can go and have a close look?
Yeah, exactly. The supercar paddock is the place to go. You can get close to all the cars here and a few others as well, which aren't actually running up the hill.
Talking about running on the hill, sorry to interrupt. Here is the Koenigsegg Agera 1-1, reputedly capable of 273 miles an hour. My goodness me.
Not today. That would be brave.
It's hard to describe this car without superlatives, but the one statistic that stands out is Koenigsegg claim it's the first megacar, as in megawatt. It has a megawatt of power, and it has 1 horsepower for each kilogram of its weight, so 1,000 brake horsepower per tonne.
That's a good power-to-weight ratio. I'm not a mathematician, but even I know that.
I think there's quite a lot of stuff in the racing paddocks that doesn't get close to that.
No.
It's
273 miles an hour. You'll be going past Le Mans cars down the old Mulsanne Straight as if they were standing still, wouldn't you?
Absolutely, yeah. The first of the Koenigsegg's is across the line up to the top paddock. Mike, is Koenigsegg a a manufacturer very much in the ascendancy. Are they here to stay? Is it a serious operation?
I think absolutely. They've proved themselves now. Koenigsegg have been making cars for nearly 20 years out of Sweden, and it was founded by the man himself, Christian von Koenigsegg. Very much a sort of personal project based on his own passion for sports cars and for ultimate performance. And they don't produce that many cars, but they don't find any difficulty finding customers for the cars they do make.
It's a sort of market where they sell out before they finish making them, isn't it?
Exactly. I mean, the 1-1, you can't buy one now. Even if you wanted to, I'm afraid that you won't be able to buy one new from Koenigsegg. The entire allocation's already sold out.
Ferrari California now
California
on the hill,
T, isn't it? And we just saw the F12 Berlinetta, didn't we, go up? It's glorious Ferraris. We've got the 458 Speciale as well to see.
It is amazing to hear the Ferrari soundtrack bouncing back. Obviously, the California T is turbocharged, which is the first modern era Ferrari to be turbocharged since, I think, the F40. But you would have to say it still sounds pretty good, doesn't it?
Yeah. Yeah, the F40 was a V8 turbo, wasn't it?
Yes. In fact, the California, is also a V8 turbo.
So the F50 wasn't. That was a V12, wasn't it?
That was a V12.
That was out of the Formula 1 engine. The 1990 F1 car engine. So we're in the middle of our Michelin Supercar run and our first glance category, where many of the manufacturer prototypes as yet unseen are aired for the first time in public. Is this one of the BMW?
It is the i8. It is. First time I've seen one.
This is the new age supercar, yes, a 3-cylinder petrol engine in conjunction with a hybrid power pack.
And there's a nod to BMW Motorsport colours on the back there, isn't there? Has it got a bit of blue?
Got a bit of M fever going on.
Yes.
M power.
If you get a chance to listen to this car, it's not obviously as loud as lots of the other stuff we've just seen. It sounds really good, 3-cylinder engine. It sounds like half a high-revving V6. In fact, it sounds like a high-revving V6.
So is it part conventional combustion engine and part battery power?
Yes, it uses the 3-cylinder engine, which is charging the battery pack, and that's the combination that you're looking at, yeah.
We might get some shots of the extraordinary, as the Brabus G-Wagen, isn't it, that's on the course now.
And now we're looking at the Range Rover Sport SVR prototype. This is the future direction of Range Rover. It's the first product of Jaguar's new Special Vehicle Operations Division. Sorry, Jaguar Land Rover's new Special Vehicle Operations Division. And still wearing prototype disguise, but with a 5-litre V8. You can certainly tell that if you listen to it.
So our Michelin Supercar run well underway, which completes the morning runs of all the cars on the hill. We'll go right back to the beginning of the programme shortly and start again. So if you missed anything first time round, or you were busy having a nosy round one of the paddocks, and everything will be on the hill once again this afternoon.
Well, this Jaguar now coming up towards Moulcombe Corner. A rather fast way of transporting your luggage across Europe, just going to St Moritz for the weekend, as we have also seen other Jaguars in this this Michelin Supercar run, like the F-Type R. My fiance was lucky enough to drive one of those around Aragon circuit the other month. I wasn't too jealous, as you can imagine. Maseratis, Ferraris, a brand new BMW M5 and an M4 about to leave the line, as we've got the Audi with Mark Armstrong at the wheel just going through Molecombe Corner.
Just been handed a note that the Red Arrows have safely landed, and they will be back here signing at 2 o'clock in the Aviation Village. So if you're a Red Arrows fan and want to meet and greet some of the guys and get some autographs, then they'll be doing that in the Aviation Village at 2 o'clock.
Well, the Audi makes its way to the top of the hill. More Michelin Supercars leaving the start line, including the anniversary edition M5 with Steve Soper at the wheel.
Ah, Soper man.
You may hear over my microphone a brand new M4 leaving the line as well. So here is the M4 on Tiff Niddell at the wheel. That'll be an enthusiastic run, I rather fancy.
Yes, it will. Yes, that might need some new tyres later on.
Yes, well, he's normally doing that around Thruxton, isn't he? Tiff Niddell. Rush past a brand new addition to the M family with the M4. That's the 2-door, the M3 being the 4-door now. The smile on that passenger's face will stay there for a month.
Very, very squirmy over this rise and blind kink before Molecombe. It's difficult to get the perspective unless you are in a car charging up towards it.
There's a never-ending supply of these supercars, I've realised, because they are coming from behind my commentary position at the start line rather than from elsewhere up the hill as the Infiniti Eau Rouge Special Edition leaves the line now. They're coming out of the area where the cars were parked from the Moving Motor Show yesterday. So there is more and more of these supercars yet to come. Fantastic.
I know Christian Horner, Red Bull Racing Formula 1 team boss, is due to have a go in the Infiniti Q5 Eau Rouge at some point. Not sure if it's him at the wheel at the moment. It's difficult to see. Mike, is Infiniti a manufacturer growing places?
They're certainly trying very hard in the European market. We're seeing a lot of attention from them, and it's interesting that with cars like the Q50 Eau Rouge, which is obviously at the moment I believe it's still a concept of a performance saloon, but they're chasing that part of their market. They're looking to get enthusiasts on board, which I have to say is a good sign from our point of view.
Infiniti is to Nissan what Lexus is to Toyota, is that right?
Pretty much, yes.
Yes. They're much more independent and going it alone than they used to be. It was a brand extension previously, wasn't it? But now it's a proper manufacturer in its own right, a bit like Alpina.
Exactly, and it's got its own design teams, it's got its own marketing teams, and obviously if you buy an Infiniti, you're not buying it from an ordinary Nissan garage. It's a brand with a huge ambition, it's fair to say.
Porsche Cayman GTS on the course. Porsche, a stalwart supporter of the Festival of Speed.
And what a sweet handling little car this is. I mean, it's not one of the quickest things on the hill, but it really is one of the sweetest things you could drive.
Following it up is the new, looked like the new 911 Targa with that extraordinary glass roof.
If you get a chance to see the 911 Targa putting its roof through its paces, actually opening its roof, it is a piece of street theatre. It's truly spectacular.
Where does the glass go?
It gets slotted away behind the rear compartment, but everything opens up. It's very much like a Transformer robot. Everything opens up and it gets neatly slotted away.
Wow. So the Cayman GTS across the line and the 911 Targa there, right up behind. He's caught him up at the end of the climb there. That's the new Macan, isn't it?
That is indeed the new Porsche Macan. That's the Macan Turbo, the most powerful version. Porsche's compact SUV, so the Cayenne's little brother.
Some more book signing announcements for you. Lord March signing copies of the wonderful 20th anniversary book with all the anecdotes, pictures and memories from the first 20 years of the Festival of Speed that we celebrated last year. He's doing that at the moment in the Goodwood shop, which is next to the Porsche Cafe. He'll do it again tomorrow at 4:45 and again at 11:20 on Sunday if you're coming back either of the two weekend days. So Lord March signing copies of the 20th anniversary Goodwood Festival of Speed book in the Goodwood shop, and that's going on, due to finish any minute now. So be quick, you might get there and get your copy signed. Another reminder that the Red Arrows are going to be doing a signing session in the Aviation Village at 2 o'clock. Sounded brash and American and V8 powered.
I think that was the sound of a Ford Mustang.
I think you're right. And,
brand new Ford Mustang that sold out in minutes, did it not?
Yes. I mentioned Lexus before, didn't I? And here we are.
This is the RCF, which is a very cool new coupe with what looks like a carbon fibre bonnet.
It is carbon fibre, correct. It's unpainted. The shimmer of the fibres in the sunshine were reflected off the bonnet here at the start line, and as it makes its way up towards the top of the hill, it's followed up the hill by the Toyota GT86 by the 1989 British Rally champion at the wheel, David Llewellyn,
who was very, very side around Moulcombe.
Took the British Championship in a Toyota, 89. Believe that he won it in 90 as well.
Yeah, he did won it twice.
With a GT4, one of the early models, and he went very well in his day. I haven't seen Llewellyn for a while, so it's great to see him back behind the wheel here at the Goodwood Festival of Speed.
Vauxhall VXR, the big muscly front-engined machine, or if you're from Australia, it's a Holden Commodore. So that's a fun bit of kit, isn't it, the Vauxhall?
It's such a fun car to drive. It's such an old-fashioned combination, yet it still works. Big V8 engine. Not, you'd say, the most technically accomplished chassis, but it really doesn't matter when you've got that engine up front.
That's right, yeah. This is a car that I think is fabulous, based on the Polestar, the racing team, Swedish touring car racing team. This is the V60. The Vs are estates, aren't they, and the S's are saloons.
Exactly.
This is a really, really fun Volvo estate.
I know, and that's something you didn't think you'd be saying 25 years ago.
I believe we have the original Stig at the helm of this car.
This is going to be fun. This is the Ford Focus ST with a difference. We're going to go on board in this car, and we're going to... he's basically racing against somebody on a computer game. Gran Turismo 6, we'll have a split screen set up. You'll be able to watch on one of the big screens. There is our computer game player on the Ford stand with an onboard view and live inside the car, and it is a race to the top of the hill. And they're away. And in practice, I understand, the virtual driver had the edge, but let's see if the real car, which is ahead at the moment, coming through the first double apex right-hander into the second part of that in the car, and the game just touching the apex there now. And who's going to get under the bridge first? It's the car ahead of the game at the moment as they come. There's the onboard shot I was telling you about as you approach Moulcombe over the blind brow into the kink. Big set of lockups there from our NASCARs from earlier. The car is ahead coming out of Moulcombe as it heads towards the Flint Wall, which is a very quick and narrow right-left flick, keeping out of the wall, minding the bales on the other side. You have to be inch perfect. And it's still the car that is ahead at the moment through the long right-hander. Pop out into the sunshine once more. The long left-hander to finish and the car takes it by a whisker from the game. Great stuff. It shows how in a virtual world you can replicate driving on this tricky 1.1 mile hill climb course here at the Festival of Speed. That's the end of the batch. Our course cars are underway. My thanks to Mike Duff, European editor of Car and Driver. Thanks, Mike. Enjoy the rest of the day.
Thanks for having me.
Good stuff. Right, course cars to the top of the hill. We'll get some interviews from Bruce in a moment, and then we'll be back right to the beginning of our programme. Yes, indeed. Let's go up one more time to Bruce, who's been talking to some of the drivers from that previous batch, the Michelin Supercar run. Bruce, over to you.
Derek Bell, we're awash with bright and primary colours. You're wearing a green jumper next to a yellow car, but maybe you should be driving the green car that's next to us.
I know, well, I'm trying to be a little bit British along with Bentley, but of course we got the yellow car. But no, I don't. I was just a bit chilly this morning, so I threw it on, which is most unlike me to wear a bright sweater, but it's a bit sort of over the top, really, isn't it?
But tell us what you're leaning on, the GT V8S.
Yeah, it's the new one. It's the V8S, and it's, you know, it's so similar to the W12, but it has a different character. It's quite intriguing when you think there's 100 pounds difference in weight and 100 horsepower difference. This is slower in horsepower, but it's sharper. It's just a different sort of car. It's quite interesting, really.
But since this supercar run started a handful of years ago, it's just grown and grown and grown. But actually, the whole top end of the automotive market has gone, not berserk, but berserk in a wonderful way.
Well, yeah, it has, and I think what it's done is it's brought people out that were sitting back and not really coming up with anything much. And I mean, you're seeing the most amazing names reappearing, and the money they must be spending on developing the car is astronomical. When you know what goes into the Bentley and what goes into Ferraris and stuff like that, it's just amazing. I think it's remarkable. When you actually see the cars here, you realise you're never going to see this group anywhere else in the world, are you?
No, entirely. It's also quite good for up-and-coming drivers. They can tie themselves to a manufacturer, do a bit of development driving.
Yeah, well, I mean, in my day, I didn't think there was anybody you could work for, really, because the cars, you could never take them on the track back in the late 60s, you know, because nothing would run unless it was a racing car. Now, I mean, every car you've got in the world, you can take on the racetrack and drive it around fast, and it won't necessarily break on you. It might not be quick, but it won't break. So I think it's brilliant for young drivers. And what I think is also good is that they're allowed to drive the cars by the manufacturer. You know, in our day, young people were never, you know, can't let them in, they haven't got the experience. But now they have it because they've been driving since they were 8 on go-karts, so it's sort of come on a bit later.
Well, how the times changed. Derek, pleasure as always.
Thanks, Bruce. Thank you very much.
JK, the LaFerrari, very bright, but very quick too, I gather.
Yeah, it is. 963 brake horsepower available, and just trying to lay it down on this road, which seems to get smaller and smaller as you go up the hill. It was a challenge, but it all went well, and it's a fantastic thing. It only arrived on Tuesday, so I'm being very careful with it, very nice with it, you know, warming it up.
So these are your wheels?
These are my wheels, yeah. This is, it goes with the Enzo and the F40, so there's a sort of set, you know, forget that the F40 was 1988, 89, so. And then the Enzo 2003 and this 2014. So you see the progression, and it's well worth the wait of a decade for every single version, you know.
So you'll be ready for the next one when you're a little older?
When I'm a little older, yeah, that's right. Yeah, well, I've got some of the oldies. I've got an old 275 GTB 4-cam and a Lusso and an old GTE, which is what Enzo used to drive to work. So yeah, it's a few nice ones. A bit of a mix up with the old and the new, you know.
Are you allowed to look at any other cars from other manufacturers here?
I am allowed to look at them, yeah. But I'm sure Luca wouldn't like it if I went in them, because this is the number today. So.
And is yours unique in the bright green?
It's unique at the moment, yeah. I'm hoping that it's unique with the carbon fibre roof, which not many people have got, which was a different option, which I just felt made the car look a bit lighter on the top. I thought the black was quite heavy, so the factory did that for me. When the car came out, I shot down there in a Ferrari and did some begging, and it came off okay. So I'm very pleased. But hopefully, no one else will see it and go, "I'd like mine in green."
JK, pleasure talking to you. Enjoy the rest of the festival.
I will do. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Rupert Keegan, the supercar run is absolutely phenomenal here, and you're leading on perhaps one of the prettiest cars here, the Alfa Romeo 4C.
Yes, it's an absolutely fantastic car. Very small. Beautiful, very, very agile, and it's like a rocket ship, so it's amazing. So it's really good fun to do it.
Now, you're a man who's very busy at the moment. Do you want to tell people what you're up to?
Yeah, I'm making a documentary and a 6-part series, TV series it's called MadeItOutAlive.com. So it's really the 70s, 80s, Formula One, how we all made it out alive and had a good time, and obviously a bit of the bad sides as well. So it's coming on. It's great. We've done about 18 interviews already, and we hope to launch it next year at Cannes. That would be the idea.
Oh, how exciting. But while we're up here at the top paddock, obviously you have an allegiance with Alfa Romeo. What else catches your eye? Are you allowed to say?
Oh, I don't know. I think they all look very pretty, very nice, but Alfa is the best.
There you had it from Rupert Keegan. Rupert, thanks very much.
Thank you. Cheers.
In our bid to make Sky Sports even better, we enlisted the help of the ultimate hero of sport. No, not him. Him. There were some interesting ideas. Drone cam.
This is ludicrous.
Sofa ref. The sensation suit. In the end, the simplest idea was also the best. A new European football channel. And that's not all. 2 years free Sky Broadband Unlimited for our Sky Sports customers. Go to sky.com/2 years free to find out more. Sky. Believe in better.
Contact us on Twitter using the hashtag FOS to share your comments, photos and videos, and we'll be reading out a selection of those tweets over the course of the weekend. What a staggering lineup of supercars in our Michelin Supercar run, all lined up, snaking their way back down the course under the bridge in front of Goodwood House, where they'll return to their very own designated paddock, in which you're most welcome to go and peruse. And some nice burnouts from our Vauxhall VXR. Thank you very much indeed. Some weird and wonderful machines in the Michelin Supercar lineup, and of course our first glance prototypes, many of which have not been seen in public at all until this event. And it's now a tradition, isn't it, that we see some of these remarkable bits of kit that very much are a showcase of the future. We'll be turning the clock right back in a few moments. You can see on the big screen there some of the early heroes of motorsport history making their way all the way down under the start gantry to turn around at the bottom and queue up for another round. Well, we saw in that Michelin Supercar run, we saw the Ford Focus ST racing against a computer game version of the course, and Ben Constanduros has caught up with the lucky gamer.
So at the end of that Supercar run, a very interesting comparison between the real world and the gaming world, and it was Christian Somendy who was in the car driving, or not in the car, but in the simulator, right, driving against a real car. Christian, you're a professional gamer. What does that exactly mean?
Well, I think after a while, after so much playing, you end up being a professional gamer when you do a lot of racing for GT Academy, and probably because you spend so much time playing, you become professionals. I don't know if it's a real profession, but yeah, I guess you're a professional gamer.
And how was your tour up the hill there in the virtual Ford Fiesta?
I think it was an ST, Ford Focus.
You're right, it was a Focus ST. How was it?
I think it was normal, it was simple, because it's a production car, it's not really a racing car, so it's quite easy to go up the hill. It wasn't nothing.
But real life beat you by a fraction of a second there.
I don't know how
could
much
you find some more?
I think so, yeah, but you need more practice, obviously, because the track is so different from the game to the real life, because you don't feel the G-force, you're not afraid you're going to destroy the car, so I probably can find a bit more than he can find on the track.
Okay, good. Well, look forward to seeing that later on the weekend.
That's all right, I will.
Thanks very much.
No worries.
Ben Constanduros down there then with the gamer who lost out by a fraction to the real Ford Focus ST. So a little bit more practice and he'll give it another shot later on. Wonderful sights and sounds around the Festival of Speed site, including the extraordinary Mercedes sculpture celebrating 120 years of Mercedes-Benz in competition. And we've got an incredible lineup of some of their most historic cars, including the Grand Prix machines from the 1914 Grand Prix in France, in which they took a dominant 1-2-3.
The surviving three of the 5 cars here for your delectation at Goodwood. Extraordinary.
Yes. Value? Undiscussable.
Exactly.
Yes.
Like so much here, really.
Yes, absolutely right.
Unobtainium.
Mercedes just one of a number of milestones, anniversaries and celebrations that are coming thick and fast. We've got 40 years since McLaren's first world title, 50 years since John Surtees won the world title for Ferrari, 60th anniversary of the Jaguar D-Type. We've got the 40th anniversary of the iconic Suzuki RGB 500, but we are underway again with class 1, 2, 3 and 4.
This is Sally Mason-Steering, isn't it, in the Ferrari 166 Barchetta.
One of the very first driver and car combos to go up the hill in the inaugural festival in '93.
Yeah, absolutely.
And they've been
You've been to
coming.
them all, haven't you, Henry?
Absolutely, yeah. Yep.
Yes.
So that's the first of the cars underway then in the second appearance today of our pioneering giants, pre-war Grand Prix cars, classic endurance races and 100 years of Maserati. Second car underway in batch 1. Details of all these cars you will find in the supplement to the programme, which is a wonderful record of the who's, the what's, the when's and the why's. Classes 1, 2, 3 and 4. And they come in all different shapes and sizes, from the pioneering giants, the pre-war Grand Prix cars, classic endurance racers, and an incredible lineup of cars celebrating the Maserati centenary.
Yeah, this is Duncan Ricketts away in the Tipo 26M Maserati. Duncan Ricketts, who we see racing ERAs in VSCC events and at the revival meeting, but now in this glorious Maserati.
Yeah, it's definitely Duncan Ricketts' helmet, isn't it?
It is, and you can hear the supercharger winding under the bonnet.
Even though the caption said something different.
That's Duncan Ricketts.
A little bit scrappy into Molecombe, but he's okay.
He said a bit of a reboot coming out of it, I think.
Yes.
Thought about that.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. Duncan Ricketts there, confirmed on the screen. The clock is ticking. This is one of our timed cars. Number 52 in your programme.
There's a workshop up in Buckinghamshire Way where he does a lot of preparation with his priceless pre-war cars.
Yeah, we see him, don't we, in the very low line, streamlined ERA.
Yeah, GP1, yeah, absolutely.
Grand Prix car, yeah.
76.5 seconds for Duncan Ricketts. And that with a difficult run through. For the first time, the 250F. Lucas Huning in the very famous Fangio German Grand Prix winning car. It's 60 years this year since the first of the 250Fs hit the track in '54. Iconic design, straight six engine.
It's a Vittorio Giano shape, isn't it? It's
just
yeah.
Awesome.
Wonderful photograph of Fangio in action in the 250F in 1957 as he sped to his 5th and final world title. Described by Sir Sterling Moss as the nicest car to drive. Beautifully balanced, easy to drive. When he says easy, that's relative, isn't it?
Yeah,
that's
yeah. It looks so well balanced, doesn't it?
Yeah.
So the old adage, if it looks right, it probably is.
But it was a car that was used extensively by customers as well, wasn't it? You could just go to the factory and buy one. Bruce Halford famously campaigned one for many years, didn't he?
Just if your checkbook selected you, then
yeah.
They'd sell you one. Weren't really in a position to turn you down, were they?
No, that's right.
Precarious finances in the early days of Maserati.
Unlike today, where you need a couple of $100 for the hardware and many hundreds of millions for the software just to run these things.
And this is Michael Gans, isn't it, in his V8 RI, Ruota independent suspension Maserati. It's a V8 engine. It's newly restored, largely in Italy by some of the original craftsmen. Michael Gans, the American who's based in Europe. I've not seen this car before. He's been promising to bring it out for a couple of years, but it's never quite been ready for an event. But that's great to see.
Yeah, it's a car raced by Philippe Toncelin in the 1930s, winner of the Pau Grand Prix in the south of France.
Presumably it was blue then in the French Toncelin colours.
Yeah.
Michael has the ex-Richard Seaman ERA, which he drives as well, races with the Historic Grand Prix Cars Association, which is off to Brno in the Czech Republic next week. Manuel Elikabe, meanwhile, with the A6 GCS Maserati sports car from the mid-50s. Came over, he did the Monaco race, a single-seater, I believe, a couple of months ago, the Grand Prix Historique.
Yeah, wonderful event, that, isn't it? Disappointing that it's only every other year.
Yes, I've been a couple of times. I mean, I haven't been for 4 years now, but you went this time and thoroughly enjoyed it.
It was my first, actually. Yeah, I thought it was epic.
Meanwhile, John Hindhoff and Bruce Jones and I commentated from a spare room in Thrapston.
Yes, you did.
Pod.
Yes, but it did sound like you were there.
It was great fun. We ought to be there next time. There's Elikabe then, 84.13 seconds his run.
If you're unfamiliar with the Festival Speed timing system, we have the benchmark that has stood for 15 years, thanks to Nick Heidfeldt's run in 1999, where he stopped the clocks at 41.9 2.6 seconds.
It's a lovely car. This is the Cooper 261 Monaco that Tommy Atkins of High Efficiency Motors conceived for Roy Salvadori's drive. It's a 5-litre Maserati engine, more than 400 horsepower, and it raced in the final Autosport 3 Hours in 1964. Very wet race at Snetterton that was won by Jack Sears with a Wilmot Cobra Coupe. Michael O'Shea in it. Very funny way to hide Cortina Mark 1 rear lights.
Yes.
Pretty car. We see 3 of them out quite regularly. One a Ford-powered car, the car of Keith Arler's, the King Cobra. One a Chevrolet-powered car with Chris Jolly, and this Maserati engined one with Michael O'Shea.
And of course, Salvadori won the Big Banger race, the sports car race, at Goodwood in '64.
It is unique. Andrea Bertolini, second of the MC12 Maseratis we've seen go up. We have this train of 4 Jaguars. Alan Crook there, the chief start line marshal. Lets it go. A pair of Crooks down on the start line.
Yes,
Alan and Faye.
Yes.
And then Peter and Donna Vernon Laws, both families long-standing start line marshals here. With a great marshalling force here at Goodwood. Listen for the world.
Superb lineup of Jaguar Detox.
Game the prototype of 54.
And, one of them is driven by Karina Laumann, Everett Laumann's daughter, wife of James Wood, who we saw in one of the NASCARs, didn't we, earlier on?
Yeah, she's a super driver, Queenie. She races well in sports cars, historic sports cars.
Andy Wallace in the 3rd one, and Andy Wallace he of course drove the Silk Cut Jaguar earlier today, the 7-litre, now going back to the slightly smaller 3.8. What a beautiful, beautiful car.
Yes, one of the cars is driven by Stuart Dybel today, the 56 car.
It's the Cost car, isn't it?
Andy Wallace driving the Nigel Webb Trade Air owned long nose.
A trio of magnificent Bentleys, harking back to the days of Wolf Bonato, Glenn Kidston and the Bentley boys. Multiple Le Mans wins in the mid to late 20s.
Well, they're not funded by the Honourable Dorothy Paget.
And again, these Bentleys, examples of Henry Marcus, cars that had the speed in their day, but they just didn't stop and go around corners that modern technology gives the automotive industry.
That's right, yeah. We've got the affectionately dubbed Old Number 1, Old Number 2 and Old Number 3. Old Number 1 was a Le Mans winner in 1929. Sir Henry Birkin and Wolf Bonato, who I mentioned. Old Number 2, Bonato starred again in this one, winning the Double 12 at Brooklands in 1930, and was then second at Le Mans a year later.
The 1914 Mercedes Grand Prix cars now coming to the start line here. A brilliant shot from the camera from behind the driver and riding mechanic's shoulders, giving you a bird's eye view of exactly what it must have been like, and what it must have been like traveling those kind of distances. What was the length of that race at Lyon in 1914? 760 kilometers or something?
Yeah, it took days.
It took days, and yet you had a hot exhaust just inches from your left elbow as the mechanic was pumping away on the fuel pump to keep the pressure up. And on such skinny tires and such basic suspension, but a tremendous anniversary that we're celebrating again here at the Goodwood Festival of Speed.
And the 41 car on the screen, that's Eddie Beresford who's driving it, who restores a lot of motor cars. It's a Collier Automotive Museum entry, but Eddie has driven and competed in numerous vehicles over the years. Big flappy wings on the front of it. No aero advantage out of those.
Primitive turning vanes to keep the airflow off the front tyre. Send it underneath the floor for increased downforce. Not.
The East African safari ride height, yes. Yes. Wonderful to see. They're 100 years old.
And fancy having all three remaining of the original 5 in one place.
Only at Goodwood.
Yes. Three cars from an extraordinary collection assembled by Mercedes-Benz in this, the 120th anniversary year. Last, the familiar blue and white helmet colours of the great German Grand Prix winner, Le Mans ace and touring car champ. He's in the number 163 machine.
And then later this weekend we'll have Lewis Hamilton, a completely up-to-date Grand Prix winner here at Goodwood, alongside the cars that won for Mercedes-Benz 100 years ago.
It really is the ultimate history lesson, isn't it, this event?
Lovely to get a photograph of Lewis Hamilton perched in one of these cars.
Yes, hopefully someone will have had the same thought as you, Marcus, and to make that happen.
Well, as Jochen Mass gets to the top of the hill, the former Le Mans and Formula One victor, happy to get to the top paddock. In the meantime, this is the Napier Railton Special 24 litres W12 aero-engined car, the car that will always hold the lap record at Brooklands at 143.4 miles an hour pre-war around Brooklands, which was smooth then, but not that smooth.
No, and I've clambered around on those bits of banking that you're allowed to clamber around on, and it seems unimaginable that in 1935 John Cobb would do that. There are some wonderful images of him completely off the ground.
John Cobb, the only man to hold the land speed and water speed record at the same time, but he didn't know that he held the water speed record because he tried another run and unfortunately lost his life. Roland Nash.
This was very spectacular this morning and is spectacular once again. Roland Nash, the German touring car ace, winner in the DTM in the 1980s and 90s, and he's in the W125, the 5.7 litre supercharged 8-cylinder machine from 1937.
Sorry, Henry, it's that loud. I fear that you will not be able to hear the commentary, so apologies.
I can hear you, funnily enough.
Oh, you can? Okay, yes. I shall keep talking next time.
You're projecting well, my friend.
Okay, thank you for letting me know. Can you imagine this car at Donington Park leaping over the crest in 1937? A friend of mine who Marcus would know well, Mark Joseph, he was there that day, as was Murray Walker, witnessing what was the onslaught of Mercedes-Benz at Donington Park. Stunning.
It was fantastic to see the spare capacity that Roland Nash had as he came out of Malcolm Corner and looked over and waved to the spectators up here.
Yes, while correcting a slide with the other hand.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Paul Stewart again.
Paul Stewart with the 1939 Tripoli car. That was the name that it accrued. The 1.5 litre car built to the Voiturette regulations. Tripoli in those days was part of Italy, so the Italians had their rules for their race, but the Germans said, what we shall do, we shall build a special engine, and they dominated, and I believe they won by something like 4 minutes, if my memory serves.
Yes, Hermann Lang led home Rudolf Caracciola, didn't he, in a Mercedes 1-2.
one of the few places that Bernie Ecclestone hasn't taken Formula 1 back to.
Yes, funny that. That's Dario, and he was telling Bruce earlier, wasn't he, that he's out in one of the lovely little Mercedes 300s. So we can see the familiar helmet colours of three-time Indy 500 winner and four-time series champion Dario Franchitti. For many years associated with Mercedes-Benz, of course, through his DTM and kart IndyCar links.
It's a fantastic crash helmet design, isn't it, that melds the Scottish and Italian heritage, but looks so iconic.
And brother Marino runs a similar design, doesn't he?
Yep.
And great to see Dario back at Le Mans a fortnight ago. Always the fan, always the man who has got his eye on the history, similar to Karen Chanduk. You know, a modern driver who is absolutely fascinated by the history. Dario, I read some years ago, he has some tiles in one of the bathrooms in his house, and they are the exact Pantone to Jim Clark's crash helmet. Absolutely the right colour.
Very, very dark blue, almost black.
Correct. Yes.
Peter Neumark, absolutely muscling the Bugatti.
And that was the Bugatti of Walter Wroclaw. It was really going well. Going through here. Yes, you talked about that, Toby. You're absolutely right. I went to preside over, if you like, a track test at Mallory Park many years back, in which David Coulthard drove Michael Scriver's ex-job Miles Rayner Wiesel Lotus 72, and it was wonderful because David Coulthard was so wrapped up in the history of this car. He loved researching it and knew a lot about it. So many of today's drivers just don't believe that motorsport existed before then.
That's right.
Which I think is extremely sad. That's the Coda Tronca Alfa Romeo, the short tail. Machine away gently. This is from the Museo Storico Alfa Romeo, long-time supporters of the Festivals of Speed. Quite a brisk wind coming up towards Moulcombe Corner. And here is the Alfa, dating back to, and he's spun.
Spun and not hit anything. That's always good, isn't it?
A huge spontaneous round of applause from spectators here.
Is that for spinning or for not hitting anything?
For not hitting anything.
Yeah.
You could modify that ultra slippery bodywork, couldn't you, very easily? And we don't have a driver for this car on our list, which I suppose maybe as well. Protects his anonymity. Here we go, the big screens.
Yeah, he's thrown that in, carrying a little bit too much velocity, hasn't he? And that's gone round.
Those half-ton bales can modify aluminium quite well, can't they?
Yes.
Safely to the top, anyway.
Yeah, so
still in museum condition.
Yes, red flag retracted. That's good. So we can carry on.
Okay, well, talking about land speed records as we were a moment ago. Land speed record V12. This is the Sunbeam, is it not?
Yeah, it's the V12.
The V12 350 horsepower Sunbeam.
Just the 18.3 litres of it.
Well, we've already had 24-litre W12 with the John Cobb car a moment ago with the Napier Railton. So
a veritable minnow.
Exactly. They were downsizing in those days, just as the modern car manufacturers are doing at the moment, Henry. Similar shape to Babs, isn't it? That was buried in the sand at Pendine.
Yeah.
Fascinated I am by land speed record. The land speed record currently held by Andy Green at 63 miles an hour,
yeah.
63.068 or whatever it is, and gunning to not just beat it, but beat it by over 33% in the next couple of years with Bloodhound SSC. 1,000 miles an hour that Bloodhound is looking to do with a Typhoon jet engine to push it to 650 miles an hour, and then a rocket to push it from 650 to 1,000 miles an hour using a Formula One engine as the fuel pump to get the liquid into the rocket. In 17 seconds, it will empty a tank that is about 5 times the size of your washing machine. The numbers of engineering for Bloodhound SSC and the land speed record project are just mind-numbing. As they were in the day, to be fair, Henry.
Yeah,
as
right.
they were with Cobb, as they were with Campbell on Daytona, as they were when Gary Gabalick and people at Bonneville, and just fascinating stuff.
Toby, were you aware that one of our current historic racers was a land speed record holder, Charlie Neerberg, who was second at the recent Monaco Historic Grand Prix? He has the record for wheel-driven piston-engine, single-engine piston-engine cars at 414 miles an hour, which is very, very impressive.
Yeah.
And set that about 4 years back now. Did 423 on the outward leg, which was hugely impressive. But he raced Formula Atlantic back in the 1970s, and now races historic Formula One's March and McLaren principally.
And David Tremaine, a colleague of all of us, is looking to get the British land speed record with Stay Gold at over 300 miles an hour with a jet-powered car in the future. Well, maybe this summer, maybe next summer. Let's see.
Yeah, and a chap local to me, Don Wales, of course, who is the nephew of Donald Campbell and the grandson of Malcolm Campbell. He's a great record breaker with electric power and steam power, and he's in the middle of a bid to raise the electric land speed record.
Meanwhile, the Renault Classic entered 40 chevaux Montlhéry Coupe. Comes up towards the top. Jean-Louis Picafroy at the wheel. Waving from the early Renault is Eric Leroux. This is a 1906, or a reproduction of the 1906 racing Renault. Probably the one on which Jenson Button came up many years ago when he was a Renault contracted driver. Jenson's been his 15th.
Yeah, he's been great, hasn't he, at jumping into all sorts of old things. And you were saying how it would be nice if Lewis Hamilton were to get astride the 1914 Grand Prix car, but McLaren have been great with Jenson, haven't they, over the years? He's been up in ex-Alain Prost tag McLaren MP4s. He's been up in the Can-Am M8.
Do you know why that is?
In the past.
Because he's a proper bloke.
Correct. He's got the fever, hasn't he?
And remember, in 2011 at Silverstone at the Formula One Grand Prix, Fernando Alonso got into one of the 1950s Ferraris. Forgive me, was it the Ascari car?
It was the winner. It was the 51 Gonzalez 375, wasn't it?
I only learned last week he was only supposed to do one lap, but he said, I'm loving this so much, I'm going to do another one.
Yes.
Meanwhile, on the line, it is the conglomeration of DKW, Audi, Vonderer, and Horsch to make Auto Union, the pre-war medley of manufacturers from what then turned into the eastern part of Germany, near Zwickau, not far from Dresden. We've got Frank Bieler in the Auto Union D-Type on the line.
It might be worth keeping him for a while because the 45 car is making its way up, just gone through Moulcom.
Oh, really?
It's a very stately machine.
Yeah, I think Frank will probably catch him up.
Yes, it's the Audi Type C Alpine, Robert Meyerhofer, and I think in fact it's Heino Liga who's going to be driving it today. That's glorious, the 12-cylinder Auto Union. very cramped cockpit. In fact, it's a cockpit ergonomic that would really suit Richard Petty and the NASCAR boys, wouldn't it? Having the steering wheel up in your,
or the
in
Legends cars, or the dirt track Legends cars, as you say. Yes, yes. Now then, if you look at the big screen, we got Carl Wendlinger now here on the start line in the 1928 Mercedes-Benz SSK. Carl Wendlinger, former Formula One driver and Group C driver, and they've got a very special guest alongside him, because for his 100th birthday, he's going to get a ride up the hill, and he is the grandfather of David Croft.
Hi, Toby.
What a ride your granddad is going to get.
What a man, 100 years old, and gets his first taste of the Goodwood Hill. What more can a Formula One commentator do for his granddad for his birthday? I hope he enjoys every moment. This is brilliant.
As he waves his way off the line, he goes over the yard of bricks brought in from the Indianapolis Motor Speedway, and what translates with the SSK as the Super Sport Short, a car that won the European Hill Climb Championship in 1930 and 1931 with Caracciola. Then went on to win the Mille Miglia in 1931. So Basil waving to the crowd. He has such elegance, David.
I said to him, just wave to a few friends on your way up. He's rather milking this like a dairy farmer, quite frankly. I've not seen this much regal waving since Royal Ascot, but this is beautiful. Oh, I love this man to bits. Thank you very much, those that are applauding him as well. This is a real treat, and he's loved every bit of Goodwood, as you would expect.
Formula One race last weekend. Here you are at the Goodwood Festival of Speed, David. It's difficult not to get completely overdosed on the history and the fever here this weekend, as much as modern motorsport is great.
It's my favourite 2 weeks of the year, it really is. Goodwood followed by the British Grand Prix. This is the greatest garden party for motorsport the world could ever wish to witness. And well, I'll be live on air on Sky Sports F1 presenting the show 3 o'clock on Sunday afternoon. If you're not around live on Sunday, I'm going to be here all weekend long as well. I would not miss this event for... Doesn't matter how much you're getting paid, Toby, I wouldn't miss it for that. It is just the best place to be, and to see the sun coming out, the crowds are sellout as well. Beautiful cars, beautiful people, beautiful setting. It's beautiful.
Let's keep our fingers crossed and hope that on Sunday we might get a new outright hill record. It's been standing for 15 years. You never know what might happen if the sun comes out.
It is about time that record went, and that Quick Nick was slow Nick, and maybe Justin Law. He's up 3rd and 4th times. Maybe he can go a little bit faster. We shall see.
We'll see what happens. There's a whole host of cars that could take the new outright hill record, as we see Carl Wendlinger in the Mercedes SSK get towards the top of the hill. One of my favourite cars. I saw Julian Mazou bring one to Shelsley Walsh some years ago, and it was just oozing charisma as Basil Croft, grandfather to David, 100 years old, gets to the top of the hill.
And Carl will be glad they're getting to the top of the hill, because by now Grandad will have told him exactly how to drive that car, exactly what he's doing wrong and what he should be doing better in the future. Well, if he's not done that, and it's just me that he keeps telling that to. Oh, brilliant.
So you're going to be commentating on Sunday, yeah?
No, I'm presenting the show. Will Buxton's commentating. I'm presenting. Johnny Herbert's co-presenting with me. Natalie Pinkham's here. Don't worry. Natalie Pinkham's here as well. And we're going to have a lot of fun. And I'm going to be on the balcony of the house with Lewis Hamilton, Sir Sterling Moss and Lord March, trying to take the biggest selfie the world has ever seen. So if you're here on Sunday, gather round outside about 11 o'clock. We're going to do a mass selfie.
Norm in the background.
Well, you want to say that about Lord March, you can. I don't want to. I would never call him an enormous structure. No.
Not at all, not at all. Okay, David Croft, looking forward to the coverage. We'll be watching it trackside here at the Goodwood Festival of Speed and seeing who can knock on the door of potentially a new outright hill record come on Sunday. In the meantime, let's catch up with Bruce Jones and the drivers that he has caught up with at the top of the hill.
Michael O'Shea, we're deep into celebrating the centenary of Maserati, and you're in the Cooper Maserati, but it was a very special one, wasn't it?
Yeah, there was Cooper made about 15 of these chassis. 14 of them went to America, either to mostly to Carroll Shelby, who made them into King Cobras. He put the V8 Ford engine in. So one is Chevrolet, I think there's a Cadillac one, but this one, Tommy Atkins bought this for his driver, Roy Salvadori. who had won Le Mans in '59 and Formula One driver, to put this big 5-litre 4-cam Maserati engine in the back of.
Now, it wasn't initially an easy car for handling, was it? It was called the Beast in period.
They didn't get it right in period. It's actually relatively docile now, docile as 480 brake horsepower can be under fairly narrow tyres. But no, he was very scathing about it when he wrote about this car. So,
but he did go on and win the Whitson Trophy here at Goodwood 50 years... No, hold on. Yes, 50 years ago.
Yes. So I was quite pleased because this car's only had 2 wins, and one was 50 years ago and one was this year with me. So that's nice, 50 years later, have another win.
Let's hope it's not 50 years, the one beyond.
Hope so, hope so. It doesn't go out that often, as you can imagine. But, you know, it comes down to Goodwood quite regularly. It came down for the members' meeting. It's done 5 revivals. So, yeah, it's sort of home turf down here.
Quite right. Michael O'Shea, thanks for talking to us.
Pleasure. Thank you very much. Bye-bye.
David Lee, the GN Spider, it looks like nothing else. I think we can safely say that.
I think it's certainly unique. Built by Basil Davenport at home for himself to race. It's a GN car with a 1500cc GN engine. It was the works engine for 1919 for GN, and then went into his private ownership for £80, the engine in 1923. And he turned up at Chelsea Walsh in 1925 and smashed the record, and he was unchallenged until 1930 there, when the SSK arrived and with Rudolf Caracciola, and he beat Rudolf Caracciola in the SSK, but Hans Stuck came in the Austro-Daimler and beat his time. So after 5 years, he knew he was running on very old technology, and he was about to start getting beaten. So, and it's great, and it really does drive like you know, fantastic.
But it's a very short car, but you're almost out of the back of it.
Yes, I'm. Yeah, absolutely, and it's a good and out this way, and it's incredibly narrow, but knees up inside, and it's amazing what you'll put up with to drive a piece of history.
How often does this car get out to go and entertain the crowds?
I'm racing it probably every once a month, so certainly in the summer, yeah. And proper racing, you know, we're at Chelsea Walsh, at Prescott, and all the hill climbs and sprints that we can get to in the year.
As it should be. David, thanks so much for talking to us.
Thank you very much.
Andrew Dovey standing by the Napier Railton, one of the most famous cars here at the Festival of Speed. But to those who've never come across it, what is it?
It's a 24-litre Napier Lion aeroplane engine in a chassis that was designed and built for John Cobb for obtaining speed records. Built in 1932-33, it took 47 speed records, some of them still standing.
But obviously it was sort of the car of the epoch, if you will, at Brooklands. But to have it somewhere like here, is it a fish out of water?
No, not at all, not at all. Fits in very well here. It's a privilege to be able to drive it here today. Normally the museum director would be driving, but as a volunteer at the museum, he's kindly let me have a stint.
But describe the driving experience. I'm sure the road car you turned up in, was it somewhat different?
Yes, somewhat different. It's a bit of a monster, so 24 litres, 530 brake horsepower, an immense amount of torque. Obviously on such a narrow track, you've got to keep an eye on where you're going with things. Yeah, just it's quite an experience.
So living up to your expectations, but thanks very much for talking to us, and enjoy the rest of the weekend.
Thank you. Cheerio. Thank you.
In our bid to make Sky Sports even better, we enlisted the help of the ultimate hero of sport. No, not him. Him. There were some interesting ideas. Drone cam.
This is ludicrous.
Sofa ref. The sensation suit. In the end, the simplest idea was also the best. A new European football channel. And that's not all. 2 years free Sky Broadband Unlimited for our Sky Sports customers. Go to sky.com/2yearsfree to find out more. Sky. Believe in better.
Contact us on Twitter using the hashtag FOS to share your comments, photos and videos, and we'll be reading out a selection of those tweets over the course of the weekend.
Okay, look to the sky pretty soon, because in 30 seconds' time we're going to get our second air display, and it's an exciting one. It's the Hunter and the Canberra of the Mid-Air Squadron. I'm joined in the studio by Ian Brett, Flight Lieutenant Ian Brett, who's a serving Royal Air Force officer, fast jet pilot, and moonlighting today as a commentator for the Mid-Air Squadron. Ian, welcome. Tell me briefly what we're going to see.
Yeah, good afternoon, Chris. Absolutely right, presented by Mid-Air Squadron this glorious afternoon at Goodwood. The world's only airworthy Canberra PR9 is going to be flanked by a supersonic Hunter to convey an aura of classical elegance combined with sheer power and adrenaline.
What astonishes me is that the Hunter first flew in 1952. Can you believe that? That's a long time ago.
Absolutely, but these aircraft are timeless. They're absolutely beautiful aircraft, and they look and, more importantly, sound just as good as they did back then.
And Hunters were sold all around the world and were still in service into the 90s. Switzerland had a lot, didn't they?
Yep, they were sold all around the world, as were the Canberras, and I think they are just about to arrive.
Canberra with Hunter. This is a T7 Hunter, which means it's a two-seater. Canberra was an astonishing airplane designed by Petter, English Electric, which then got absorbed into the bigger companies, and could fly at astonishing heights. I think, Ian, you'll know better than I do the ceiling of a Canberra. I think it's up 80,000 feet or something.
It is, and in the day the answer would be it's classified.
Yeah, that's right.
It was its most important self-defensive measure, going high. And there we go. What a beautiful sight that is. The sound of the jet engines glinting in the sunlight as well. In their classic colour scheme, silver, both of them.
And the prime purpose of the Hunter, of the Canberra, started as a light bomber, went on to PR, which is Federal Reconnaissance, and this one is a PR.
Absolutely, this is the PR9, the only one flying in the world today. Photo reconnaissance, like you said, it's actually equipped, or it was equipped with state-of-the-art surveillance equipment, similar to that used in the Lockheed U-2.
And Mid-Air acquired this aircraft a long time ago, and they have spent many years and lots of money making it flyable, haven't they?
Absolutely. It retired from active service in 2006. It then flew into Kemble Airfield, and it's actually still lives there today. It's restored by C2 Aviation, and it flew last year here at Goodwood.
Ian, who's flying it today?
Yeah, so today's Canberra pilot is Mike Leckie, Flight Lieutenant Mike Leckie, currently serving in the Air Force as a leadership instructor, teaching newly recruited Air Force officers, but he has a history of flying Canberras, and he's also flown the Lancaster and Dakota in the Battle of Britain Memorial Flight.
Wow, and if you were at the revival, you'll have seen Mike and his colleague David Piper flying the Canberra in pretty ropey conditions. I think they flew back to Kemble at 0 feet, scaring a few gliders on the way back.
Yeah, well, it looks like the Red Owls have blown away the clouds, and we've got a glorious afternoon for them here.
We're so lucky. performance-wise, quite a difference between Hunter and Canberra.
Absolutely, they look good together. They're both fast, but completely different performance-wise. But that's reflected in the display. We work to their strengths, and they stick together. As you can see them together now, but then they'll split individually and they'll show off their individual attributes.
So when they split, does one go and loiter somewhere?
Yeah.
Just to annoy the citizens of Portsmouth or something?
No, we'll just hide out the way as quiet as we can, which isn't that quiet, and enjoy the other one from above.
The Hunter has a Rolls-Royce Avon engine, and I'm not sure if the Canberra the same.
Yeah, Avons as well.
Avons as well,
just
Rolls-Royce.
Two of them, yep.
So we're celebrating Rolls-Royce appropriately with their factory at Chichester, but of course the aircraft engines are produced up in Derby. So, where are the Hunter and the Canberra? They will be coming back. They're going to split and do individual displays. So, who's flying the Hunter?
The Hunter today, we've got Chris Heames. He's ex-Air Force, joined the Air Force from school back in 1970. He's flown lots of things, including the Lightning, the Phantom, and the Tornado. He's got over 5,000 fast jet hours.
And Ian, you tell me you're going to be flying the Hunter sooner or later.
Absolutely. Chris, our display pilot today, is actually currently training me on the Hunter, and I'll be joining the Canberra on the display circuit later in the season.
So you've flown it with Chris?
Yeah.
Is it an easy aircraft to fly?
It is. It's a fantastic aircraft to fly. It's as you'd imagine, a jet of its era looks quite dated inside, but it looks beautiful outside. Simple to fly. It goes where you point it, and it just feels nice under the throttle and under the stick.
Doesn't have reheat, so supersonic in a dive rather than a level flight.
Yeah, absolutely.
And coming into Campbell, approach speed what? 130 or so? To land?
Yeah, to land, yeah, around 130, yeah, depending on the fuel weight.
Yeah. And then stream a parachute or not?
Yeah, we stream a parachute regularly to help slow us down.
So the T7, side by side, of course, for pilot and instructor. The majority of Hunters were single seat. And I don't know, Ian, if there's much performance difference between the two-seat version and the single.
No, not at all, really. And it was actually a lot of the two-seat ones are actually converted from single-seat aircraft.
Right.
The one you see today was actually unique in it being a new build two-seat trainer, and it was actually built back in 1958 in Blackpool.
Oh, I didn't know they had a factory in Blackpool. That's good, isn't it?
Yeah.
English Electric, we always combine our thoughts of English Electric with washing machines, but English Electric was a great manufacturer of aircraft, and as well as the Canberra, of course, produced the Lightning. But we're focusing on Canberra. No, we're not. We're focusing on Hunter. Is it carrying drop tanks? Does it need to carry drop tanks for range purposes?
Yep, today we've got airborne out of Kemble, transited straight here, and we'll be going back after the display. So for fuel planning and endurance, yep, we're going to need all the fuel we can carry.
So without drop tanks, what kind of endurance does a Hunter have?
We'll fly for about an hour without...
and then you start worrying about getting back on the ground.
Absolutely, then we'll be sucking fumes out the tank, yeah.
So each drop tank contains, what, 150 or so gallons of jet fuel?
Say 1,000 pounds of fuel.
1,000 pounds of fuel.
Yeah.
And does that affect the handling of the aircraft at all? Do you notice it?
It does, but however, we always fly with them, so we actually never take them off, so it isn't something we actually have to deal with.
And do you always fly with them full?
Yep, we'll always fill them up.
You do. So Canberra coming in from the south, a nice slow pass over the house. It's a very interesting wing because it's not a swept back wing at all, and yet the Canberra had enough speed but could loiter slowly, was a very accurate bomb platform, and in a number of bomber trials in the States, the Canberra up against the sort of B-47, B-52, I believe always tended to win. On the track, we've got the F1 car starting, the Jordan coming up the hill. So we've got, Ian, we've got eyes in, both our eyes pointing in different directions because we've got action on the track and in the air. And Toby's probably on the start line as well, who can fill us in on the cars that are going to come up the hill.
Thank you, Chris. Yes, enjoying looking to the skies. I'm enjoying looking to the television screens. I'm enjoying looking over the bales to see the cars leave the line. The Jordan 191 getting towards the top of the hill, but in front of the main house at the moment, we have got the McLaren from 1988. The McLaren chassis that won nearly every single Grand Prix that year, but for one.
Toby, I think Canberra and Hunter are on their way back to Kemble. We'll see them again over the weekend. Ian, thanks very much for coming in and filling in all the information I don't know about these aeroplanes. We'll talk to you again when you come back.
Thank you very much.
So as the McLaren goes around the Flint wall, it's been driven here today. This is the 1988 car, driven here today by Takuya Izawa, one of the Honda Motor Company's main Formula Nippon drivers at the moment in Japan. And it's great to see, Henry, that's a car in full 1988.
Wonderful, isn't it? Resplendent in Marlboro livery, which you don't see very often. You're not allowed to advertise tobacco any longer. Isn't that just an incredible machine? The low-line wide side pods, so neat and compact and perfect. I say perfect, almost perfect. 15 from 16 in 1988. 8 wins for Ayrton Senna, 7 for Alain Prost. Just the Italian Grand Prix that slipped away, leaving a historic 1-2 for Ferrari, very soon after Enzo Ferrari had died, of course. An incredible season of Formula One history, and it's just one of my favourite McLarens of all time.
Now we have the Penske IndyCar leaving the line. This is the Mercedes PC26 with Patrick Morgan driving. He had a small problem first thing this morning, but as the sunshine glints off those chrome wishbones, the sky is blue, Goodwood grass is green, the flags are fluttering in the breeze, there's a heat haze on the tarmac. Now, this is classic Goodwood Festival of Speed.
Yeah, Patrick Morgan, son of the late Paul Morgan of Ilmore engine fame, of course, for so many years, the Mercedes engine tuners with Penske in IndyCar and McLaren in Formula One. As we switch back to Formula One and the glorious Lotus Cosworth 49B. Greg Thornton at the wheel of the classic Team Lotus entered the machine.
Yeah, Greg, who's a long-time pilot, he'll be enjoying that. He's the reigning FIA Masters champion, driving Lotus 92.5, Victor De Angelis and Nigel Mansell car. But this is going back to an earlier era for Greg, going back into the 60s. It's the gold leaf Lotus 49B reaching the top. The Mackey's just gone past us again. And there's the Lek on road on the course now, and that's got by the looks of things its owner Gary Wright in it now, looking at that crash helmet. Joe Twyman also due to drive it during the weekend. Yes, Gary Wright confirmed on the on our list there. And so WDK Engineering down in Stockbridge in Hampshire has been recreating the car that was destroyed at Silverstone in '77. The two cars, so Gary Wright will have the two on track then. Designed by Mike Pilbeam, ex-BRM man, of course, went on to build cars which won a huge number of RAC British Hill Climb Championships, something like 15 over the years, under the Pilbeam name, based up in Bourne in Lincolnshire. But this car built for Charlie Purley, head of Lek Refrigeration, based down here in Littlehampton, just a few miles from Goodwood, and driven by his son David, who very sadly lost his life in an aerobatics plane off the south coast.
It was at Bognor, wasn't it?
It was, and very moving funeral down just in Chichester. Huge attendance, lovely bloke. I used to see him around occasionally in wine bars in Chichester, and he always used to come up and always used to say hello to whoever we were with, remember their names, and incredible skill at remembering names that Evie Purley had.
There's a lovely video on YouTube. It's a Blue Peter John Noakes special. They spent time at Alton Park for the Formula 5000 meeting.
That's right. With the Chevron B30.
Yeah.
Now the two Lotuses.
Isn't that extraordinary?
Sorry, gentlemen. Now the two Lotuses coming up towards you and your commentary position, already past your commentary box. Andretti and Peterson. If you squint, it's 1978.
These are just the cleanest, neatest looking Formula One cars of the era. They rewrote the book. I mean, the 78 car, the Type 78, had a degree of ground effect, but these really harnessed it properly.
Absolutely. Came on stream at Harama in '79 and in '78, and didn't stop winning really. Andretti winning the World Championship. Ronnie Peterson sadly losing his life as a result of the accident at Monza. Crossing back across the States to IndyCar and the Lightning Cosworth. Dave Roberts, that's a fantastic machine. The 2.6-litre turbo V8s in the back of that IndyCar. Driven in period by Pancho Carter in the great Indianapolis 500.
Dwayne Pancho Carter. Another clean-looking car. Interesting styling. And that very typical American presentation. This takes me back.
Andre Lotterer, 3 times a Le Mans 24-hour victor, now on the hill with the Audi IMSA four-wheel drive as Rennie Arnoux now comes to the line in the 1983 Renault Formula One car, 1.5-litre twin-turbo V6. And what a privilege it is to commentate on Rennie Arnoux as he leaves the line, the man that battled against Gilles Villeneuve at Dijon in '79. And he means business as well. He's out of sight already.
Absolutely. Ironically, here's Rennie Arnoux in the RE40, of course, which he never raced because he'd gone off to win with Ferrari in '83, hadn't he?
'83, yes. Another turbo Ferrari. So from a quieter car, we've got a more noisy car on the line, but you'll see that in a moment's time, Henry.
I haven't seen Rennie Arnoux go past. I'm still excited by the Audi 90.
Yes.
Having driven it way back.
But it's whooshing wastegate.
I had 10 minutes tuition from no less a person than Walter Röhrl.
But presumably, what you'd learn in 10 minutes from Walter Röhrl would be most useful.
It's worth about 3 hours of anybody else.
Yes,
yeah, it was absolutely brilliant. 167 miles an hour according to it. There's the Can-Am McLaren. I think the half-litre Chevy. Andy Newell absolutely on it. He's an ex-off-road racing champion.
Yeah.
So
he'll be all right on the grass.
Used to hanging the tail out. This is the 6-wheel march of down there. And it ran in this curious mixture of colours. All 4 driven wheels at the rear.
Wonder if he'll become a new hero. Well, campaigned on the hills, wasn't it? By Royston T. Lane of Warwick.
The back end of it was.
Yes.
Say this car remade around a new tub. Roy abandoned the twin rear wheel idea. He won it first time out at Wiscombe Park, and he won an RAC round as well, and then kept breaking what was known as the muff joint between the 2 rear diffs, and then abandoned it and went back to a standard length car, which of course was wieldier at some circuits anyway.
Jeremy Smith driving this six-wheeler. He's currently 8th quickest after this morning's runs. The best time of day at the moment after this morning's runs, Kenny Brack on a 48.6, Michael Bartels on a 49.4, Anthony Reid in the big Aston Martin V8 Vantage, a 53.9. So we've only got 2 people at the moment sub 50 seconds here at Goodwood today, but those times will cascade down. As look at this, Al Unser Senior leaving the line on his way up.
Can I suggest, ladies and gentlemen, that you get your autograph books and pens out and head off to the paddock and find Al Unser Senior and get him to sign something. One of only 3 men to win the Indy 500 4 times. Extraordinary. A US racing icon who loves this event, comes back year after year. What an amazing sight.
It was appropriate that they'd got to the type number 500 for this this particular Lola, because it was hugely successful in the 500-mile races.
A wonderful period shot of Al standing in the cockpit in that traditional Indy 500 pose on the in-pit lane on page 27 of the programme supplement. Don't go home without a programme. It's a wonderful compliment to the event, a real work of art, and of course they're collectible now as well. Bernd Schneider comes past in W196 Streamliner. As our cameras are trained on Al Unser Senior.
All the way from Albuquerque, New Mexico.
Yeah, great racing dynasty. Al Unser Senior, his son Al Jr., of course, a multiple IndyCar champion, and brother Bobby, also an Indy 500 winner.
Gabriele Tarquini now on the hill with this Honda RA272 1.5 litre car, and a car that has been especially brought over from the Honda Collection Hall at the circuit of Motegi in Japan, together with the 1988 McLaren Honda that we saw a little bit earlier in this batch. Tremendous work that goes into restoring both the Honda cars and motorcycles at the Honda Collection Hall. It is open 7 days a week, but there's hardly anybody in it because Motegi is in the middle of nowhere, relatively speaking, at Japan. But my goodness me, there are the workshops there, Henry Marcus, they've got windows on. They don't have walls, they have windows so that the visitors to the museum can see the cars being restored, and it is breathtaking. Great to see this car here.
Gabriele Tarquini then making his way to the finish in the little Honda. As delightful as ever, the Italian. Now here's the glorious shark-nosed Ferrari. It's a recreation made in Waterlooville, just down the road from here.
Doesn't sound quite as romantic as Modena, does it?
It doesn't. Well, that's not Arturo Merzario this time, is it?
No,
it is at the wheel this time around. It's owned by Jason Wright these days, and so all the period shark nose is broken up, so none exist.
But it's either, is it?
But it's a genuine engine, genuine gearbox. The rest of it most beautifully craftsman-made at Grimstokes Workshops. Is it Emanuele Pirro?
I was absolutely just about to say the same thing. Yeah, I think it is.
Goodwood's not Goodwood without Emanuele Pirro.
No, it isn't. No. Wonderful BRM 261. Andrew Waring, another of the quick historic Grand Prix racers.
He's not stinting on it, actually.
No.
From Watcher, where they make buildings.
1.5 litre V8 Screamer. A winner in period with both Graham Hill and Jackie Stewart. Fumbling for a ratio on the approach to Moulcombe, but safely through.
Also raced in Alton Park GT events over the years in Lotus Europas and things. Great enthusiast. He's got various Williams Formula 1 cars, Ferrari Formula 1 car, and this 60s BRM 1.5 litre V8 car.
We're in the wrong game, aren't we?
Clearly.
Those who can do, those who can't talk about it. Lovely howl from that BRM V8.
That iconic day glow nose band.
Great, isn't it?
Beautiful. Oh.
Talking of gorgeous and iconic and fabulous and
wonderful.
Nose
bands.
And nose bands, yeah.
As we work.
Oh. That's Alessandro Pierguidi, who is a modern day GT racer. Raced one of the Michael Bartel's Maseratis actually a few years back in FIA GT racing. So here he is in the just dribblingly beautiful Alfetta, the 159 1950s Grand Prix car.
Does that just suggest it's Drulson?
Drulson, yeah, that's a good word.
Now then, the V16 is on its way. The BRM V16, a 1.5 litre V16 supercharged. Pistons, they must be like 20 pence pieces. The
Yes,
size of
16 cylinders,
thimbles,
making 1.5 litres of combustion. Staggering. I think recalcitrant. Is that
talk about hobbling yourself with technology?
Yeah. It did have a couple of good results, didn't it, in non-championship Grand Prix. It was pretty hopeless otherwise, but just a noise to die for.
Chris Stewart reminds us they needed a Ford V8 engine just to turn this V16 over on the dyno when they ran it up at Fockingham Airfield, which is the old BRM test shop where Hall & Hall still prepare many of their cars. Here comes the Eagle Indy car from All American Racers.
1973 car, 2.6 litre turbocharged, and with all the right colour scheme and all the right sponsors.
I remember, Toby, when the Indy cars came over to Brands Hatch and Silverstone, and these were very old hat by then, the Eagles, and Joe Saldana made a real name for himself by lighting one up.
Car that won the Indy 500 in '73 with Gordon Chonka. It was a tragic race, that, wasn't it? There were 2 fatalities. Sweet Savage and Dave. It escapes me.
In the meantime, Henry, just look at your screens, because we have Sir Sterling Moss on the start line here at the Goodwood Festival of Speed. The sunshine glinting off the bodywork as Moss lets the clutch in and goes on his way. Now Goodwood is becoming complete.
Just look at this. Ladies and gentlemen, get yourself to a big screen and check this out. So Sterling Moss in the Mercedes W196, 1955, the car in which he scored his maiden Grand Prix victory, leading home teammate Juan Fangio Aintree. And all the records that Lewis Hamilton and Nico Rosberg are setting this year with their 1-2 finishes are in addition to what this team achieved in 1955. Some of those records have stood for almost 60 years. Lesson that is. So Sterling Moss in period overalls and helmet and goggles in the W196, in which he raced in the World Championship all those years ago.
And Henry, you're a father. You have to sometimes say to your kids, just come along with me and see Sterling Moss, and come along with me and see the you know, when Michael Schumacher was racing, and come along with me and just witness Valentino Rossi in a Grand Prix or something or other, and they might be only young and 5 or 6 years old, but then they can say in later years, I saw Valentino Rossi, Stirling Moss or Michael Schumacher race. I was there that day.
Yeah, absolutely right. It's a really important history lesson, this event, isn't it?
Totally, totally. And everywhere you look, there is history just spilling out of it somewhere. It's just absolutely fantastic, Henry.
Indeed. Let's have some highlights on the big screens of that previous batch as we wait for John Felix in the course car to make his way. The glorious sight of the Mercedes-Benz sculpture, just yet another inspiring and sensational effort from Jerry Judah and his team. This one celebrating 120 years of Mercedes-Benz competition success, arching over the top of Goodwood House, down there near the start line. Absolutely sensational. Two companies' most iconic cars as well. A wonderful vista, and hopefully you've had a chance to get down there and get some pictures. Just sensational. I don't know how they do it, Marcus. It takes weeks and weeks and weeks of architectural design and planning, and the logistics of it are just incredible. It doesn't go up in a moment, does it?
I think it's the stress calculations that are most extraordinary.
Wonderful stuff. We're waiting for the next batch of cars, which is our bikes and our Grand Prix cars. I'll be joined again by big Bazza Nutley. He's the man. He knows what he doesn't know about two-wheeled sport, frankly, isn't worth knowing. He'll be here shortly, and we'll have our second appearance for bikes and then our Formula One cars. In the meantime, let's go up to Bruce Jones in the top paddock, and he's caught up with French Formula One legend René Arnoux.
René Arnoux, a moment of silence in the top paddock at Goodwood, celebrating many things, but you're always tied in with the Renault Turbo era. And you just drove the RE40. What a car.
This car is 83. We have a lot of power. It's not really easy to use this engine in this condition, because you have nothing in a low rev, and after you have a lot of power, but it's always exciting when you put your ass in the seat.
A lot of people this year are talking about Formula One engines not sounding as good, but when you were driving the RE40, did you even really notice the noise?
No, the noise was really nice, because I listened my noise when I start before, and I think it's a different technology. It absorbs the noise, and for me it's a big mistake, because if you don't have a very nice noise when you drive in Formula One, it's not exciting only for the driver, but always for the public. The people we see the race, they want to know, to listen, very like singing.
It is a singing, and that engine that just came in behind you was the 1.5 litre V12 Honda. That's quite a sound.
At this time, it was the best noise, and but I think it's necessary to find a best solution now and to come back. It's always important to go in the future for the Formula One, but it's better to come back just a little to have a very nice sound for everybody.
I think everyone agrees with you. René, thanks for talking to us.
Thank you to you, and happy to come back again. And the people, it's very quiet, and I am very enjoyed. Bye-bye.
So Sterling Moss, the sun is shining. You're in one of your favourite cars, the W196 Mercedes. It's a pretty good way to spend Friday.
Yeah, but the responsibilities are enormous. This thing's worth a lot more than I am, even with you. You know, but it's beautiful to drive it. All I mustn't do is get the bit between my teeth and have a go, because it won't work.
Well, you said you've retired as a racing driver a few years ago, but do you still feel that sort of visceral rise in your stomach?
I can see why I enjoyed it, but now I don't enjoy it too much. I put my foot down, and when it goes, boy, this thing moves. I tell you, and it's pretty scary, really.
But for people, young people who are here, children who are here, the most incredible thing, apart from the sight of these cars and these great square tyres, must just be the noise.
I'm sorry, say again?
Just talking about how for children now looking at these cars, they look different, but the sound is so different.
Oh, I mean, I think any kid who sees this car or a modern car, I think would choose this, frankly. It's got a lot more, they're all much more different. I mean, they don't resemble each other, and they've got a fantastic noise. I reckon we should go back to the old days.
Sterling, I'm with you on that. Thanks very much.
Darkness has a companion tonight. Small creatures prick ears and tremble with fright. A sleek velvet phantom is making its way. Through shadows, eyes gleaming, it's searching for prey. Masterful strides on dark forest tracks. The prince of the jungle is poised to attack. His muscles a ripple, his heart pumping fast. The spectre, he's ready, his appetite vast. Feline musk impregnates the air. Razor-sharp teeth are suddenly bared. Like lightning he pounces, like thunder his roar. A sound full of power, great might to the fore. Darkness is embraced, caresses the cat. The growl is replaced, a purr in its stead. All sated, the phantom is slinking away. As dawn's pearly light prepares a new day.
In our bid to make Sky Sports even better, we enlisted the help of the ultimate hero of sport. No, not him. Him. There were some interesting ideas. Drone cam.
This is ludicrous.
Sofa ref. The sensation suit. In the end, the simplest idea was also the best. A new European football channel. And that's not all. 2 years free Sky Broadband Unlimited for our Sky Sports customers. Go to sky.com/2 years free to find out more. Sky. Believe in better.
Contact us on Twitter using the hashtag FOS to share your comments, photos and videos, and we'll be reading out a selection of those tweets over the course of the weekend. Wonderful treat as all the cars come back down from the top paddock. A second opportunity to see some of those amazing machines with some of their period drivers. The sight, Marcus, of Sterling Moss in a proper lid from the period in W196. It's all, I'm all of a quiver.
Well, you would be, because you've got fever, and that's what it's all about. It's just great to see. And he has special dispensation from the Motorsports Association to continue to wear that old style helmet, in which he feels so comfortable and is so familiar to him.
It wouldn't be the same if he had a modern lid on, would it?
No. Has Sterling ever worn a modern lid?
No.
Well, I suppose in the Audi touring car days, that was the only chance, wasn't it?
I bet that was still open face, wasn't it?
It was still open face, but I don't think it got away quite with that.
Yeah. We're waiting for the second appearance of our bikes. And there's John McGuinness, 21 times a Isle of Man TT winner, just 5 shy of the late great Joey Dunlop's benchmark of 26. I wonder if John will match or eclipse that mark. I'll put that question to Barry Nutley, who I grew up listening to, commentating on motorcycle racing. He'll have an interesting opinion on that, I'm sure. There's a close-up of the statue, the contemporary Mercedes Grand Prix car with one of the pre-war machines of the 1930s. Barry Nutley is here. We're getting ready. The excitement builds ahead of the second run of our classic and contemporary racing motorcycles, with some of the great names from the past and some modern stars of two-wheel sports. Barry, good to see you again.
Henry, yeah, likewise. You're talking about growing up listening to me. I've just had a really exciting moment. There's a Neil Mackenzie Cadbury Boost Yamaha down there, 750 Yamaha, owned by our Frenchman Bernard Girardot-Migliarina.
Right,
and he said, this motorcycle is the one you rode at Brands Hatch. I have the video too.
You didn't?
I did. I took it as part of the BBC show. I took it to the start line with Mackenzie's helmet on, popped the helmet off and did the opening link.
Oh, perfect.
And he has the bike and he has the video. How about that?
Brilliant.
So that's good. That would have been about 96.
Yeah, and he and James Whittam were dominant on those Cadbury's Boost Yamahas.
And Hislop.
That's right, yeah.
Throw his into the mix. Yeah, they certainly were.
What's your take on McGuinness? Can he win 5 more TTs?
I don't know about 5. I think he's got a win or 2 in him.
Yeah.
But, you know, the young guns are coming. I spoke to James Hillier earlier on. You know, James Hillier's up and coming.
Yeah,
he said, I've got youth on my side. He's absolutely right.
Yeah, he's probably about half McGuinness's age, isn't he?
Exactly. So
and, Michael Dunlop, of course, part of the great Dunlop dynasty.
James Hillier.
There is James.
Talk of the devil.
He had a good TT, James, didn't he?
Yes, he did. Yeah, getting stronger. And he said, you know, I'm just finding my way around and trying to. It's a cliche, but he said, I'm trying to go fast slowly.
Yeah, I know what you mean.
Yeah. And
millions wouldn't, but I do.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely.
Story of your life.
Despite that, I've still had an income.
So what have we got? We've got bikes going back donkey's years, haven't we?
We have. Stuff. We've got classic stuff going pre-war. I mean, a couple there in the forefront of the picture. 37. There's a Velocet there. There's a Norton.
Fast Freddie Spencer on his ex-works
It is
NSR
indeed.
Honda.
That's Freddie. Yeah, do you remember that epic time, 250 and 500 championship
85,
in the same year? Unbelievable.
Because he'd won was he youngest champion in 83, wasn't he, in the top class, and then he did the double in 85.
He did.
How did he manage to
jump on one, jump on another.
I mean, there was in those days there were some races that weren't on the same day.
Yep.
Or even at the same venue, but mostly they were. So
mostly were.
There must have been times where he literally jump off and have to run and get on the bigger bike.
And wouldn't he have been fit, not just to run to the bike, but to do 2 races back to back? You know, different style, different technique, different sort of
wonderful
completely
documentary on recently, the Unridables, about the 500cc area.
That was my era, wasn't it? Talking about it, not doing it.
Absolutely, yeah.
I think the other thing about what Freddie Spencer did in '85 was, you know, less media, less corporate pressure,
That's true.
therefore more time, guys. You know, he could jump off the bike, and sometimes then he had the opportunity to get his eye in first, didn't he?
Yeah, that is true.
We're waiting for our bikes to get going, folks. Let's go up to the Forest Rally stage one more time and catch up with Tony Jardine and Xavier McCartan, who are the commentators up there. Some wonderful images of some really iconic rally cars spanning many decades up there. Tony, Xavier, it looks like a bundle of fun up there in the woods.
I'll tell you this, Henry, it really has been fantastic. Not only the battle out front now, it's timed for the very first time up here between Danny Sordo, Robert Barrable, Neil Simpson, even Guy Wilkes has been in there. But as you say, right across the board, right through to the 1958 VW, they've all been having a go. It's very, very dusty. We've had a few incidents down at Delta on turn 8. And a few near misses too. The crowd are loving it. They're licking their ice creams and checking their programs very carefully. It's going well so far.
Fantastic. A wonderful slow-mo of the computer vision Metro 6R4 over the jump there on the long straight. Wow, that's something else, isn't it? And you've got an open house paddock set up there, haven't you, like we have down here. People can just come up and get close to the cars, take pictures, talk to drivers.
Yeah, I mean, that's what we're saying to spectators who make the journey up from the hill to join us here in the rally stage, Henry, is please come up past us and come into the paddock. I mean, we have stands, tents, the cars are on display. Please come and talk to the drivers. They're so willing to talk about the car they have and why they're at Goodwood, why they want to come and join and be part of the festival here over the 3 days. And it really is for an awful lot of people, spectators, competitors, crews, officials. You know, it's a great weekend.
Wonderful stuff. And I'll leave you with those visions of that ex-Hanu Mikkola Eaton Yale Mark II Escort because, well, it's just too much for me, frankly. We'll talk to you later, chaps. Thank you very much indeed.
So I'm here with Wayne Gardner. Wayne, it's fantastic to see you. However, you're a little bit bikeless at the moment. What's happened?
Well, everyone's called me reckless in the past, but I'm actually bikeless today. So, no, unfortunately, the mechanic Red took off without me, and he's down on the start line looking for me, and I might be looking for him. So it's a bit of a comedy of errors, but we'll get there, and it'll be a lot of fun when I do get out and ride the bike.
Tell you what, it's great to have you here. Are you enjoying Goodwood?
I always enjoy coming here. It's a fantastic place. Yeah, the weather's been good to us today, and it's a spectacular event, and yeah, very pleased to accept Lord March's entry every year, and it's fantastic. It's great to be part of it, and I just love being here.
It's great to see so many bike world champions coming, and I know Scott Redding and Bradley Smith are going to hot-foot it from Aston to come here on Sunday, but it must be nice for you to get together.
Look, it's good. Riding bikes is always fun. Having a fantastic crowd like this and riding with past or present heroes is always nice. So yeah, it's always a good get-together, and plenty of drinking goes on the Saturday night, so it's all fun.
I find that hard to believe. Wayne, go and get reunited with your bike. Well, let you go. Thank you so much for speaking to us. Everybody, Wayne Gardner and his race to get to his bike.
Well done, Jenny. Talking to 1987 500cc world champion Wayne Gardner. Barry, a guy you've been around the world with, and
yeah,
he was sensational.
He was. I mean, I was hired, I hate to name drop, but I was hired along with Barry Sheen to do the 88 season, which was by Channel 9 Australia, because that was his title defence year. Yeah, great player. He was down to ride an 83 NSR 500, but Let's hope he catches up with it.
Yeah, absolutely. That'll be good. He's fantastic at the revival meeting too, isn't he?
Isn't
On the
he?
Fred Walmsley, Manx Nortons. Do you know he's actually the winningest competitor at the revival? He's had more wins in that event than anyone else.
He's
on 13 or 14.
No slouch, is he?
Yeah, Gary Pearson's catching him up from the four-wheeled world. But, yeah, amazing.
Brilliant. Look forward to that as well. But let's get this one out of the way first.
So what are you looking forward to most? What stands
You asked
out?
me what we've got. We've got 3 classes. I mean, we're celebrating 40 years, as you said earlier, of the RG500 Suzuki. So there's a whole clutch, 16 or 17 RGs spanning the decade, really. They've built and raced for about 10 years. We've got classic racing motorcycles. You alluded to that. We saw some of the early stuff on screen, and that comes all the way up to the late 80s, early 90s, some really classic bikes, and we've got modern stuff, and we've also got some fairly quirky road bikes in there. We've got 3 electric bikes as well, race bikes. Hesketh are back. Tommy Hill should be on board that if it comes out, and the Ariel.
I had the media release pictures of that Hesketh in the sort of James Hunt, Lord Hesketh style livery.
Yeah, building just 24.
Just superb. Loved it.
Great big V-twin made by, it's the SS engine which they use in the Morgan three-wheeler.
Yeah.
A great big lump, and the Ariel, a great big 1200 Honda. So
I bet they sell those. I bet they sell all of those before they make them.
Not huge money, £35,000 for Hesketh.
Yeah.
You know, that is not huge money if you say it quickly.
They tried bike building in the past, didn't they? And it didn't work when Hesketh got out of Formula One.
When Lord Hesketh was at the helm, they built a bike with basically a Westlake design engine, big V-twin.
Yeah.
It was expensive, but it wasn't 35 grand.
Didn't sell though, did it?
No, it didn't sell.
It went under. Yeah.
There you go. I think the current owners have put a lot more thought into it. It certainly looks the part.
Great to see so many RG500s. I mean, for me, that was at a time when I was just getting to grips with solid food and really started to care.
Yes.
And Barry Sheene was the man.
Yeah.
I mean, he was just...
Well, you know, the story of the RG500, I mentioned in this morning's run, that technology was actually stolen from Germany. And Walter Carden, the man who designed the MZ disc valve 125cc, actually worked, dare I say, for Adolf Hitler on his secret weapons program. So he was a bit of a boffin.
Imagine that on your CV.
Absolutely, yeah. Developed the 125. Ernst Degner was his champion rider. He defected with the plans and went to Suzuki, and they basically not only built the 125, they built a 250, and they built the 500, which was basically 4 125s in square formation.
And that story is retold, isn't it, in Stealing Speed, which is a glorious book by Matt Oxley.
Absolutely, yeah. And what a bloke he is, Matt Oxley. What a top-class journalist.
Yeah,
and he's here today.
And, yes, and he's a winner. He won a TT.
He did. He won a 250 TT, and he's here today, and he's going to be in this batch. He's riding Kevin Schwantz's 1993 500cc World Championship winning Lucky Strike Suzuki.
That's fantastic. You know, Toby, we've got some journalists in this business with terrific street cred, haven't we? We really have.
We have indeed, and I can see Matt Oxley's catching up with a few people. Steve Parrish is larking about,
as usual.
you can imagine,
yep.
As they're all being lined up underneath the shade from the lime trees here at Goodwood. And
Stavros would always be in my, if I had a fantasy motorcycle legends dinner party, Stavros would be there just for some stories.
Well, I spoke to him earlier, and he said that, you know, for many, many years he pegged his age at 12. He's now grown up. He's now 14.
So, he's great.
He's a good lad, yeah.
And of course, former teammate to Barry Sheene.
Former teammate to Barry Sheene. Yeah, best buddy. Followed him into truck racing and became the most successful truck racer of all time with 5 championships, 5 world championships. Steve Parrish, and a very lucrative Mercedes and BP contract. 2 of the world's great names, both sending him checks every month. Yeah, can't be bad, can it?
No, mustn't grumble.
Mustn't grumble. Yes, there you go. So he's having a good time. He's here. Gets a few weekends off now that the BBC no longer do MotoGP.
Looks like our first motorcycle is away.
And they're going to come in no particular order, ladies and gentlemen, so it's going to be random, much as it was this morning, but I can tell you now, the first one away is an old International Norton 1937, George Cohen, very much a Norton preservationist and resurrector. Fellow MT500 with Ivan Rose. Bikes then leaving the start away up the hill, and And the MT500 Velo, Ivan Rhodes leading the way through. Looking for some wonderful classics here. The sound of the single-cylinder bikes. And this is the BMW Rennsport from the Miller factory. BMW will follow shortly. That sporting number 1 on the side there looks like an MV or a Gilera. I didn't see what that was. This is definitely Stuart Graham on the RC164 Honda. Very, very noisy. When that comes back in the paddock, it's a question of put your fingers in your ears or they'll be ringing for the rest of the afternoon. I spoke to Jim Redman as well, who said that was a bike he rode that Stuart Graham is now on. Jim Redman, such a wonderful, wonderful character. Had a lovely chat with him. David Bedlington's MV Augusta 4. A regular here at the Festival of Speed, Dave Bedlington. And multi-world champion Agostini is also here with his 500 triple MV Augusta. What's it like down there, Toby? Is it mayhem again?
It's goose pimple central, I tell you that. There is a very silly pigeon that has landed in the middle of the road off the start line, but it has soon decided that it's probably not a very good idea to stay there. Here's the Augusta with David Bedlington at the helm, but here is number 85, because it is fast Freddie Spencer, the man, the only man to win the 250 and the 500cc World Championship in the same season, 1985. He wheelies down the avenue of trees towards the first corner. He's riding the NSR 500 Honda. A couple of years later, Wayne Gardner then won the championship, his sole championship in 1987. We'll see him come up the hill in a few moments' time.
He did indeed.
It's just absolutely fantastic. And we've still got some four-stroke MotoGP bikes to come.
In the glorious days when cigarette sponsorship was allowed, this one in its full Rothmans livery. Of course, Marlboro were in there, HB were in there, Lucky Strike. It was cigarette money coming out of the team's ears. And of course, with the television ruling when that was banned, they had to look for other forms of income. Skoal kept it going for a couple of years with a substance that you chew called the Skoal Bandit. And Roger Marshall and Neil Mackenzie rode under those colours for a number of years. But there's Freddie, fast Freddie Spencer. And we can only look on in awe and wonder at those double championship years when he rode in the 250cc and the 500cc class on the same weekend. James Hillier, we were talking about him getting away.
Yes, and also just finishing off the story about Freddie Spencer. Remember, Marc Marquez has only just taken away those records that Freddie Spencer set back in 1983.
That's a little cracker. That's a little two-stroke Kawasaki, that one.
Now here is a motorcycle that I commentated on in the day. Jim Moody riding it here today. This is one of Valentino Rossi's Ducatis. Valentino Rossi rode for Ducati in 2011 and 2012. The best he had was a second place. It was not to be a winning combination between Valentino and Bologna. But even so, to have a number 46 bike here at Goodwood this weekend is nothing short of fantastic. It had a controversial chassis makeup, didn't it, Barry?
It was.
We called it the shoebox chassis.
It was carbon, wasn't it?
It was a carbon box.
Absolutely.
That was really the precursor for the Panigale today.
Yeah, but then next season they reverted back to conventional chassis. But obviously they learned enough in the carbon experiment to justify keeping it going. The RS500 Honda, the 83, there is Wayne Gardner. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for the 1987 world champion Wayne Gardner. A huge, huge favourite with everyone here at Goodwood, both the festival and the revival. Pulling a wheelie for us under the bridge. He managed to catch up with his bike. The 83 RS500R. Wayne Gardner at the helm.
Wayne Gardner went on to drive in the Japanese GT Championship. He also drove once in the DTM, I believe. But it's great to see him back on two wheels, as you say, Henry, dominating when they get for the Goodwood revival, the man with the most trophies at the moment.
Yeah, and Fred Walmsley puts together a very good G50 or makes Norton for him, that's for sure. Now that's one of the Suzuki RG500s going off the line. Number 48, I'm looking for it on my list, but I don't have a 48. I do have a 45. There's a Lucky Strike RG next Kevin Schwantz bike.
Yeah, but it's Sean Emmett who's on it here today. So a bike that he did ride in periods, a Lucky Strike Suzuki, and it's great to see him back on two wheels. Sean Emmett, the RGB 500.
Indeed. And there's another Schwantz bike. Steve Harris has brought one of them here, and Parrish was due to ride it, but that's not Steve Parrish on board, I can tell you that now. The number 93, that's Nathan Columby. I'll tell you who's riding that. Nathan Columby, he's the engineer who restored that bike and brought it back to its original order. It's owned by the Suzuki Classic Race Team. 1993 RGV.
Now here is Matt Oxley, a 250cc TT winner and a colleague of ours in the press office of the MotoGP Championship around the world, the man who wrote the book Stealing Speed about Walter Carden.
Brilliant.
The man who created that two-stroke technology and then defected and took it to Suzuki. Oxo, as his nickname is, a prolific writer, and he absolutely gets modern motorcycle racing. He is riding the 93 Schwantz bike.
Yep, and that's owned by Steve Harris, entered by Harris Engineering, Harris Performance Products. And there he is, carrying the number 94 Goodwood.
Now we've got a 250 on the line. And great to see the original colour schemes that we've mentioned already today, Barry, with Henry. They're absolutely right, and the vibrancy of those Marlborough colours really does shine through, something that you can only see when you see it with the naked eye.
Absolutely, absolutely. This is a YZR 250 94. It's owned by Andy Caddick, and I think that's probably Mike Usher on board. The YZR 250 basically half the big one, or double the 125 if you like. Yamahas were so strong at a certain period, and well, the YZR, just an unbeatable bike in the 250 class. That was where Yamaha really had their strength.
Originally written by Kozinski. Sorry, Kozinski having a good go. Now this is a lovely sound. This is the V4
SG3.
This is just a beautiful motorcycle sound.
Ian Morgan on board, who is production manager for the Norton campaign. I've done an interview with him, spoke to him earlier this morning, and he said they're undeterred, they're not bothered. There's Michael Neves, and Michael Neves is on the aerial. Look at that incredible chassis, that space frame chassis, trellis work all the way around. And this is the MCN senior test rider, Mike Neves.
Michael Neves, an accomplished rider and a man who is aboard this aerial, a VFR 1200 engine in this, and they've already sold some bikes. They only launched it, what, a couple of days ago, didn't they?
Yeah, the trick is they've made it look like a car as well. They followed the design concept faithfully from the aerial car through into two wheels, and it works. It definitely works.
Tommy Hill now on the number 24 Hesketh, just coming through your shot with Michael Neves following him through Molecombe.
Good to see those two bikes together because they are futuristic, innovative, that's for sure.
Talking about futuristic,
all electric. All
battery
electric
power.
Yes, 3 of those electric bikes here. Is this the shape of things to come? Well, certainly lacking the noise, but the fact that there's an electric TT in the Isle of Man, only one lap at the moment, but these bikes are just so fast, 116 miles an hour around the Isle of Man, not bad at all. A win this year for John McGuinness on an electric bike, so he's thrilled.
I've seen the full on-board lap of McGuinness's 0TT win. It's absolutely sensational.
Brilliant.
The speed doesn't match the noise. The bike's quiet and it's absolutely flying. Quite extraordinary.
The 87 bike, that's an RS 500 GP owned by Martin Jones. Scott Redding's going to ride this if he gets here on Sunday. We're going to see, of course, it's the Dutch TT at Assen this weekend, but the race is always on a Saturday. So Scott Redding's coming by private jet along with Bradley Smith and hopefully one or two other MotoGP stars to join us here. And he's down to ride that bike for Martin Jones.
Scott Redding, he's ridden a 93 Schwann Suzuki before, so he'll love what he's got in store here on Sunday. James Hillier on the hill, more contemporary Quattro Suzuki. James Hillier, TT Victor, and loving every minute of it.
And the shape of things to come, I think. He's the young talent for the TT. The ZX-10R is pretty well put together by Bournemouth Kawasaki. And look at that. That's control for you, isn't it? Wonderful. Playing to the crowd. That's what they love here. Give James Hillier a round of applause. Look, you might get another wheelie. You do, up towards Molecombe. He's stood the thing up on its back wheel, but now he's got to get it slowed down and round the left-hander, which he does with a plum.
I can't do that. Even
what, get it round the left-hander?
I've been riding for a few years. I can't do that.
Can't do wheelies?
No, I can't do stand-up wheelies.
No, it's pretty clever, isn't it?
I can do wheelies off the power by accident. I can't do deliberate stand-up waving wheelies. Obviously.
Well, I've given up trying.
Now then, let's go back to Suzuka in 2003, the first race that a Ducati 4-stroke V4 MotoGP bike was entered into, and it was Troy Bayliss and Lawrence Capirossi who were riding those motorcycles in that first year.
You know it well.
I know it well. I was there that day to see them unveil the bike and go down the pit lane. Only a year before had the 4-stroke regulations for MotoGP been introduced at the beginning of 2002, and Valentino Rossi was dominating with the then Honda V5, but Ducati were debuting, and they did win a Grand Prix in their debut season, Lawrence Capirossi at Barcelona. This motorcycle cooked the riders because it was so hot on the motorcycle that they just melted. This motorcycle that's just going through your screen, that was the 2006 version, as we now look forward to some antics on one wheel, not necessarily two.
Yeah, not necessarily the back either. This is the F800 BMW. Matty Griffin, the Irish stunt rider, international, dare I say, performs all over the world. A healthy BMW contract, and he throws this 800cc twin-cylinder motorcycle around as though it's a toy.
It's a heavy bike, isn't it?
It is a heavy bike.
With a low centre of gravity to be doing that on.
It is a very heavy bike.
Look, he's just donutting with no hands around Alan Crook.
And he saved it. And he saved it. How about that? Yeah. He's pretty useful.
I've been standing on a stage when Dougie Lampkin jumps on it and then does a stoppie and then slams the rear wheel down towards my toes, and every time we did it at this particular show he got closer and closer and closer, and you always think, yes. I know he's not going to hit me, but you can't program your brain to think that.
I know he's good, but everybody gets it wrong occasionally. And Matty Griffin also is quite useful on four wheels. He regularly two wheels of BMW car, and by that I mean using a ramp to get it up, and just runs a la Terry Grant, of course, who's also here this weekend. International stunt rider and driver Terry Grant.
A couple of riders that we didn't really get a chance to talk about in that batch, Barry. Chaz Davis has just gone up the hill with the latest Ducati Panigale, and also the reigning British Superbike champion, Alex Lowes, who's part of the Suzuki World Superbike squad this season.
And I gather Eugene Laverty is also going to be around this weekend to demonstrate his skills up the hill. So no World Superbike race this weekend. There is a MotoGP, as I've said, and there is a British Superbike, which we can't get it right all the time. Of course, the festival tailor-made to fit around the F1 calendar predominantly, and anything else is a bonus. So we have got World Superbike riders here, but right now we've got Matty Griffin doing his stuff on the BMW, and a class act he is indeed.
The other thing that's good about where we are at the moment into 2014, Barry, is that some of those early MotoGP 990cc bikes are now creeping into private hands, and now Lord March and his Goodwood crew are getting those motorcycles here at Goodwood, something that maybe even 5 or 6 years ago they were still at the factories or still unobtainable, whereas now
yes,
it's fantastic.
Well, the other thing, let me ask you this, Toby. Are we going to reach a point where, like the modern Formula One car, they will be impossible to run without an army of technicians? You know, are we going to get to that situation where, with a modern MotoGP bike, you simply won't be able to run it without the technology and the software?
Yes, but we always said that back in 2002 when the first Honda MotoGP bike came out of the doors and won the very first race and then the championship. Yes, you're right, there's always a lot of setup and you can't just bump start it, I suppose is what you're saying.
Yeah, exactly.
But hopefully somebody might be able to engineer something that we will be able to, quote, bump start them, because they are tremendous pieces of kit, modern MotoGP bikes, 160 kilograms, 265 horsepower.
Yeah.
And Marc Marquez, he was only 20 years old last year. He won the World Championship, the first time of asking, but at doing 224 miles an hour.
Fantastic. Well, you'll be interested if you listen to the Jim Redman interview a bit later on. Jim Redman said when he could never understand why somebody can't watch Matty Griffin. There he goes onto the prop stand and a handstand, and he keeps it up. Round of applause for Matty Griffin, ladies and gentlemen. Just to finish off where I was, Jim Redman said that he could never understand why somebody can't come straight out of Moto 2 and start to win in MotoGP, because they need a year. He was always told they need a year to get used to it. Then along came Marquez.
And he won in his second race, did he not, at the second of the Americas?
Exactly, and blew that theory out of the window.
Absolutely, yes. And here we are into his second season of MotoGP, and Marc Marquez has won 7 out of 7 Grand Prix.
Is that unprecedented?
Rossi did it in 02. So he's matched Rossi's 7 in a row. Yeah.
He's matched Valentino Rossi, but that V5 really was that dominant. The Yamaha was nowhere at the beginning of 2002, whereas Valentino, used to get asked for his autograph by Marc Marquez only about 6 years ago, and now Marc Marquez is having the cheek to beat him.
Brilliant. Look at that array of bikes at the top paddock then. That is just fantastic. That's the end of the 2 wheels.
Okay, that's the end of our bikes for Festival Friday. They'll be out twice more tomorrow and twice more on Sunday if you're joining us again on either of the 2 weekend days. Barry, thanks again as always.
My pleasure.
Some good tales.
Big thanks to Toby down there as well, because his knowledge of bikes is cracking, and so it should be.
He's catching you up, isn't he?
Don't say things like that, you'll wind him up.
In 100 years he'll know as much as you.
I'll never catch him up. Never.
Thanks, Toby, enjoyed it.
Cheers, Barry, well done. We'll see Barry Nutley tomorrow. We're back straight into four-wheeled wonders now and our John Surtees parade. Barry will vacate the studio. I say studio, I mean trestle table, and Marcus Pye will jump back on board and we'll talk you through the Surtees tribute. Classes 15, 16, 17, 18 and 19 in your programmes. The bike classes were 15 and 16 and 17. Class 18 is for the John Surtees tribute. We have some wonderful cars built by Big John's Edenbridge, Kent-based Equipe. This is Max Smith-Hilliard in the TS9B. Glorious little machine.
There's a meat packer from Yorkshire.
Howling across the line, a wonderful resonance of the Cosworth DFV in the back of that car.
Oh, isn't that fantastic? This is the Chevron B24 Chevrolet powered car, the Race of Champions winner. And
Peter Gethin, wasn't it?
Yeah, and it's Nick Gethin, the late Peter's lad, who is driving it.
Lovely stuff. I loved Formula 5000.
I adore
simple
Formula 5000.
British-built chassis, small block V8s in the back. Off you go.
Absolutely right. 0 to 100 miles an hour and back to 0 in about 8 seconds. 500 bit horsepower, 630 kilos. What's not to like? 180 miles an hour.
And you've raced one, haven't you?
Numerous.
Yeah.
I was very, very fortunate to have a co-ownership in a Lola 332.
That's right.
Yeah. Which was as good as they got. And it was a car that had previously been driven by B. Redmond, one of my all-time heroes, albeit out of period in the demonstration. But we managed to buy it for 23 races on the clock from new.
Redmond's in my, I think he's probably in my top 3 or 4 all-rounders.
Absolutely.
With Jackie Ickx, with Vic Elford, with Mario Andretti. That's about it, really, isn't it?
That's great. Look at this, another great Surtees coming up.
I think that's Sam Bird, isn't it? Is that Sam's lid?
Looks like it.
If it's the number 90, yes it is. Yeah, Mercedes AMG Grand Prix test driver. Of course, recently switched over to sports car racing and was an absolute star at Le Mans a fortnight ago.
Got caught out with the rain in the first hour and a half. Unfortunately, it's Sam. Talk about Sam. Sam Posey.
Stuck his Ferrari on the front row, didn't he? Even though it's in the GTE AM class.
More 5000s have got the Surtees, the Samposi Winston Delta tyre car, and it's driven by its owner, Greg Thornton. Both the Surtees here and the Chevron P2040 absolutely wrecked in a fiery workshop inches ago, beautifully rebuilt over the last couple of years. Obviously, had new monocoques, etc. But they've bounced back good as new, which is lovely to see, because you didn't really want to see cars damaged in that way, or any way for that matter. Lotus 270 Spider, Paul Field driving.
He's got a wonderful collection of cars, hasn't he? We've seen him in the
Ferrari
512.
He has the lovely Brabham BT42 that I had the opportunity of buying in 1986 for 15 grand with a DFE. The only thing that was a big problem is it didn't have 15 grand.
Yes. Well, that was quite a lot of money in 1986, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was. Didn't compare that favourably with my Autosport salary.
No.
For sure.
Now leaves the line here at the Goodwood Festival of Speed. V8 2.4 litre Ferrari Formula 1 car.
Yeah, this is the 2009 machine, the F60. Winner at Spa, the Belgian Grand Prix, with Kimi Räikkönen, who you will recall narrowly beat Giancarlo Fisichella in the Force India. Force India's best result to date. They've had a podium this year already, haven't they? But, this is one of the last of a breed, and he's going to do a big full power getaway. Pedro de la Rosa, charming Spaniard, who's burst on to the British racing scene in Formula 1, didn't he, in the late 80s? And has raced in Formula 1 for Jaguar and for McLaren.
We actually came into... there was some Spaniards came over racing Formula 4, didn't they? With,
yes,
with Minister.
Ivan Arias and Pedro. And
yeah.
Anthony Davidson hooks second gear immediately as he gets off the line in the Mercedes AMG Formula 1 car. Anthony had a couple of problems earlier, but he got it all sorted. He's actually recording this run with a 360-degree vision set of cameras positioned on the top of his crash helmet. Anthony Davidson continuing to work for Mercedes AMG Formula 1 in the simulator when he's not driving in the World Endurance Championship for Toyota.
Yeah, this is the MGP 002 from 2011.
Second generation racer. His old man used to help Tony Strawson with his old special saloon Falcon, etc. and drag raced a Triumph TR6 at Flatbush in the early 70s. Dennis the Menace.
Dennis Davidson, yeah.
Painted on the side of his crash helmet by hand.
Another of our 2011 vintage Grand Prix cars. This is Sebastian Buemi in the Red Bull. The
car that took the championship that year. Sebastian Vettel at the helm, dubbed it Kinky Kylie.
Yes. Had a sense of humour, didn't he? Still does, in fact. The RB7 from 2011. He won 11 races in this car, on the way to his second world title, second of 4 in a row. Not having quite as easy a time of it in 2014, is he? With he's getting shown the way at the moment by his new teammate Daniel Ricciardo. And here's the confusing McLaren, the 2014 liveried MP for 26 of 2011. Not allowed to run contemporary cars here because it constitutes testing, which is a real shame because it doesn't really constitute testing in any way.
But even when they come out, year-old cars for the McLaren Autosports BRDC Young Driver winner, another year on, they run just as a demo tyre that will last them 3 laps or something like that, and that's it.
Yeah. And, this is young Belgian Stoffel van Doorn, who's on the McLaren Academy. He's been placed in GP2, which is, those of you who follow modern international single-seater racing will know, is 1 rung down from Grand Prix racing.
Jolyon Palmer having an incredible season so far.
Yes,
he didn't do quite as well last weekend in Austria, but leading the championship by a big chunk at this stage.
Indeed. Yeah. Stoffel is hoping to race with McLaren. He's seen one of his contemporaries, Kevin Magnussen, land a race seat in Formula 1. Big wave from Oliver Turvey, another young, quick Brit. Just recently took LMP2 for the baby prototypes. A win there at Le Mans. In the all-British lineup comprising Harry Tinknell and Simon Dolan.
Such a pretty car, that. Apart from the extra winglets, it's a really, really clean shape, isn't it?
Yes.
And a Porsche made but tag Technics Avant-Garde paid for engine V6 in the back of it. Now then, the 1974 World Championship from Brazil, Emerson Fittipaldi.
It's a sort of reach out and sort of touch him to check he's real moment, isn't it? It's just breathtaking.
You forget how wide the rear tracks were on these cars. It runs very wide rear wheels, but physically the track size is enormous.
The sights of them hounding through Woodcut Corner at Silverstone, bouncing on the rear tyre itself. That was, yes, part of the suspension, but much more so than it is nowadays. And the whole opposite lock way of driving it. And once that initial glass fibre bodywork had been removed, the nakedness of the tub, Marcus, it was very exposed, really.
Yeah, that's right, Toby. They're aluminium, sheet aluminium monocoque wrapped round solid bulkheads.
All I want to do when I see that car
is drive it.
Yes, that's yes. But being slightly more realistic, I just want to build the Tamiya kit again. What a great way to learn how racing cars were put together.
And you can buy the Haynes owner's manual.
Yes, you can. Yes.
GM Wagstaff wrote on the McLaren M23 series cars.
Okay, that's the end of the batch, our motorcycles and our Grand Prix cars. And let's go up to the top paddock, which is a hive of activity as normal. And Bruce Jones has shoved his microphone in the face of a number of legends up there.
Freddie Spencer, a Honda moment on the hill. How was that ride for you?
Well, it's great. Any chance I get to ride an original factory works bike, the bike that actually won the World Championship on one of the two, it's a real treat. And what an event to do it at with all these great motorcycles and riders.
But going back across the years since that championship, do you get back on and does it feel contemporary to you, or do you think that was old technology? Of course, it wasn't at the time.
Yeah, well, the thing is there's a purity about it because it's amazing really how good the bike is. Considering all the advancements that have been made, there's some things that don't change about a great motorcycle, and it's the feel. When I get on it, it's like going home. You know, just riding up this hill, it's a real treat, because even though it's a short distance, but the feeling the bike and the connection that I have with it is all the work that we did to refine it and make it what it is. And this particular bike, what's very unique about it, is it had such an impact on the history of the NSR 500, which went on to be the most successful Grand Prix bike in Grand Prix racing history, and it really began with this version, this 85 bike.
And you were there when it happened. How much do you get on bikes these days? How often are you in the saddle?
Yeah, I've ridden all the modern Hondas except the very last 1000. I rode the versions before that, the 990, and And so I ride modern sport bikes and the electronics, and you know, and everybody talks about the changes, and certainly, you know, but with the horsepower of the modern GP bike, you have to run it that way. But Mark Marquez and I've gotten to know Mark pretty well because last year he broke my record, and it's the same fundamental things that he does, and to get the bike in position, it's the same thing on that I did on this 500, except everything was in my right hand, and he has some electronics, but still, it's what he does. And so to ride at the very elite level on a bike, even with electronics, it takes a certain craft. The modern sport bikes with electronics, it's really been a benefit for the average rider, you know, and so I think involves, and to be involved with Honda at this time was a real treat for me.
Freddie, thank you very much. That was great.
Yeah, no problem. Thank you.
Jim Moody, it's a Ducati, it's bright, it's colourful. Tell us about it, and tell us its connection with a certain Italian rider.
Yeah, it's 2011 Valentino Rossi 1000cc MotoGP bike, and like it took a bit of starting because they had a serious slipper clutch, but I got it going and went down to start, and I was just so surprised of how tractable, light, and manageable it was. I was just talking to the owner, I says, this thing is beautiful. You can take it to the shops, but coming up there, that's when it really became clear just how light it was. Even compared to a superbike, it's so light.
What's the story behind the bulldogs that sit behind the bottom?
Oh, I have no idea. It's nothing to do with me.
What else is catching your eye here at the Festival of Speed? Which other bikes are you hankering after riding?
There's honestly, there's so much, but what really did shock me was, and I thought this was probably one of the only MotoGP Ducatis, in existence, and you get here and there's like 5 or 6 of them. That is the one thing that's really shocked me. I thought, well, there won't be that many people got one of these things, and there's actually, honestly, there must be between 4 and 6 genuine MotoGP Ducatis, plus everything else.
Well, that's what this event's about. It's about opening your eyes and making you sit up. Jim, thanks very much for talking to us.
No problem, thank you.
Tommy Hill, Hesketh is a name we obviously know from car racing. They did go bike racing back in the very early 80s, but now they're back again. Tell us about the bike.
Yeah, it's different. I mean, a lot different to what I'm used to riding. A lot of people ask me, how is the bike, how does it feel? But it's a little bit different, to be fair, than what I'm used to. It's a great bike, though. I race sports bikes week in, week out, and something like this is what I would like on the street. So I'll have to have a chat with them and see what they can do. But it's a great bike, it's a nice little time with the car scene as well. And obviously we've got the bikes here today at Goodwood. But yeah, it's great to ride it up the hill. I opened it up a little bit more then because the bike was only finished on Tuesday. So yeah, they've been hard at work, the boys, and got it finished for us for Goodwood. So it's good to give it a good blast up the hill and clean out the ports.
What do you think of the sort of retro livery, just like James Hunt's Hesketh back from '75?
It's great. I mean, I run a design company, so yeah, on the side of the racing. So it's nice to be a part of that as well. I helped them out with the design, and done the graphics for the bike. So we've sort of tried to tie in what we can, what I do, what they do, and come up with sort of a quirky retro design. So yeah, no, it's great, and yeah, it's good to be a part of them, and hopefully they do well selling them.
And I like the circuit diagram for Zandvoort just behind you. Of course, that was the one and only victory in 1975.
Yeah, no, that's good as well. I mean, if they can put some little touches on the new bike they've built, and they have done with the stickers as well and the graphics. So obviously a bit of rebranding as well with Hesketh, and 24, because there's only 24 being made. So yeah, there's a bit of thought behind it as well, and yeah, it was just good to give it a blast out and see how it feels up Goodwood Hill.
Tommy, thanks very much.
I'm David Coulthard and we're here at Goodwood House. I have an AMG SLS Black Series and we're going to go and discover the famous hill climb. As we go across the start, we cross some bricks from the Indianapolis Motor Speedway, so a piece of history as you start this climb into turn 1. Quite an open right-hander, and you build the speed through the crossroads. This will be taken almost flat by those committed. up past the house, this fantastic view. And then through a fast left-hand kink into what is one of the most tricky corners on the hill climb. It's called Molecombe. And it's difficult because you're coming over a blind rise and then breaking into the apex of a left-hander. A lot of people have been caught out there over the years as the drivers try to push the limits as they attack the hill. We then rise up towards the flint wall, and what makes this particularly difficult is we go under the trees, we lose visibility, and it seems that you're driving directly into a flint wall. You then open out into the bright sunlight again, and then into Birdless Grove, and it's a right-hander, then another left-hand kink. Nick Heidfeld, who has the lap record at 41.6 set in 1999, was doing 150 miles an hour through the left kink, and then 170 miles an hour as he crossed the finish line. It really is an exhilarating climb.
In our bid to make Sky Sports even better, we enlisted the help of the ultimate hero of sport. No, not him. Him. There were some interesting ideas. Drone cam.
This is ludicrous.
Sofa ref. The sensation suit. In the end, the simplest idea was also the best. A new European football channel. And that's not all. 2 years free Sky Broadband Unlimited for our Sky Sports customers. Go to sky.com/2yearsfree to find out more. Sky. Believe in better.
Contact us on Twitter using the hashtag FOS to share your comments, photos and videos, and we'll be reading out a selection of those tweets over the course of the weekend.
Can you hear a noise in the sky? I'm sure you can. And that's the RAF's latest fighter, the Eurofighter Typhoon. Agility is the word. I'm with Andy de Geer, Flight Lieutenant Andy de Geer. And Andy, it's an amazing aircraft, isn't it?
Yeah, it really is incredible. And this display just shows some of that incredible performance that it has.
So it's being flown today by Noel Rees, trainer at Coningsby, who this year is the Eurofighter display pilot. Inverted with the wheels. Well, I was going to say wheels down, but of course when you're inverted they're up, but you know what I mean. Undercarriage down.
Well, we call that dirty work.
Dirty work.
Dirty work, and it just shows you some of the incredible carefree handling, so it will perform as best it can, regardless of the configuration.
And Andy, it's designed to be unstable, isn't it? So that that's how it gets its agility.
It is. There's 4 onboard flight control system computers. Any one of them can fail. Any 2 of them can fail, and it can still perform as you're seeing now.
And watch this, because Noel is going. The next time he's inverted, he's going to pull up. Minus 3G. The blood runs to his head. His eyes go red. It's pretty uncomfortable.
It feels like your head's going to pop.
The Typhoon can pull 9G, a sustained 9G, and Noel is probably pulling about that now.
Yep, he's just about to come through for the high-speed pass. It'll be travelling at about 600 knots, that's about 690 miles an hour in normal speak, and that's about as legally fast as he's allowed to fly overland in peacetime.
Otherwise we get sonic boom and everyone complains.
And we get a few noise complaints.
But in action, Typhoon can supercruise at Mach 2 or so.
About 1.5. It's it can cruise it up. Well, it can actually get up to over 2.5, Mach 2.5.
But 1.5 without reheat, 2.5 with reheat. Wow, that's quick. But it's multi-role, which means air-to-air, air-to-ground.
Yeah, well, it's the first generation of RAF fighter that can do that. So it's designed to be able to fight its way into a target without dedicated air support, then attack that target and prosecute it, and then fight its way out again.
Yeah. And Typhoon has seen action over Libya, which we won't talk very much about, but 6 hours there and back, of course, refueled every hour or so.
Yeah, well, Libya is actually operating from José Col, but it could do that.
Twin engine, you can see. He's not. Oh, he is pulling reheat at the moment, which is why it's noisy. 2 Rolls EJ200s, producing how much power, Andy?
That's total about 40,000 pounds of thrust, and just for the car buffs in the audience, that's about the equivalent power of all the cars on an F1 grid for the first 6.
What, first 6 Grand Prix
of the season? Yeah,
that's a lot of power, and consumes fuel at what sort of rate?
Well, in reheat, as you see in the odd time when he puts it into reheat on the display, it's about 450 kilograms per minute.
It's expensive for us taxpayers. I cannot see him at the moment. It looked as if he was doing a low. Is it a low and dirty pass?
No, it's just a low-speed, high-alpha pass. He's coming past the crowd at about 110 knots. It's about 127 miles per hour. Which it's quite incredible to see an aircraft that size travel that slowly.
It is, and fully controllable at that low speed. So approach speed to land, what, 130 or so?
About 150.
150. And Andy, you're going to train on Typhoon fairly soon?
Yeah, well, hopefully in another few years. I'm in the fast jet training pipeline, so
right.
Hoping to be there soon.
So at the moment on Grob, but going on to Tucano and then straight to Typhoon, or do you do Hawk first?
Yeah, it's Hawk at a place called RF Valley in Anglesey.
Yep. The Typhoon is in service with us, of course. We've got about 110 in service. Italy, Spain, Germany, and now Saudi Arabia. The French were involved in the project to begin with, but they demanded design authority and weren't given it, so they pulled out and developed Rafale instead.
Yeah.
Très français. I mustn't say that. So Noel pulling into almost a flick roll with full reheat.
Yeah, well now this is a minimum radius turn, so just showing how tightly this aircraft can turn. For an aircraft that size, it's pretty incredible.
So against the likes of F-16, presumably there have been combat trials. How's the come?
Very well across the board.
And you and I, as taxpayers, are paying how much for each aircraft?
Each aircraft about 64 million pounds.
64 million quid, a bargain. And currently, because of tension, well, the tension that's taken place in the Ukraine and the worry that the Baltic states have about Mr. Putin's intentions, Typhoon is up in the Baltic, giving confidence particularly to Lithuania. Noel's pulled up to, what, about 5,000 feet there?
That's about 3,500 feet.
About 3.5. And there's a Typhoon squadron in the Falkland Islands.
Yep. Currently, Typhoon is based at 2 bases in the UK, RAF Coningsby in Lincolnshire, where 29 Squadron, where this jet comes from, and RAF Luke in Fife, soon to be RAF Lossiemouth in Moray. And now that's where we operate quick reaction alert, protecting UK airspace. We also do that in the Falklands, and as you mentioned, over in Lithuania as part of the Baltic Air Policing Force.
And they've been scrambled a few times recently to look at Russian bears coming a little bit close.
Yeah, well, that's all standard practice.
Yeah. That's an opportunity for the Russians to photograph the airplane.
And for us to photograph theirs.
Exactly. Yeah. So, Andy, Typhoon, we've talked about speed. What about service ceiling?
It can get up to over 55,000 feet, so well above any other airliners. And as you can see now, Noel's just turning back for the final pass, and he will be departing soon. You'll see him put it on its tail and head up to 8,000 feet.
And before he goes, you've got voice controls, haven't you?
Yes.
So you can, when the pilot is completely lost, he can say, "Take me home," and he's got a woman in the, well, a woman's voice in the cockpit. She says, "You're a prat, you're lost, and I'll take you home."
Well, it's almost like that, yeah. No, most of the husbandry of the aircraft, the minor systems, are voice controlled.
Yeah.
It's designed to be flown and make it as easy to fly as possible for the pilots.
And if he loses control, there's a big red button, he presses it, and it sorts itself out.
It does indeed.
It's done, yeah, he's done. Okay, so Andy, thanks very much. That's the end of the Typhoon display. He is back. We're getting Typhoon again.
On Sunday at 12 o'clock.
Sunday midday. Another opportunity to see Typhoon, see where your money is being spent. Thanks very much, Andy. Thanks to Noel Rees. And when the Typhoon disappears, we'll be handing back to Henry and Marcus and Toby. We've all been so impressed by the central feature in front of the house. Let's have a look at a bit of how it was constructed.
Our motorsport heritage goes back right to the 19th century, so we wanted the central feature to really represent that incredible span of 120 years. And Jerry Juda's breathtaking design, something been seen before, to Goodwood.
The design for 2014 was to engage with the house. We're putting a sculpture that vaults over the house. It's a massive arch. And the concept is very, very simple. It's one line, and that line is split up between two different roads. So they are sort of passing each other. It's a sort of a nod to each other. It's a nod to history, and the house supports it in the fact that it's underneath it. It engages with it. So there is an involvement between the history of Mercedes, the history of Goodwood, and I think that's very important. The initial Mercedes idea was very, very strong in this very simple shape, and that's what I've tried to do this year as well, but a little bit more dangerous.
Every year, Jerry creates something special, and we wanted another first for Mercedes-Benz. The first time we saw his design, it blew us away. The cars are literally soaring over the top of Goodwood House. It's stunning.
Differently because it's a big company, it's one of the greats, and naturally you think about something that reflects that greatness and that sense of power and history, and no better way than to approach it from completely left field. We've seen the design on paper and on screen, but being here today a little earlier, seeing the sculpture being put into place, it was a magical moment.
focal point of this year's centrepiece at Goodwood are our 2 Silver Arrows races. Last year's car from the Hungarian Grand Prix where Lewis Hamilton won, and the model of the 1934 Silver Arrows, the very first silver racing Mercedes.
I often do actually, often in the background just watch people looking at this and being amazed by it. But that's what it's about, it's showbiz. That's the whole point.
I had high hopes for the central feature this year and it's absolutely blown them away.
Sports cars, Le Mans legends and endurance racers are next on the programme on the Friday of Festival of Speed 2014. A very special welcome trackside if you've just arrived to catch a glimpse for the first time of some cars on the hill. Henry Hope Frost with you up in the main commentary box, joined by Marcus Pye and Toby Moody down there at the start line. And we have some stunning machines for you in a moment. Sports prototypes, Group C machines, our post-Group C prototypes. And we've got the greats from Audi, Porsche and Toyota, the contemporary.
And we've all different to look at than the cars we tended to see in Europe, the 935 K3s in particular. This one with a sort of rather truncated nose and doesn't have the sort of swept up rear wings. But nonetheless, you can see just about, if you squint, the 911 Heritage in the shape of the windows on the side. Just about sort of picks up that central styling cue from
the line, the Dumas Bernhard LMP2 Porsche, but this is the Ferrari 333 SP V12 4-litre, and does this thing pick up? It must have a flywheel the size of a 10-pence piece. It sounds glorious.
Yeah, it's probably a
as it picks
5
up.
and a quarter, I should have thought. Tony.
Yes, Christian Pescatori at the wheel, one of the members of the early Audi prototype team back in the late 90s, early noughties. But he raced this car with Emanuele Collard and Vincenzo Sospiri back in the late 90s. Very successful in the International Sports Racing Series.
I remember going to a historic test session at Paul Ricard in 1999. I remember my first daughter had just been born.
Class of the Silverstone 6 hours earlier this year at the very, very last corner.
Yeah, Brabs, of course, part of the Bentley prototype return in 2003. Finished second at Le Mans with Mark Blundell and Johnny Herbert. The sister car winning, of course, with Tom Christensen, Dindo Capello and Guy Smith. But this is the GT3 car. Bentley relatively new to the GT3 ranks, taking on the might of Porsche, Aston Martin, Ferrari in a class they know an awful lot about. It's already successful.
Leaving the line in silence under electric power, and then the engine barking into life. The V8 engine is the Toyota, the 2014 car. Oh, going a little bit wide around the first right-hander. This has got Stefan Sarrazin at the wheel. This is the car that finished third at Le Mans only a fortnight ago. It recovered from a crash in the damp conditions earlier on in the 24 hours. So Sarrazin actually driving the car that he didn't drive at Le Mans, if you see what I mean. But he's having a good go, as we've got a whole host of Le Mans cars having gone up and about to go up as well. Brand new chassis that Toyota made for this year's Le Mans, completely different from last year's chassis, and again using hybrid power to give a kick into the front wheels. Nearly 1,000 horsepower in that car. Now we go back to 1998 and the Porsche 911 GT1 that took the Le Mans victory with Alan McNish, Aiello and Stefan Ortelli. It was a bizarre set of rules that you had to make just one road car, and they did. and then they made some racing cars. So they sort of made a racing car and put some indicators and some lights on, didn't they, Henry?
Yes, indeed, yeah. Really sort of stretching the production-based regulations. But as you say, winner in 98 to give Porsche its 16th win at La Sarthe. And it was only in the final few hours, wasn't it, a few weeks ago, that Porsche couldn't quite make it, 17. So this car remains Porsche's most recent winner in the 24 hours of Le Mans. And it was a nice touch because it was in the 50th anniversary of the great German firm. Here is one of the Nissan GTR Nismos. This is Jan Mardenborough, who is an absolute sensation. He won the Nissan GT Academy, the Find a Racing Driver search using the PlayStation game. He won that, and he's turned out to be an absolute star. He was incredibly quick in the Nissan engined LMP2 at Le Mans. Races in GP3 on the Grand Prix support calendar.
And yes, he's very quick indeed. He's very cool, he's very calculating, is Mardenborough. And he's having a go, isn't he, Henry? He's really got
He's certainly very close to the bales through that stone wall section.
He's pushing on. He was 10th quickest coming into this run overall in timed runs. This morning, guys, he did a 54.3 and he's done a 50.5.
Fair play, Jan. Yeah,
at the moment, by my quick mental arithmetic, he's 4th quickest. In the meantime, coming up the hill is the 2014 Le Mans 24-hour winner. It's already coming up towards your commentary box. So we now concentrate on Brian Redman, who's on the start line.
Toby, Marcus and I have just had a studio moment looking at pictures of Brian Redman in the 917 Spider. That's all you need to know.
Particularly because we know his feet are within about 3 inches of the front of it. It's shrouded in that polyester.
Oh, the Flying Lancastrian Brian Redman, a great all-rounder, sports car race, Grand Prix racer, well, European 2-litre sports cars. He did the lot, didn't he? Absolutely
He
the
certainly
lot.
did. 3-time Formula 5000 champion on the trot.
Yeah.
Didn't enjoy Formula 1.
And can you imagine this car with a turbocharger on the 4.5-litre engine? No. So they converted it back. It's a beautiful, pretty, small, nimble looking with these little chassis.
Another of the Collier Automotive Museum cars, isn't it? 4.5-litre flat 12.
I was hugely fortunate in '96 to drive one of these at Road America. And I was over there, and Colin Bennett, right, Lancastrian pal, was saying to me, he said, perhaps you'd like to go in the Tony D 908 that won the Road Atlanta Can-Am racing period.
The only non-McLaren win that year.
And the splendid owner, the late Mike Amalfitano, I said, the guy wants to drive the 908, take the 917, it's more fun.
Now keep an eye on this car on the hill, ladies and gentlemen, because this is the car that was fastest up Goodwood this morning. Kenny Brack, the Indy 500 winner, the man who won the IndyCar Championship and an X Games gold medalist as well. He's in the long-tail McLaren. This is the original long-tail McLaren. It's got the original livery on it that they used as a camouflage, and Brack this morning did a 48.6. He was second quickest off the start line this morning, and he's having a real crack at this 1.1-mile Goodwood Hill.
It's going to be sub 50.
48.6 he's got to beat, and it's a 47.98 that Kenny Brack has done, 130 miles an hour as he crossed the finish line. That is commitment.
Yeah, that is wonderful.
It's brilliant. I remember when Kenny Brack was driving a Formula Ford car around here in his very early days, when he was scratching from event to event. Here's the lovely McLaren. Oh, my name's on the list. Oh, good.
Marcus, your twin brother, he's at it again.
I'm a Gemini chap. I can't be in two places at one time, but it's a nice thought.
Now this is the 1995 McLaren. 1995, the first year that the McLarens went to Le Mans with the GTR configuration. That car, I believe, finished third at Le Mans in that year. Now we have got the Porsche 917 on the line, and now coming up the hill, another car that encapsulates motorsport full stop from when it was invented. Golf colours, Porsche 917, Stuart Hall at the wheel. He only drove it for the very first time this morning. Confirmation of the man who has got best time of day on your screens at the moment. Kenny Brack having done a 47.9, Andrew Newell 50.3, and Jan Mardenborough elevating himself up from 10th to third quickest with that run that we saw a moment ago, 50.58. Fourth at the moment is Thornton, Laumann, but still Brack's time of a 47.9 is there and there to beat. Next up, we have got the Mercedes SLS on the start line here at the Goodwood Festival of Speed. It's just being lined up by the marshals right on the timing beam, just a foot or so short of the very bricks that have been donated here to Goodwood by the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. And as it goes over the famous yards of bricks, it goes up the famous 1.1 miles. And it's the Le Mans winning Jochen Mass who's driving this Mercedes. He's had many a run already up the hill today, as he will do tomorrow and Sunday. Jochen Mass, three-time Le Mans winner, Henry?
Sorry, Toby, having a little bit of trouble hearing you at the moment.
That's all right. Jochen Mass at the wheel of this Mercedes SLS, three times a Le Mans winner. And we got
no, just the once.
Just the once.
Just the once. 89.
Okay. Well, in that case, it's three times Le Mans winner who is next coming up, because it is Klaus Ludwig on the line that will be following up this Mercedes SLS. As that gets to the top of the hill, Sean Edwards used to drive this car a couple of years ago, so great to see his name and in his memory here at Goodwood today.
Yeah, won the Nürburgring 24 hours, didn't he, Sean?
And it's great to have his memory. Meanwhile, this is the Mercedes GT1. This has got Klaus Ludwig at the wheel, three times a Le Mans winner. Klaus Ludwig in the 6-litre V12 CLK GTR, specifically built by Mercedes-Benz to the GT1 regulations in the mid-90s, and then the car that was driven by Bernd Schneider, Mark Webber, and then that terrible Le Mans sequence of accidents that they had with Mark and Peter Dumbreck. But great to see the car here at Goodwood today. Did race in the FIA GT Championship against the McLaren BMWs and battling away for supremacy in those days. Klaus Ludwig, what a hero. What an utter hero at Le Mans and also at the DTM, the Deutsche Tourenwagen Meisterschaft, the German Touring Car Championship. Next up on your screens, well, this is a car similar to the one that Jochen Mass did win Le Mans in what did you say, Henry, 89?
89, yep.
This is the Sauber Mercedes 5-litre V8, the C9. Sauber came into World Sports Car Racing. They had some Kuros aftershave sponsorship, didn't they? And then they had some AEG electrical sponsorship, but then the Silver Arrows returned with Mercedes-Benz, all silver, and just the three-pointed star on the nose of the Le Mans car in the late 80s. They then had Michael Schumacher driving, and it was all to try and keep up with the might that was Porsche through the 70s, through the 80s. The Porsche 956 winning at Le Mans, first time out, and they didn't make too many 956s before they morphed into Porsche 962s. And then there was the Jaguars as well. The Jaguar XJ220, that won its class at Le Mans with David Coulthard back in '93. And then Andy Wallace in the silk cut Jaguar XJR9, the long-tail car, a 7-litre V12. But now on the line, we have got something very, very special indeed, because this is Emanuele Pirro at the wheel of this Ferrari 512. This is the car similar to which Fernando Alonso drove at Le Mans around the Circuit de la Sarthe, all 13.9 kilometres of it, only about an hour before the 24 hours got underway a fortnight ago.
Oh, this is the Codalunga, isn't it? It's Franco Miner's car. Ariati in period, pole sitter in the Daytona 24 hours, winner at the Sebring 12 hours. Oh, the styling and sound combination from that is just really hard to top.
And the thing about Emanuele Pirro at the wheel is, as you were saying earlier about Jenson Button and Karen Chaddock, he utterly gets the history of motorsport. I knocked on the window when he was coming to the start line, and he was tweeting pictures from inside the car. How cool is that? The motor racing drivers go, this is cool, whereas we look up to them and think, oh, well, it's just their everyday job. But no, he was the man with goosebumps.
One of the
as the Audis won Le Mans in a fortnight ago, Marcus.
One of the bizarre things about the 512S, of course, if you manage to crash it while you're filming Le Mans, it transmogrifies into a Lola T70 with plastic Ferrari bodywork.
And another
Jackie Oliver in the 917-30. Can-Am Porsche.
Fantastic. Jackie O in period helmet, and he can still
Can-Am
fit
champion
into the
in Can-Am car.
Yeah, he can still fit into his 1969 Le Mans winning Gulf 4 GT40 overalls. He's the same size now as he was in '69. Absolutely superb. Works Lotus driver. Qualified on the front row at Brands in '68 in the Lotus 49. Can-Am champion, as Marcus says. Le Mans winner in '69 with Jackie Ickx in the Ford GT40. Went on to own and run the Arrows Formula One team for many years.
He won the last of the proper Can-Am championships, didn't he? With
yeah,
the
74.
Shadow.
Yeah,
74.
And following up the hill.
77, but it was the funny things, the frisbees and the
centre seat.
Yeah.
Things.
Single seaters with bodies.
And following up the hill is a car that may be battling for best time of day here at Goodwood today. Michael Bartels in the Maserati. He's knocking on the door to see if he can beat the current best time of day, which is still held at the moment by Kenny Brack on a 47.9. He's gone through your shots, so we're concentrating on Oliver Turvey with the LMP2 car. This is the car that won the LMP2 class at Le Mans only a fortnight ago, and the fantastic story so far as Turvey concerned, that he got the call up when Marc Genet got the call up to go and stand in for the injured Loic Duval. And then going on to win together with Harry Tinknell and Simon Dolan.
So yeah, the car that Marc Genet got out of went on to win the class, but the car Marc Genet got into went on to finish second overall for Audi. So a great result all round.
We saw this car in the first runs this morning, Henry, but it was actually David Clark who was driving it, and I thought, well, where has Oliver gone? He was in David Clark's Harrods McLaren.
That's right, yeah, Taylor and Crawley boss David Clark. That's the end of the batch.
David Clark's very much involved with Jota.
That's right,
and,
yes.
You know, Simon Dolan, etc. So that's why he'd had a name down on there.
And it's a Goodwood tradition, isn't it, that the Le Mans winners come up still dirty from the weekend's exploits in France. Okay, the course cars all the way up to the top then to bring our sports cars and our endurance races back down to their paddock. Let's go and see who Bruce Jones has caught up with in the top paddock.
David Brabham, you were here in the last gestation of Bentley in the LMP1 class, but now this Continental GT3 is doing great things, isn't it?
Actually, you know what? For a new car straight out of the box, I think they've done a fantastic job. Very competitive straight away. You know, and just driving it here, I mean, it's difficult to say because you're not on a racetrack, but you know, the car does feel quite light and nimble, which is not what it looks. But yeah, so I think they've done a fantastic job.
Now, sorry to take you back to early this year. Obviously, we lost your father, or you lost your father, but I gather it was a great send-off for him back down in Australia.
It was. I mean, you know, to go down there, it was a state funeral, which I wasn't really sure what a state funeral was going to be like. But when I got down there, it was quite relaxed, and you know, everybody enjoyed it. Certainly, we as a family thought it was great and great send-off for him. So, you know, obviously he's sorely missed by a lot of people around the world. The impact that he had when he passed away was phenomenal, you know. So he meant a lot to a lot of people, obviously as well as us as a family. But yeah, he had a fantastic life, 88 years. He achieved more than anybody else could achieve in that sense. So we can only be grateful, really.
And very proud, David. Thank you very much for talking to us.
All right, thank you.
Brendan Hartley, good to see you. It's been almost 2 weeks since you were at Le Mans in the Porsche 919 Hybrid, but you're trying the back catalogue, I see, the RS Spider.
Yeah, first of all, it's a pleasure to be here again in Goodwood. Actually, I drove this car last year at a test day, and actually it's one of the best cars I drove in terms of balance. I mean, it was refined over quite a few years, and it's not actually so old. It's less than 10 years old. Yeah, very, very nice car to drive, and quite a pleasure driving it up the hill.
But they have quite a collection of cars here for you. You're going to drive a fair few of them. Tell us about them.
Yeah, so 962 tomorrow and the GT1 98 from on Sunday. So yeah, they're giving me the responsibility to drive some of the cars from the museum, which is going to be great fun. Yeah, I can't wait. I've driven a few historic cars before, but it's always nice to try a few more out. And I mean, it's a great weekend here. It's not too stressful. Everyone's having a good time. So yeah, always a pleasure.
Enjoy your weekend, because when you sign for Porsche, you sign for far more than just driving the contemporary cars.
Yes, but every weekend's a pleasure at the moment, I have to say.
Stuart Hall, through Aston Martin, you've obviously had a Gulf livery on your car before, but now through the Rothko collection, you're driving something rather special, the 917K Porsche.
Oh, it's incredible. I remember watching this car sat on my old man's knee in the film Le Mans when I was about this high. So to actually have a go at it this afternoon, and it's just incredible. It's just really incredible. It's mind-blowing.
Now, did they show you the car without the bodywork on to scare you first, or was it complete when they popped you on board?
They just had to tell me how much it's worth to scare me, really, so I don't think I've been out of third gear yet today, but that's enough. I've sampled it. I've got my wings.
It's the way to go. Enjoy the Festival of Speed. Thanks very much, Stuart.
Cheers, mate.
our bid to make Sky Sports even better, we enlisted the help of the ultimate hero of sport. No, not him. Him. There were some interesting ideas. Drone cam.
This is ludicrous.
Sofa ref. The sensation suit. In the end, the simplest idea was also the best. A new European football channel. And that's not all. 2 years free Sky Broadband Unlimited for our Sky Sports customers. Go to sky.com/2 years free to find out more. Sky. Believe in better.
Contact us on Twitter using the hashtag FOS to share your comments, photos and videos, and we'll be reading out a selection of those tweets over the course of the weekend. All our sports cars making their way back down the hill. It's such a good opportunity for you to see them for a second time. Absolutely wonderful array of sports cars. And they go back to their respective paddocks and do make time in your busy day to go up close to some of these wonderfully historic machines, the likes of which we see so rarely. It's really only this event that showcases such a wonderful cross-section of competition machines. Okay, let's go down and catch up with Jenny Gao, who's out and about talking to some of the stars of the show.
Okay, well, we're down here in the assembly arena, and this car has just caught everybody's attention. Mad Mike is its driver. Let's find out a little bit more about it. Just tell us what you're going to be driving up the hill.
So this is a pro drift car, so unlike anything else here. This was actually the original car I built when I first started drifting 6 years ago. It's a hand-built engine in New Zealand by PPRE, and it's a four-rotor engine. So it's actually, for me, it's real. The 767B and 787B Le Mans car from '92. That's what inspired us to build this engine. And yeah, this car's been all around the world. We've won some pretty big championships with it, and it's just awesome to be at such an insane event with such insane cars and awesome people to be able to showcase drifting and put on a show for these guys.
Because drifting is massive, a little bit in America, but more if you go into Asia. The drifting championships over there are a major business, aren't they?
Yeah, so it originated in Japan, and like USA for sure is where the big pro league is, or the money, the big sponsorship. But the Japanese has got the population and a lot of talent. We're actually competing in Japan. I fly from here to Tokyo on Tuesday. But this sort of event is like for us to showcase how far the sport's come and the precision driving involved with drifting. It's not just doing some burnouts where it used to be 10 years ago. It's, you know, we're drifting well over 200 kilometers an hour up this super tight road with big walls, and it's just, for me, the adrenaline and putting on a show, and yeah, it's just such a blast.
Because just behind us in this sort of holding area, you've got cars from like 1906. This is pretty much as modern as cutting edge as you get when it comes to drifting, presumably.
Yeah, well, no, this is cars in '92, so it is actually kind of an older school era for drifting, and very accessible for parts. So it is a popular car for drifting. But yeah, when we look at the drivers list and the car list, for sure the 96 Mazda RX-7 does look a wee bit out of place with, you know, there's some awesome motorsport heritage here, and definitely a privilege to be part of the whole event.
Because for someone like you coming into the driver's lounge, it must be really nice to see all these people that, you know, you hear of, that you're icons when you're growing up. Who's the one person that you can go to and just say hi?
Well, for me, like for one is the car of the 787B, which I was talking before. For me to be able to see that, I mean, I've inspired to that a lot. But yeah, look up to Ayrton Senna a lot, and to be able to just, before we were in the fueling bay and his car was in front of ours that won the championship in '88, so yeah, just to have that car as close to mine is actually gave me goosebumps, and yeah, just the motorsport history here is just absolutely insane.
Pretty special event.
Yeah, we do a lot of events all around the world, and I've never come to anything like this. The amount of people, the atmosphere is just insane. It's so much fun.
Well, it's fantastic having you here, and we're looking forward to seeing you drifting, Styles.
All right, cool. Thank you very much.
Cheers.
Well done, Jenny, down there with Mad Mike, our drift king in the extraordinary Mazda. Our next batch of cars are on the line, ready to go. Classes 5, 6, 7 and 8. We have classic saloons, modern saloons, rally cars and our NASCAR stock car V8s from the USA. It will be loud and very proud.
But this will not be loud.
No, ironically, this is incredibly quiet, isn't it?
It's bizarre seeing a car, an electric car, warm its tyres up coming to the line, and all you hear is screech. And then it rushes past you. There's an immense amount of torque.
Yes,
in all of these electric-powered cars, particularly this Toyota, a former Pikes Peak International Hill Climb record holder. Just watch the acceleration of this car as it leaves the line. Roman Dumas, who was the record holder at Pikes Peak last year, year before, off the top of my head, and immense technology that Toyota bought to Colorado with recharging the battery with an external battery system that was positioned in a van. Brilliant technology that they brought forward. So if they had a measurement for the first 64 feet, it would be easily under 2 seconds. Here we go. It's gone. It's as quick as that, Henry.
That's extraordinary. Is that the ultimate stealth racing car? You just didn't hear which way it went. Jochen Krumbach. We saw this last year, Marcus, didn't we? It was very, very quick. I can hear the tyres squealing over the engine noise.
Yeah, it's extraordinary, isn't it? And
he may be having a crack and seeing if he can get best time of day. Still a 47.9. Keep an eye on those screens.
He got 2 bites at Molecombe. Very, very wide with the Apex, but it sounds like a very fast milk float, doesn't it?
Yeah, you can hear the bottles clanking from here. The a little bit of understeer on the way into Molecombe, and he had to tidy himself up a bit. It's not going to be worrying Kenny Brack's time, but it'll be just shy of 50 seconds. 53.05 for Jochen Krumbach in the Toyota electric machine. And that should lead nicely into more conventional tin tops, classic touring car icons, modern racing saloons, some great, great machines in this batch, and our rally cars as well. So if you like your racing with a roof, then don't go anywhere.
Jordi Janay now on the line with the Seat Leon. Loads it all up, then gets those front wheels spinning. Not the best traction combination to get off the line, but now it's well and truly into its stride. All wings and wheel arches and skirts and downforce. Quick car.
Yeah, Jordi was one of the works Seat drivers in the World Touring Car Championship, wasn't he? Came from single-seaters, was a winner in Formula 3000. Remember him winning the 3000 race at Silverstone 20 years ago or more. Brother of Marc Genet, we were just talking about, finished second at Le Mans for Audi just a few weeks ago. Again, another car that won't quite crack 50, but it'll be 53, 54 perhaps. 57. I underestimated the distance from the last corner to the finish line again.
Michael Mallock now coming up Goodwoods, finding the Chevrolet of Rob Huff, who drove it to World Championship success. Underneath the bridge, between the perfectly manicured lawns, the 1.6 litre turbo whistling its way around the left-hander at Molecombe.
Going quickly, actually, Michael Mallock, a good peddler in his own right, son of legendary Ray Mallock, who heads up RML, who build these cars, of course, for the World Touring Car Championship. Michael himself, a race winner in the European GT4 Championship in an Aston Martin. And again, it's going to be another sort of mid-50s type climb. Yes, almost exactly. 55.49, 110 miles an hour across the line for Michael Malek.
If you like your racing down under, then let's have some Supercar V8 action. They sound good through the television, don't they, Henry? They sound even better when you're trackside.
Yes, indeed. Big, oh, there's a big lock up on the grass. That's very, very risky, but he's got away with it. If you lock your brakes on the grass, you speed up. So he got away with that, popped it back onto the black stuff, threaded it through the S-bend at the flip wall, out into the afternoon sunshine before a series of quick right and left-handers towards the top of the hill.
Well, Kenny Brack crossed the line at 130 miles an hour, 103 for the Supercar V8 of Robinson. Now we have a friend on the start line, Amanda Stretton at the wheel of this Ford Capri. Slightly bigger Ford Capri than was let out on the public highways. This is a beast.
Yeah, I think we're going to be have our cameras trained on Amanda, friend of Goodwood. And of course, she was, and she's raced herself, of course, in the past. We saw the ex-Peter Brock 05 Ford Sierra RS500 go through, but we're focusing on Amanda.
She drove at Le Mans in an LMP2 car, so she's got a lot of experience. I met her way back driving a Lotus 23B on the hills, and she was rushing off after some work that we did yesterday, so she could have a seat fitting. Lots of padding for little Amanda. Lots of padding. 3-litre V6 Ford Capri, one of the Cologne cars. All battling against the BMW Batmobiles and such like.
Look at that wonderful sight. Jackie Oliver in the Alan Mann Racing Mark Waskell. Resplendent in those traditional Alan Mann Racing red and gold colours.
It's just kind of, so it's a Frank Gardner all over, doesn't it?
Yeah, it's great, isn't it?
Changes the whole look of an Escort, that kind of two-part colour scheme. The red and gold works so well.
And XOO, that's one of the X-Works
yeah, the XOO
plates,
Essex plate.
It sounds absolutely right.
The car, of course, entered by late Alan Mann's son, Henry, who's racing this and the similarly liveried Lotus Cortina.
Red and gold colours taken to the European Championship success in '65 by Sir John Whitmore in an Escort, sorry, a Lotus Cortina. There goes the big Galaxy, Phil Shepherd going through, and Anthony Reid comes to the line in the Aston Martin. This will be spectacular, Toby.
It will be indeed. Anthony Reid, 8th quickest after this morning's run on a 53.9 second run up the Goodwood Festival of Speed hill climb. He was very close to the wall this morning through the kink right and then long left that always opens out. Michael Bartels did beat Kenny Brack. We've had confirmation of it on the screen, 46.9, so the first sub 47 second climb that we have seen from Bartels. Anthony Reid leaves the line now in this Aston Martin V8 Vantage, 6.3 litre V8. That isn't, well, that's Anthony Reid when you're commentating on him. It's all there. It's all there. It's hung out. There's nothing left in the car. There's nothing left underneath that right foot.
It's a lot less bother on the hover, as the Flymo ads used to say. But it's
He's
a hugely
really
wide car, isn't
cooking, isn't it? This is a big, heavy car. Huge V8 engine. Lashed out front. Anthony inch perfect through the wall and past the exit bales. Keeps it neat and tidy into the big, long left-hander.
Not going to beat his time from this morning, Henry. 53.9 he did this morning. Quite a bit off that pace this afternoon, but
Yes,
certainly not for the lack of trying.
Where did he lose all the time?
Here, though, is Andy Rouse. This car was present at the very first British Touring Car Championship meeting I attended at Donington Park. Huge memories for me with the Rover SD1, a 3.5-litre V8.
Yeah, this one resplendent in the colours of Stuart Hall's father, Pete, who was Mr. ICS, teammate to Andy Rouse.
Industrial Control Services has written up the flank of the car. Obviously the oil industry making safety equipment, and big supporter of that team. The Batmobile BMW. Festooned with wings and straights and spoiler on the roof. Wonderful.
Adrian Brady's car, the
3.3-litre straight six in the front of this BMW 3-litre CSL. They won 6 European touring car races between 73 and 79, and a car similar to the picture that defined the Nürburgring in that vehicle, jumping over the Flugplatz in the first part of the Nordschleife circuit.
Yeah.
And then later over the Flatzgarten. Great shots of a great car from Munich.
One of my favourite all-time competition cars, this. My dad had one on the road, turned it into a racer, and campaigned that for many years. I grew up watching these things, and it just looks like it's smiling at you, doesn't it? Wonderful.
Johan Ertz now driving this Audi Coupe 2-litre, a straight 5 in the front of this car. We had Andre Lotterer, the Le Mans victor, driving it up the hill this morning, but Ertz is driving it this afternoon. The 1981 car, and Marcus touched on it earlier, or was it you, Henry, that Sterling Moss, and I believe it was Martin Brundle, drove the Audi 80, a sort of a successor to this car, in the British Touring Car Championship. Yeah, in the Akai sponsorship, black and white sponsorship, and a first foray into the touring cars for Audi at that time in the UK.
Barry Sheen driving as well.
Yeah, he had to go in the Toyota, didn't he?
He did. He was certainly around at that time, wasn't he?
He did. Brundle and Moss drove the Audi 80 class cars in the BTCC. Some great battles with Chris Hodgetts in the Hughes of Beaconsfield Toyota and John Morris in the Volkswagen Golf.
It's a very pretty Alfa Delta Alfa Romeo GTA with the Campagnola wheels.
It says Twan Hetzmann's in my programme. I hope it is. European Touring Car Champion in '73 in the CSL. Father of GTA's Mike Hetzmans.
He was a bit of a star in Tibbs sports car racing as well.
That's right, yeah.
In the early 70s. He raced a Group 5 Escort for a while, tube frame Escort, and ended up with Frankie Boudram, the speed shop owner in Trinidad.
Stay tuned for that and plenty more random facts from us. Museo Storico Alfa Romeo entered machine, the little GTA 1300 Junior.
Just 1300cc and 4 cylinders, a real little buzz box of a car, but lightweight, svelte, and agile, and that was the kind of thing you needed on the Targa Florio, because that was still going in those days. Just as a class car.
Yeah, the 105 Shell, Bertone style, and they had lightweight 5-speed boxes, all independent suspension, really nice, well-spec'd cars. The full GTAs were quicker, of course, as the sort of GT Junior version of it. Lovely flared arches as well. That's actually quite ageless for.
Yeah, just great. So much success in those fierce class wars of the European Touring Car Championship with Andrea Adamic and other great names.
The small class cars are often quite as just about as exciting as
Yes.
the big ones. I remember the Haribo Sweets team with the Fiat 128 Coupe, Bodo Eichner himself.
That's right.
Well, from sweets, we're going to go cooking to some Goodyear rear tyres in a moment, as Patrick Freisacker is about to light up this Toyota NASCAR off the line. We saw him do some enormous burnouts on the first run.
He's waving as well.
Perfect. Toby, you're not allowed to cough on air, remember?
Fortunately, I'm upwind, but that's only by the grace of the weather gods. He just about got the thing to a halt.
You can't fool us. I saw you on camera running.
Alas, I'm not going to run away from this lot. It's too much fever, Henry. You should know that.
Patrick Freisacker, Austrian racer, ex-single-seater star. Raced in Formula 1 as well, of course, with Minardi in the late 90s, early noughties, was it? And, well, he's gone. Oh, there he is. He's back. Yeah, they've put something horrible in that, haven't they?
Well, I think they just inject paraffin into the exhaust.
That's great.
In aerobatic style.
Give him a round of applause and a wave, ladies and gentlemen. He's always fantastic, and he gets through dozens of Goodyear Eagle rears every time he comes up.
Into the thick of our NASCAR class here at Goodwood today on, well, fabulous Friday. Words will soon run out of these commentary positions as another NASCAR is leaving the line. This is the Toyota Camry, another 5.9-litre V8. Everett Laumann at the wheel. A 2013 car that we've got here, and a car that I will have seen racing at the Coca-Cola 600 at Charlotte's, as we now focus in on. This is going to be Mike Skinner, the winner of the very first NASCAR Craftsman Truck Series Championship.
Yep, back in '95 that series kicked off.
And the simplicity of these cars is wonderful, but then when you look up really close, there's a little touch here and a little touch there, and unless you really look at a modern NASCAR when it's on the grid, when it's about to go out and do a 600-mile race in North Carolina, then you see how much engineering is put into these cars.
The amazing detail is that the engines sustain incredibly high revs for an entire 500-mile race.
And such feat as well.
I bet Patrick Freisacker's spoiled some of Bruce's interviews, you know.
He's still doing a burnout, and he's done a burnout from the start line, has Mike Skinner, all the way to the end of the Avenue of Trees. He's winning the number 11 competition at the moment. He's going to do some more now. We're going to do a couple of donuts. Something that, as you know, is encouraged when a NASCAR driver wins a race. He may go over the Daytona lovely manicured grass, but hey, you're the winner of the Daytona 500, one of the biggest races in the NASCAR calendar. Another NASCAR, Henry, that's disappeared from view, completely disappeared from view as he locks the fronts and tries to light up those rears more and more as he comes underneath the bridge up towards your commentary position.
What's brilliant is that he's doing sort of complementary stripes to those laid by Freisacker a minute ago, and by the end of this weekend we're going to have entirely black track, I think.
So what he's doing, he's left foot braking and then keeping his right foot on the gas so that he can try and slow the car down but keep those rear Goodyears completely lit up. He's wound the brake bars completely towards the front, but then all the power goes towards the rear of the car.
Yes, and once it breaks traction, it's and you've got some weight on the nose with the brakes. It doesn't go very far. It sits there.
Some of the drag racing guys and hot rod guys just line lock under the brakes, just hold those fronts absolutely solid and just run the rears up.
He's got his hand out of the window, waving to the cameras. It may well be the slowest run, but he's got the most amount of Goodyear left on Lord March's drive.
Yeah, he's won the slow bicycle race. Always a thing at school, wasn't it?
It was, yes, it was. Yes. He may get caught by Kenny Brack, who's taken off behind him in the Plymouth Belvedere GTX that we saw Richard Petty drive this morning. But that matters little because it's all about the demonstration run. As Mike Skinner with the Toyota Craftsman NASCAR gets towards and crosses the line at the top of the Goodwood Hill. Here is Kenny Brack coming past the Flint Wall, Indy 500 winner, championship winner with IndyCar, X Games gold medalist in Los Angeles in the Rallycross a few years later, and a man who has been second quickest up the Goodwood Hill climb today, only beaten a moment ago by Michael Bartels. I've never seen a burnout after the end of the run, but we're getting it from Mike Skinner. In the top paddock, we're giving Bruce Jones a bit of a taste of the smoke that we're getting further down the hill.
Spirit clutch with.
Yeah, there's an actual stench.
That's a good stench.
Eau de Fever.
The splash and dash.
Eau de Fever.
Eau de Fièvre,
Eau
please.
de Fièvre. Now, this is a very interesting Mercedes. This is driven by Jochen Mass. This was a car that was developed by Mercedes at the beginning of the 1981-2 season. And it was developed as a rally car, but then at the last minute, Mercedes thought that they'd better change their mind. He's off.
And
He's off at Volcom.
I thought he might have got that, but he held it very, very sideways, and the rear tagged the bale on the way in, and it's just pulled it into the bales. Did you say it was Jochen Mass? Thought it might have been.
I've made a mistake. I've made a mistake. It's not Jochen Mass.
Is it? Someone said it might have been Klaus Ludwig, but I
don't know. I haven't had that confirmed.
Okay, yeah, it might be Roland Ash. He's very, very spectacular. So we have a red flag scenario. The car will be recovered, and it may well be able to get up to the top under its own steam, or it will be recovered to the paddock here.
Yeah, the car was developed for the 1981 season, but the Mercedes management weren't actually convinced at the last stumbling block that it would be able to win it. Oh, indeed, it was Roland Ash.
Yeah, it is Roland Ash, yeah.
At the wheel. So, amazingly, I didn't know this, Ari Vatanen and Walter Ruhl were contracted to Mercedes-Benz in 1981, Ruhl with an amazing 10-year contract.
That's right, and they pulled out and they left Walter Ruhl without a gig, and in 1981 he only did one rally. He did the San Remo rally that year because he was left without a contract.
Now Ash nearly got away with it. He hit the first bale, but then it was not to be by the time the other bales were certainly not going to move.
It's gone
for
in
a reason.
It's gone in on a slightly less optimistic angle than I first thought. I'll reappraise my my view of it being able to get home under its own steam.
Mind you, the bizarre thing, I was sitting at the traffic lights outside the hospital in Bournemouth yesterday afternoon, alongside a lady in a BMW 3 Series that had the front 2 feet of one side of it smashed in, and a great lump out of the boot as well. I had one headlight sort of hanging in the road, and she was still driving it.
There's Roland Ash. It's oh yes, look, yes, down to the beading. Yes.
It's only flat at the bottom, boys. It's okay.
So Mike Skinner really has killed another Goodyear Eagle, hasn't he?
Yeah. I think there's a few more of those in the van.
We have two options. One, they
got a great
bring a tyre up to it at the end of the supercar
yeah, absolutely.
batch,
Just
is your Mike Gattinger look-alike?
Whatever.
Sort of.
No, they have to come up here.
Given up cricket and taken up truck racing.
We're still in our class of NASCAR. Well, the Mercedes-Benz quite obviously running out of class, but what we're going to do is catch up with Ben Constanduros, who's got Max Papis with him a few moments ago.
Maybe most famously for his appearances in Formula One, Max Papis now driving in what only looks to me as a NASCAR, isn't it, effectively? A 2014 car?
It's a 2013 Chevrolet. It's a great car, you know, it's the car of my team, Richard Childress Racing, one of the greatest organizations of racing in America, about 450 people working for us. And now you guys are watching my office. As you can see, it's pretty crude. This car, 950 horsepower, 3,200 pounds of weight, you know, amazing speeds, you know, 220, 230 miles down the straight in the ovals, and just an amazing piece of machinery, all done by hand, V8, you know, 5.6 liter, just an amazing car, and proud to represent what I've done over there in the United States, and so glad to see all the people out here in Goodwood. It's awesome, guys, you know, I love the enthusiasm, and the passion you guys have for the sport is amazing.
How have you found this event? It's a very different thing to anything else in the world.
I mean, I came over here first time in 1994,
oh, wow.
and I was a 24-year-old kid. And coming back after achieving many more goals in my life is just amazing. You know, I came over here and I could walk around the garages, nobody even knew who I was. And being able to come back and see the enthusiasm and what Lord March made out of the event is just an amazing thing, because you actually get the real feeling of what racing should be. You can get close to the car, you can see people, you can see cars, you can actually get to live what I live every day. So it's pretty amazing, I love it.
And you are a bit of a fan of motorsport. You're going around having a look at all these cars. What is your sort of favorite fan car here?
I mean, I gotta tell you that my favorite things is motorcycle.
Okay.
You know, I really loved to see the Freddie Spencer 500cc and the 250cc bike. Love to see John Surtees, his cars. I think that the things that impressed me the most was John, you know, basically jumping from two-wheel to four-wheel and back to two-wheel again. He's just a crazy, I mean, amazing person. And let me tell you, you know, just being able to be here on the grid, you know, talking to a guy like Mr. Hanno Mikkola, you know, guys that made the history in the sport is overwhelming, and it's something that makes me really proud.
And how did you get this thing up the hill? Because it's pretty wide.
I used it all up. And they told me that, you know, you got to keep it within the black stripe. I walked around, I talked to the marshals. They were super funny. They helped me a lot. They told me never to go and see them over there in turn 2, where are those hay bale.
Yeah.
We just use them there to feed the cow. And this ain't a cow, so we're going to keep it for the hay bale.
Max, I've got another question for you. There's a second steering rack in this car.
Absolutely. This is a car actually that I used in the last couple of years to coach Austin Dillon and Ty Dillon, you know, the two young American boys that are coming up in the sport, how to road race. And we kept it in like this because I was hoping that maybe Lord March wanted to come over and take a ride with me, but I guess that he's too busy entertaining his guests. But still, the invitation is still open.
Enjoy your run.
Thank you, guys, and thanks for being here. I appreciate all of you. Thank you.
Max Papis, he said
Ben
he's a big...
Constanduros with Max Papis there, a great enthusiast, talking about all the different cars he likes, and that's great to see, isn't it? Guy who raced in Formula 1 back in the mid-90s. The Roland Ash Mercedes is recovered to a low loader and will be back underway shortly. We've been taking a lot of your tweets using the hashtag FOS over the course of the day, and follow all the action at FOS Goodwood. Use the hashtag FOS, and Ben has got some of the best tweets of the day down there.
Thank you very much, Henry. We do have a couple of tweets for you on the hashtag FOS and FOS selfie, and a couple of selfies coming in from across the world. Our first one is from Tim van Huys, all the way from Holland, watching the FOS live stream from Holland, making an FOS selfie. And if you do get that hashtag into Twitter, you'll see many, many more, including one with Jenny Gao and myself in front of the main stand here at Goodwood. Fantastic way to interact with us, and we do have your tweets coming through all the time. Another man to do a FOS selfie was our chief test driver, Chris Goodwin of McLaren, and McLaren today launched a 650S GT3 car, and so he managed to get a tweet in front of that car at FOS Goodwood, and you can see it there on the screens. Chris Goodwin, a very good character, and he was enjoying himself with the launch of that GT3 car to be raced by gentleman drivers in 2015. One other tweet, Josh Solana, never listen to the weather forecast ever again, hashtag FOS. Absolutely, we didn't really get any rain, and it's beautiful here. Absolutely fantastic good weather, and it's looking even better for Saturday. But we've got cars back on track, so Henry, over to you.
Thanks, Ben. Well done, mate, down there around the site, grabbing interviews with all sorts of stars and reading out fan tweets. Great to see. Keep in touch with everything we're doing here at the Festival of Speed for 2014, the 22nd edition of this marvellous motorsport garden party. And her partnering, Ben's partner in crime down there, Jenny Gow, is out and about. Jenny, what have you got for us?
Well, I've come down to the entrance just outside the red carpet for the Drivers Club to catch up with some of the fans, some of the people who have come down this weekend. Sarah, madam, where are you from, and are you enjoying yourself?
We're from California and we're having a wonderful time. I'm here with my 13-year-old son, and he's a real car buff, and this is our second year here.
Wow, so all the way from California, twice already. What's your name, sir?
Asa.
And?
Renee O'Callaghan.
Asa and Renee O'Callaghan. And who have you seen? Have you managed to get any autographs yet?
Last year, well, I'm not so sure about this year. My mom's been kind of handling it. But last year we did get quite a lot of autographs from people like Sir Sterling Moss and Nico Rosberg.
I want to know how, as a young guy growing up in America, you're so enthusiastic about F1 and cars, because it's still growing over there, but it's not as big as it is here, is it?
No, a lot of people in America like NASCAR.
Yeah, NASCAR's massive, isn't it, and IndyCar, but you've obviously brought him over, you're trying to get him into F1 more and more. Whose autographs have you got? Can we have a look?
Joachim Moss, and I'm not sure, but it's one of the racers I'm not familiar with, Davis, I think. But we saw Dario Franchitti. We're huge fans of Dario Franchitti from the IndyCar series in the U.S., and he was out there on the track. Didn't get his autograph, though.
Later, there's always time.
Yes.
All right, well, thank you very much for talking to us all the way from California here to the Drivers Club, the red carpet, plenty of people to see. If you want to get an autograph, make sure you come down here.
Well done, Jenny. Out and about, mixing with the fans. It never ceases to amaze me how knowledgeable the Goodwood audience is, both here at the festival and at the revival meeting. We have a couple of cars left in the batch. The bales are being repaired after Roland Ash was slightly too quick on the way into Molecombe, and the Mercedes has been mildly damaged, but that's now gone.
Bales 1, Merc 0.
Yes, the Bales have a good record.
Good record, yeah, exactly. Didn't even have to go to penalties.
Oh, they're unbeaten, aren't they?
Yeah.
Yes. Okay, as we wait for the last few cars to come up in this batch, let's jump up to the top paddock and catch up with Bruce, who's with Amanda Stretton.
Amanda Stretton, as you're tapped on the elbow from behind you, Cologne Capri, a car that means an awful lot to me. When I was growing up, these were the thing, but you're that bit younger. But what's it like?
But do you know something? I may be just a tiny bit younger than you, Bruce, but actually this is the car that really sparked my love for motorsport, because I think we all have one car that we remember from being tiny, and it's the one car that makes a difference. It's the one car that just wakes you up to the world of motor racing, and actually this was it for me. So when I went down to JD Classics and mentioned that this was a really special car to me, and they said maybe I'd like to have a few runs up the hill at Goodwood, I fell over myself. I couldn't believe how lucky I was, and I have to thank them enormously, so thank you very much, JD Classics, because it was wonderful.
But did it live up to your expectations? Yes, I know it's not on a track. You got out, I said you're not even looking warm. You haven't even the decency to do that, but you said it is quite a warm beastie on board.
It is very warm on board. There's also a lot of sitting around down there, which means you do get very hot, and it's incredibly noisy. And it did live up to my expectations. I mean, there were a little issue with the fuel pump that I kept having to switch it on and off to stop it. But small fry. I'm just happy to have had the chance to drive it.
Well, Amanda, that smile is very genuine. As always, thanks for talking to us. Anthony Reid, another day, a different car on the hill climb. This is a car with your name written all over it, a great big Aston Martin, plenty of warmth.
It's a very famous car, developed by, originally a 1971 Aston V8, developed by Geoffrey Marsh Plant, with the help of Jock Clear, Jacques Villeneuve's engineer, and I think he's now engineering Lewis Hamilton. But it's a great car, I mean, it's got proper dynamics. The engine is set so far back, it's almost parallel with the driver. It's in the cabin. It's got a very good weight distribution, sort of 50-50 front to rear. Tremendous aerodynamics, thanks to Jock Clear. And it's actually a rapid car. It's got a great history in the sense that Jerry Marshall had won more than 60 races with this car. And when I raced it, I won at Donington, I raced it twice, and then we were leading at Silverstone but had a problem with an oil leak. So it's a great car, a lot of fun to drive.
So you can promise us fireworks for the rest of the meeting in this Aston?
Well, I do hope so. It's a little bit of a tight squeeze when you go past the Flint wall because it is a wide car, but it handles the rest of the course extremely well. So I'm hoping to be there or thereabouts with it.
We'll watch with interest. Anthony, thanks very much.
Great, thank you.
Mike Skinner, the sun's come out, but the air's got out. Tell us about how you ended up with slightly less rubber than you should have.
Well, Lord March wants a show, so we came over here to try to do something exciting for the fans with a pickup truck. And, we tried to do a timed run this morning, and a slower car got in our way, and so we're probably going to go back to that tomorrow and try that. But it was fun, man, spinning the tires and having a little bit of fun out here. And, that's what people come out to see. They come out to see fast speeds. They come out to see a lot of smoke. These big V8 horsepower motors just rumbling and screaming at 9,000 RPM. And I just enjoy coming over here and doing this.
Do you know whereabouts on the course that the air started to go out, or was it a gradual puncture?
No, I think it all came out all at once when I did the last little stunt up here. So I didn't go all the way up the hill this year because I knew these tires would not do it. So I just stopped and burned out in a couple places and had some fun.
Well, it worked for us. Best of luck. Thank you.
Thank you.
Lord March wanted a show, admits Mike Skinner, and he sure got one. Our NASCARs are brutal, and we carry on with this batch, the penultimate batch of the day, classes 5, 6, 7 and 8 in your programmes. The massive Holman Moody Ford Stocker on the line.
7-litre V8 NASCAR, the Ford Galaxy. It came to the line just as the Mercedes had its little off, so they had to open the hood, Henry. Open the hood and let some heat out. Yes. And it struggled a little to bark back into life, but now it is, and it's on its way. 1965.
Hood, that's American for bonnet, isn't it?
Correct. When I'm doing my ESPN commentary, I have to say Hyundai, not Hyundai. Hood, fender, trunk, completely different mindset, which when you're doing quick commentary is sometimes rather difficult.
Pants instead of trousers?
Are your pants on fire?
We'll leave that there,
shall we?
We'll
leave that there.
Yes.
Good idea.
Let's go back to cars, for goodness sake. The 1965 Galaxy 500 has failed on the course. The ex-Fred Lorenzen machine, winner of this 1965 Daytona 500. That, I think, has just gone past the entrance to the Cathedral Paddock Road, so that can be pushed back unless he's got it going. Marshals have walked away again, so maybe it's maybe he's fired it up. The Andrew and James, yes, he has indeed. We're underway again. That's good news. Fred Lorenzen winning numerous NASCAR races in the first half of the 1960s.
Is there a Fred Lorenzen stand at Daytona? I think there is.
Yes.
Like there's a Fireball Roberts stand.
Yes.
This is the car that won the Daytona 500 in 1965. The Super Speedway in Florida hosts now to the opening race in the NASCAR series. And although I've been to Daytona, I still yet to go to the Daytona 500.
Do it,
on my list.
do it, Toby.
Yeah.
I shall take your advice, Marcus.
Been, done it, got T-shirt, program, and the rest.
It was a great friend of ours, Penty Ricola, who first got me into NASCAR racing. He said, "Come on, let's go over." So we jumped on a plane and we went to Darlington, which is sort of 1.25 miles, and then we went to Charlotte, and then we went somewhere else. I can't remember. It was in the mid-90s, but he used to take over friends just all the time. He used to love it, absolutely love it in Penty's latter years.
The Galaxy's not behaving very well, is it?
It's smoking, but not tyre spinning, so something I think maybe got a little bit too hot whilst it was sitting here on the line. But next up, coming towards the line in a few moments, we look forward to seeing Max Papis.
There was a smell of clutch in the air.
No, it's pouring out of underneath that car.
Yes, it's not well, is it?
That's properly slippering. Just get over the crest of the hill, just at the top. And maybe it can just roll into the top paddock.
Hopefully it's just smoke and not fluid that's been dumped on the course. Looks like it's smoke from here.
I think so. So now we...
Something fruity's arrived with
very,
you.
very fruity. It's Max Papis in the 2013 NASCAR. We heard Ben catching up with him a moment ago. This is the Chevrolet Impala, another 5.9 litre V8. Richard Childress Racing modified the Impala to get it ready for the hill, but unfortunately he's just going to have to wait another couple of moments whilst we clear the Ford Galaxy 500.
Yeah,
So
it's got over the line, Toby, but there's a long slow down road, as you would expect when Kenny Brack comes over at 130.
They may need more than 2 or 3 marshals to move this.
Yes, that's like trying to push a building, isn't it?
It's like trying to push water uphill, really.
Yes.
So here at the start line, Max Papis has reversed back, so he'll have another opportunity to put some heat into his tyres before his run up the 1.1 mile Goodwood hill climb. The Ford Galaxy will be, as you say, moved with many hands from the marshals that are early to work here this morning before 7 o'clock, getting to their marshals posts and making sure everybody is safe and sound throughout the day under the auspices of race direction. It's got going. Good news.
Yeah, John Felix and Dale Wells doing a cracking job every year down there. The event runs like clockwork, especially when you consider there are hundreds of cars and motorcycles to get through. Two very experienced race organisers and much appreciated. That wouldn't happen without them, would it?
Certainly not.
Bit of a motor racing cliche that commentators like to trot out, but it's only because it's absolutely true.
And there's many hands make light work, and there are people from all walks of motorsport here assisting. I've seen some familiar faces, whether they be in race control or even the timing hut near me here on the start line. The Tag Heuer timing to a hundredths of a second.
Toby, you're going to have very shortly the arrival of Mad Mike Woodett, and he this morning was one of the revelations of the 2014 Festival of Speed so far.
Totally, yes, Mr. Drift, really.
4-rotor Mazda. I remember when Jimmy Downing did that with his IMSA Camel Light cars. He won 3 championships on the bounce with the Camel Light Argos. Then he started to build his own sort of cars, the Kudzus. But his mechanic, his engineer, Sam Garrett, built a 4-rotor, I think before the works did, and it has something like 600 horsepower. The exhaust silencer took the entire left side of the wheelbase of the car, and just trying to keep it cool and trying to keep it quiet was pretty much impossible.
So Max Papis now coming to the line here, car number 116 in Class 8, the NASCAR class of the 2014 Goodwood Festival of Speed. Good afternoon to you, everybody. This is what a NASCAR sounds like as Max Papis leaves the line in this 2-seater car that he was explaining to Ben earlier. He was using to teach other American drivers who are more used to oval tracks about racing on regular tracks such as Sonoma and Watkins Glen and the like.
Yeah, he was instructing the grandsons, wasn't he, of the team owner, the Dillon boys.
Absolutely, yeah. This car's been modified, especially for the weekend, by Richard Childress Racing. It's had tweaks to its tyres, the suspension, gear ratios, and the V8 engines pushing out more power. Very good round Malcolm, but then you'd expect a NASCAR to be good in a left-hander, wouldn't you?
Certainly would. Max Papis, big motorsport fan. 2-wheels, 4-wheel, he loves everything. He was here in the early 90s at the Goodwood Festival of Speed and has been lapping it up ever since. Kerry Earnhardt has just left the line here with his father's Chevy Monte Carlo, the 2000 car, Dale Earnhardt's car, Goodwrench, black number 3. It doesn't get much more NASCAR than that, and it doesn't get much more of a burnout either as he left the line. The spooky thing is about Kerry, He actually looks like his father as well. Now here is the aforementioned rotary Mazda. Just listen to this. Mad Mike Whiddett in the RX-7, Drift King, Drift Champion, and a man who doesn't like driving in straight ahead.
Yeah, keep an eye on the rear wheels. They are always spinning. Even it's just mad.
And a yank of the handbrake now and again in case he wants even more lock. And the steering rack is given quite a bit of an update, isn't it?
Did he just reach for the happy stick? Did he yank the lever of fever?
You took you until 1 minute past 5, Henry.
Sorry,
You fail me. You fail me.
He's absolutely on the lock stop. There's no more lock. That's brilliant.
And the sound is befitting to what he's doing as well, isn't it? The scream of the rotary. Fantastic.
He's just left his amazing stripes out of Malcolm. The last stripes out of Malcolm were a car going in the barrels. This is extraordinary. Whoa. Don't fit through there sideways, do they?
He's got sort of almost like sort of fiddle brakes on it. It's locking the rears just to keep it in check.
See how soft those tyres are.
It's
and
huge
a belch of flame at the end.
Oh dear.
Lit that up. I want to see him actually go really fast in a straight line, sideways around the corners, and then go straight again. See what he does time-wise.
Yes.
And a brilliant view of that rubber that he's left on the hill as well. My goodness me, look at those number 11s. It's a banana, in fact.
Yes. That's fantastic.
So we're now into the rally car class number 7. This is the Renault turbocharged. Or is Matt Mike not quite finished? Let's finish Matt Mike first in the top paddock. He's not going to get outdone by the NASCARs. The smoke, look at the smoke coming out of the cockpit, the cabin of the car. It is pouring out.
Yes, he'll be found asphyxiated by Bruce, who's trying to do an interview, won't he?
You'll have to revive him very quickly. Bruce Jones, a man of many talents, reviving racing drivers at the top of Goodwood Hill. He doesn't yet know that he has said skill. Look at it. Okay, then, back to the Renault. Now, where were we?
Wonderful. The Renault 5 Maxi Turbo, rear-wheel drive, rear engines. Winner of the Tour de Corse in 1985. A rally, of course, that is infamous for the death of Attilio Bettega 1 year before the tragedy involving Henry Toivonen and Sergio Cresta. But this car was a winner in the World Championship in 85.
This car originally driven by Francois Chatriot, a fast French dentist.
Yes.
Before he then went on to other things. Co-driven by Michel Perrin, whose name is on another car in this class.
And we've just seen the Renault Laguna Super Tourer go through as well.
But now we've got Hannu Mikkola coming down the avenue of trees towards Goodwood House. One of the standout Group B rally cars, the Group B era from 81 through to the end of 1986. Hannu Mikkola, 1983 World Rally Champion, and a man who led the very first rally that Audi Quattro entered, which was Monty in 81. They didn't quite win, there was a technical problem, but oh yes, they won the very next rally in Sweden.
Correct, yeah.
And he stayed with Audi through all of those Group B years, 81 through to the end of 86. He then joined Mazda, and great to see him back behind the last evolution of the short wheelbase Audi Quattro, of which they only had to make 20. So it was very cheap and very easy and very quick to go quicker.
Yeah, remember Hannu leading the RAC at the end of 88 in the Mazda, and it was blinded by the morning sun and he went off and retired while leading on the final day.
More rotary fever. There's another Mazda RX-7, makes its way up towards you. This is the Group B RX-7, which I didn't know that they had made.
Yes, Dave Pavley is driving at the moment, and then Jade will be doing the Sunday afternoon run. Yeah, little-known Group B Mazda RX-7 that never really saw the light of day.
Now then, we've got the Lancia 037 on the hill, just going underneath the bridge up towards the Molecombe corner. Rear-wheel drive, turbocharged car.
Yeah, this one in the Grifone livery.
Supercharged, I apologise.
Wonderful privateer Italian team. Run 037s, Delta S4s, and then the Group A incarnation of the Delta after the demise of Group B in '86.
And we've got a whole host of cars about to come to the line, including some Pikes Peak cars. One of the Peugeot Pikes Peak car is about to leave the line, and in fact it does. This is the car that was filmed with Ari Vatanen going up Pikes Peak in Colorado with the sun in his eyes, his left hand on the wheel and his right hand over his eyes because the sunshine was directly in his eyes as he came up towards the top of Pikes Peak International Hill Climb.
It was a rough surface.
Yes, with a million-mile drop just to the side.
As Mario Andretti used to say about the drop at Pikes Peak, if you fall off there, your clothes will be out of fashion by the time you hit the bottom.
Yeah, remarkable place, a remarkable car and a remarkable man, Ari Vatanen, 81 world champion.
This car not only drove at Pikes Peak, but its sort of half-brother, half-sister went on to win the Dakar Rally as well. The 405 in the blue and white colours, and then the yellow camel colours as well. That is a very, very rare car.
Yeah, Endergavi catching the Lancia Delta S4. We see the Toyota Corolla WRC, car with which the Japanese Mark took the World Rally Constructors Championship in '99. Had a great roster of drivers: Carlos Sainz, Didier Auriol. This is the great Frenchman, world champion of 1994.
And the car that Carlos Sainz was driving, he had a hand on the championship title, didn't he, in the RAC Rally based out of Cheltenham one year until it blew up at Margam Park.
Yes.
And his co-driver, Lewis Moyer, was the man who got out of the car. He had a bit more of a fiery temper and he threw his crash helmet through the rear windscreen, and Carlos just put his jacket on and walked away.
Yes.
So cool, so cool. I was actually standing with Tommy Mackinnon in a hotel in Cheltenham, and he had a phone call to tell him he's just won the World Rally Championship.
Yeah.
Paddy Hopkirk now on the hill
time.
with the Mini Cooper S, winning the Monte Carlo Rally with Paddy Hopkirk, 33 EJB. The car now on its way up the hill, the 1.3 litre Mini. Now this is another Mini, but it's slightly larger. This is Nani Roma in the car that took victory in this year's Dakar Rally, which is now based in South America. Nani Roma from Spain, near Barcelona, initially won the Dakar Rally in 2004 aboard a motorcycle, aboard a KTM. But now he's moved over to four wheels and he was victorious this year. This is a car that has gone through many evolutions. Initially, it had its roots actually in the same team run by Sven Quant of BMW ownership fame, and it was then originally a BMW X3, but now it's morphed itself into a Mini, and Nani Roma discovering that the trick diffs and high centre of gravity may be not good if he's looking to do a donut. And Nani Roma only here today. He's actually jumping on an aeroplane tomorrow because he's got to go testing with the team in Morocco tomorrow lunchtime. And do they do some tests for the Dakar Rally? I've been on the Dakar in Africa 5 times and in South America a couple of times over the Andes, and it is an endurance event that makes Le Mans look like a weekend. It's 3 weeks of battering endurance for everybody involved. And I take my hat off to anybody who gets to the end of any Dakar Rally in any or on any type of vehicle. Danny Sordo now lines his Hyundai i20 WRC up on the line here at the Goodwood Festival of Speed. This is a 2014 Centenary rally car. And the launch control pops and bangs as the car launches its way and left foot brakes, and Scandinavian flicks its way into the first corner. Brilliant stuff. 300 horsepower, four-wheel drive. This is modern technology in the forests.
He's got a smiling passenger on board with him, Dani Sordo, the Spaniard, winner of Rally Deutschland in 2013. Just the one World Championship Rally win to his name, but flying the flag for Hyundai, back in the World Rally Championship after a decade away, and doing a good job. Teammate to Belgian Thierry Neuville. Of course, he finished second in the World Championship last year in the M Sport Ford Fiesta. This thing for Hyundai.
World Rally Championship now based on 1.64-cylinder turbocharged engines, but still turning out well over 300 horsepower. And same engineer working on that Hyundai has worked on the Peugeot 205 T16 back in the 80s. So there's still a bit of Group B in the thinking and the design of that car. Meanwhile, another rally car, but it's not going to go through the forests. It's going to go in circles. Terry Grant wowing the crowds down here at the start line. He was inches away from one of the bales. He's got a bit more space to do some donuts now. How does he not get dizzy, Henry?
Yes, he certainly gets busy. So he manages to avoid being dizzy, doesn't he? Yeah, Turbo Terry, the stunt legend, takes this show all around the world. We've seen him on two wheels. We've seen him going up backwards. Amazing car control and a real showman. And he's a great bloke to have a beer with as well. He's really good fun. Here he is doing another donut in the Mitsubishi Lancer Evo.
It's the way, sorry Henry, it's the way that he left foot brakes it mid-turn, and you think his feet really are dancing quicker than John Travolta, aren't they?
Yeah, pop some nose weight on, get the back going, and then once it starts to go, you're just driving it through, aren't you, on the power? Of course, it's got a ferocious anti-lag system on it to keep the turbo spooling, hasn't it? So it doesn't bog down mid-donut. And the diffs will all be tweaked to make sure it rotates in its own length.
And that familiar Mitsubishi sound that took Tommy Mäkinen to 4 world championships in the WRC from 96 through to 99. That was a great thing about rallying in those days. You could be in the forests and hear, oh yes, that's a Subaru. Oh yes, coming along, that's a Mitsubishi. And oh, here's Colin McRae, maybe in a Ford Focus. WRC in 99, you could really differentiate the difference in engine layouts in those days in the WRC.
Okay, that I think is the end of the batch. Let's go straight to the top paddock, and Bruce Jones, who I hope has finished coughing and spluttering, is with Austrian Patrick Friesacker, our king of donuts.
Patrick Friesacker, you've been coming here for quite a while now. One of the things at the Festival of Speed is entertaining the fans, entertaining the crowd, but you're the master of that, aren't you, in your Toyota NASCAR?
It's great to coming back here every year. I love it, especially the crowd out there, and it's just amazing to drive up the hill here, especially with the NASCAR. You can put on a really good show, and that's what's very important for me, and that makes the people happy, and when they are happy, I'm as well.
But you're a busy person. Last weekend you were at the Red Bull Ring in Spielberg. You know, started life at the Österreich Ring, but you were back in one of your Formula One cars. Tell us quickly about that.
Yeah, I was driving my Minardi car from 2005. It was really a big honor to drive together with Gerhard Berger and Niki Lauda. It was just a great atmosphere. We had like more than 250,000 people over there, and yeah, it was great.
So that's not the last Austrian Grand Prix. There are going to be many more, I take it.
No, we have it for 9 years, and we're going to make it better and better and bigger, and it's a great event over there.
Patrick, thanks for entertaining us and thanks for being here.
In our bid to make Sky Sports even better, we enlisted the help of the ultimate hero of sport. No, not him. Him. There were some interesting ideas. Drone cam.
This is ludicrous.
Sofa ref. The sensational suit. In the end, the simplest idea was also the best. A new European football channel. And that's not all. 2 years free Sky Broadband Unlimited for our Sky Sports customers. Go to sky.com/2 years free to find out more. Sky. Believe in better.
Contact us on Twitter using the hashtag FOS to share your comments, photos and videos, and we'll be reading out a selection of those tweets over the course of the weekend. Our touring cars, our rally cars and our American stock cars making their way back down to the paddock. We had a brief delay in that session when Roland Ash crunched the bales in the Mercedes at Moulcombe, and Jenny Gow caught up with him just to give him a bit of a once-over.
Right, we're down here with Roland Ash. We just saw you having that crash, quite a major one for you, but you're okay?
Ja, bei mir ist alles okay. Die Corner war, aber bei mir ist super, alles okay. Da. The car is not okay.
It'll take a bit of fixing.
Yes, ist überhaupt kein Problem. Alles okay.
Well, thank you for joining us. Good to know you're okay, even if the car's not so good.
It's very good. The medical control, alles top.
Thank you for talking to us.
Dankeschön. Thank you.
Dankeschön.
Dankeschön.
Well done, Jenny. Catching up with Roland Ash, who had a bit of a moment at Moulcombe, but he's absolutely fine. Hopefully the car will be repaired and we'll be back out tomorrow. Wonderful scenes across the South Downs, this huge site. And let's catch up with Ben Constanduros once again. He's caught up with a very interesting car.
In 1984, Mercedes launched the 190E, and it coincidentally was also launched at the same time as the new Nürburgring circuit, the Formula One circuit built instead of using the Nordschleife that became too dangerous. So to celebrate both launches, they invited a load of past and future racing drivers to race in these cars. They were just installed with a roll hoop and a racing seat, and that was about it. Most of the names were people like Fangio and De Angelis and René Arnoux, really legendary names of the sport. But there was one guy who was invited who has just began his Formula One career, racing, in fact, the Toleman that's just behind me on the left-hand side here. He wasn't well known at the time. He's almost like Danny Kvyat today. However, Ayrton Senna did an incredible job. He out-qualified everyone and then out-raced everyone. It was one of those things where all the Formula One drivers wanted to beat each other, and it was the young upstart Ayrton Senna that took victory. Mercedes had said they would put the winning car in their factory and in their museum for all to see forevermore, and that is exactly the car. Senna, number 11, here at the Goodwood Festival of Speed.
Well done, Ben. Let's go and catch up again with Tony Jardine and Xavier McCartan up the Forest Rally stage. I'm being drowned out by NASCARs doing their burnouts. And Mad Mike Widdett, the Drift King. As you can see on the big screens, if you're looking at one of those, some wonderfully iconic historic rally cars up on the rally stage. Tony, Xavier, looks like a lot of fun up there. I guess you've had a big crowd today.
Well, we have, Henry, we have had a super crowd, and they've been seeing things like the Lancia Stratos with Steve Perez. We were just reflecting just before, we've had everything from your WRC front runners with Danny Sordo right the way through to the clubman and everything in between. Entertaining, lots of sliding. There's been a few incidents, jumps, takeoffs, but everyone's had a fantastic time, and more to come tomorrow, Henry, when Mr. Loeb gets here, the 9-time world champion, and we're expecting him to see him in the Citroen WRC car.
A car in which he's won 9 World Championships off the back of just incredible, and a real coup for rally fans to have Sebastian Loeb here.
Well, it's very good to have both Sebastian and Danny Sordo here as well. It has credence, not that it was needed, because the level of competition here today has been really high. The action has been great, the weather's been beautiful, we've had great crowds up here. We have a paddock full of historic cars and plenty for people to do and look at, and we've had a very, very good day up here, Tony, haven't we?
No, it's been tremendous, really tremendous, Henry, and there's a lot of rallying history here, and Ryan Champion was with us for about 10 minutes talking about the McRae car that he owns, and he said not just for rally fans but for motorsport fans, every rally car you ever dreamed about is up here. You know, and people can see, feel and touch, and the rally drivers will all be here to talk to people, to talk to the fans, even in some cases let them sit in the cars and have their pictures taken.
And you just jump from one great car from one decade to another. Fiat 124 Spider, Metro 6R4, the Mazda RX-7 there. It's just amazing, isn't it? You just wonder where they all come from.
And they come in a lovely order as well. It's not as though they follow consecutively. I mean, as you can see from the footage, the highlights, it has been a great mix. We've had David Llewellyn here, and you know, David and the Sons rally in the Escort. I mean, we're looking at the iconic Andrews Heat for Hire Sunbeam. So for so many people, if they make their way up to join us, to Alistair McRae, it's been a great afternoon. It really, really has.
And fans can just come up, can't they, from the main hill climb, either on foot or with one of the shuttle buses, and mingle around your paddock and check out these rally cars up close.
Yeah, well, I mean, if people are going to join us tomorrow, there's Ryan Champion we spoke about earlier. You know, make plans to come up and visit us. We have plenty of action, plenty for people to see, plenty for people to do, and it's certainly got to be a highlight of anyone's visit to the Goodwood Festival of Speed. Looking forward to it tomorrow, Tony?
Yes, we are indeed, and thanks very much indeed, Henry. Hope everything's going well on the hill there. Back to you.
Cheers, Tony. Thank you, Xavier. We'll leave you with shots of Ryan Champion in that wonderful 555 Subaru Impreza. Back live on the hill then. I'm joined once again by Mike Duff, editor of Car and Driver magazine. Mike, we had a wonderful array of Michelin Supercars this morning. Same again this afternoon, we hope.
Yeah, exactly, and it's an amazing chance to see some cars that you cannot see anywhere else, I think it's fair to say.
We'll be right back with you, Mike, in a moment before Super gets underway. Let's go down and catch up with Jenny Gow again. She's with Pedro de la Rosa.
Lovely to see you, Pedro de la Rosa, with the Ferrari team this weekend. Always a treat. And how are you finding it?
Very nice. It's my first time here with Ferrari. I've been with other teams, but it's a pleasure to see so many people, first of all, and so passionate about motor racing. I've driven the F10, the 2010 Ferrari. It's been pretty good, and I'm staying here also for the weekend, so looking forward to it.
Such a good atmosphere, isn't it? There's just, you can't see this, but all around us people here waiting to get autographs, to chat to you. Just, it's so nice to have access with the fans. Do you enjoy that part of it as well?
Well, yeah, I mean, what I enjoy most as well is the fact that, for example, when I was doing my drive, I was in the same batch with Emerson Fittipaldi and John Surtees was in front of me. So, I mean, it's just fantastic to see them, even to be able to shake hands with them. And apart from the quality of the cars, you know, I've seen beautiful cars as well that I wish one day I can drive.
Is it nice to have an opportunity to show off the car rather than just always have to think about how fast you're going or how the tyres are reacting or what the downforce is like?
Yes, but I must say that I would love to be able to go fast, you know, I mean, at one point, you know, it's very nice, But after a couple of runs, what I miss a bit to be able to go flat out. You know, this is the only thing I miss about the event, and hopefully one day we can have a different. I know it's very dangerous there, and that there's a reason for not doing it. But maybe elsewhere, or I don't know, a little track where we can apart from doing the uphill, we can go there and get a stopwatch as well in front of everyone and see who is quickest.
I love the way that you can take the F1 driver out of F1, but you can never take him out of wanting to compete, wanting to go fast, and wanting to break the rules. I've been in the Drivers' Club, you're all the same, John Surtees, Sterling Moss, everybody, you're all rule breakers, aren't you, with a glint in the eye?
Well, you know, I mean, these cars are built for perfection, for driving to the limit, and sometimes I feel not right when I'm driving not full throttle, you know, when I'm driving or wheel spinning or doing a bit, it's okay, but at one point you say, this is built to be fast, you know, and you feel, then you are good, can I do it? You know, it's always the challenge. We are always living on challenges, and this is the challenge of a race driver, is always to be as fast as anyone out there or faster, so I miss a bit of that.
Just one final question for you. You know, Kimi Räikkönen's coming here on Sunday to try and set his time, but Ferrari, are they going to improve this year? Can we expect to see a car that's going to, you know, be able to get on the podium?
Well, we are working flat out, you know, race by race. We're introducing small upgrades, and we're working as much as we can. We are doing all we can from the Maranello in the factory, working the simulator night and day with all the other my other colleagues, and hopefully we will be there.
Well, Pedro, thank you very much. I'll let you sign a couple of autographs, but thank you for speaking to us here. Oh, all right. Sorry.
Our last batch of cars are already on the hill. The Michelin Supercar Run, the second appearance of these amazing machines today. I'm joined in the commentary box by Mike Duff, European editor of Car and Driver magazine. Mike, good to see you again. We've got all the exotic makes and marks models here, haven't we?
If you can think of it, it is pretty much here. I don't think there's any obvious omissions from the most expensive, most exclusive, fastest cars on sale in the world at the moment.
One of the latest Porsche 997 model 911s crosses the line.
Oh, 991. So, sorry, Henry.
Oh, yes, the 991, that's the very latest one. You're absolutely right. That's the Turbo S, isn't it? And what is it? It's a sin, as the Pet Shop Boys once famously sang.
This used to be a German manufacturer, Sin, but I've been told that they've recently relocated to Hinckley in Leicestershire, so they have now become British. It's mid-engined, it's got a Chevrolet V8 at the back, and we're told that when it's fully on sale, it will be £60,000 before tax, which is a pretty good price for a car like that, I'd say.
Yeah, it is, yeah. Not only do we have our household names, some of the great motoring manufacturers, we have a batch of first glance cars, don't we? Prototypes that have been put together especially for this event and haven't been seen before, with the hope that they will perhaps be put into production.
Exactly. I mean, quite a few of these we can expect to see in series production soon. A few we know are going to go into it, and some of them are just quite special, and they're just here to put on a show, really.
I mean, there's no better an environment than here, isn't it, to have a huge stand and show your wares. It's rather more glamorous than inside a hall at the NEC.
Absolutely. I think there are some people who miss the old-fashioned British Motor Show, but I have to say personally it's quite a long time since I've wished that I'd go into it as opposed to coming here and watching the cars on the hill.
It gives you some idea with the commitment of the manufacturers here at Goodwood, the size of the stands that you walk past between the start line and Moulcombe Corner, and as you say, every manufacturer is represented. And when I was walking through them this morning, there was a different atmosphere, and it was obviously because we're outside, but there's bigger gaps. The aisles at the internal, you know, the inside motor shows are obviously quite narrow because they need to get everybody in at Geneva or wherever we may be, but there's big spaces and big stands so everyone can spread out, and it's a completely different atmosphere, but it's very 2014 now.
Yes, indeed. And there's a machine. That's the new Lamborghini, isn't it?
Yes, I'll try and pronounce it. It's a Lamborghini Huracan.
Huracan, which is wind, isn't it?
Which is the wind, yes. It's the name of a particular wind, driven there by Max Venturi, who is very, very fast.
Yeah, looks like it, yeah. So this is the latest all singing, all dancing, most powerful and most exotic Lamborghini yet.
Yes, this is the pinnacle. Lamborghini have made a few special one-off cars which you have to be even wealthier to afford. But if you go into your local Lamborghini dealer, this is as good as it gets.
And presumably made in very limited numbers.
No, this is a series production car. In fact, it will be about half of Lamborghini's total production.
Oh,
will
really?
be this car. It sells extremely well.
Fantastic. The Italian monster flashes across the line to the top paddock.
And now we have the 903 horsepower P1 McLaren on the hill here at Goodwood. Chris Goodwin, one of the development drivers at the wheel. This will be a very, very committed run here up the 1.1 mile hill climb. A little bit of grass cutting on the inside of the right-hander. McLaren having launched their brand new GT3 car, their 650 here this morning. But for me, the technology aboard this P1 McLaren, something else.
Yeah, just practice runs this morning and this afternoon. There is a timed element to the Michelin Supercar run. I expect Chris Goodwin in the P1 to be right up there. Mike, it's McLaren's first road car since the F1 of 1993/1994, and it's already sort of gone down in the annals of great supercar production, hasn't it?
Absolutely.
Especially by Brits.
Absolutely. The P1 is just beyond ultimate in many ways. You could actually see there it was in its track mode, which makes it lower and puts that wing right up in the air.
Yeah.
This Pagani's being driven by John Morrison, and he has actually asked me to make his apologies for not being perhaps that fast. The reason being it's for sale.
Oh, right, yes.
So if you've got around £1.2 million, go and see him.
Yes, one careful owner never raced or rallied, but hill climbed gently.
Front air brake flaps emanating from the nose. I've never seen that before.
Yeah, well-known veteran racer John Morrison. So go and see him if you want to buy that.
Yeah, he's a very, very safe pair of hands.
Yeah, raced up to Formula 2 level some years ago. Fantastic.
And as the V12 gets to the top of the hill, the next car leaves the line, the Spiker B6 Venator.
Spiker still a serious concern. They were around and about, weren't they, in the mid-noughties. They built a GT car for Le Mans. There were stories of them taking over Saab. But where are they at the moment?
Yes, they are back. They make their cars, a Dutch-based company. They make these cars. They're very, very striking design, it's fair to say. And they seem to have found a bit of the market which just works really well for them. The C8 has got a 4.5 seconds 0 to 60 time, according to my list, so fairly rapid.
That's
but
pressing on, isn't it?
Yeah.
Just make a quick announcement, ladies and gentlemen. If there is a Fiona Fish out there, Fiona Fish, could she make herself known to one of the stewards? I think she's been separated from her party. So Fiona Fish, if you're listening, could you make yourself known to one of the event stewards? Thank you. So the Spiker is safely across the line, the B6 Venator.
Next up we have the Arash, an AF8. First time I've seen one of these cars. Not much underneath that rear bodywork, but an engine. So as the Arash makes its way up towards Molecombe, the manufacturer again dipping its toe, or indeed entire leg, into the supercar class. And the approaching cars on the line, a couple of Nissan GTRs, an Alfa Romeo 4C, and indeed a Rolls-Royce Wraith that was actually warming its tyres as it came towards the line. I've never heard a Rolls-Royce squeal its tyres before. I'm not quite so sure if that's actually allowed.
Sounds almost oxymoronic, doesn't it?
Totally oxymoronic. But we are now about to see the Rolls-Royce Wraith. I had a trip around the Rolls-Royce factory that is only about 1.5 miles from here in early March, and what an exquisite exquisite manufacturing plant that Rolls-Royce have built here in the last few years on the grounds, just on the edge of Goodwood here.
I imagine the workshop floor is as sumptuous as the cars on which it produces.
And not one Rolls-Royce coming out of that factory is the same as any other Rolls-Royce. Absolutely to individual stars. And you have now heard a Rolls-Royce squealing its tires as it rushed past you, Henry.
Yeah, Mike, it's quite a slippery thing, isn't it?
It is. I have to say it looks really good travelling at this sort of speed. It's not rolling too much. There's a bit of a squeak going on, but it looks very comfortable, doesn't it?
It's Justin Law driving it as well, and he's one of the quickest guys up here. In fact, he's right up top on our scoreboard for fastest ever times at the Festival of Speed. He's got the third and fourth fastest times. So he's been up here in 44 seconds in his Silk Cut Jaguar Group C car. Wonderful.
Rupert Keegan drove this Alfa Romeo 4C this morning. Not sure who's driving it at the moment, but another new and again another pretty car that has come out of Alfa Romeo.
Yeah, it's lovely, that, isn't it?
It's a beautiful little thing, made out of carbon fibre, carbon bodywork. I think it's still, actually no, sorry, it's the second cheapest car you can buy with a carbon body.
Oh, and it's gone straight on at Moulcombe into the bales. So that will be instant red flag. The session stopped.
So as the red flags come out, the Michelin Supercar run is just held for a moment as the two guys in that Alfa Romeo, one guy getting out and looks to be tended immediately by the medical crews as the clerk of the course and other members of the race direction committee make their way towards Moulcombe Corner. It's a very tricky corner. You were mentioning it earlier today, Henry, when Marcus was alongside you. It's just over a little bit of a brow, and then when you see it, it's too late because already you've got to go left.
Yes, indeed. It's really, really deceptive. You don't get the full perspective of this corner unless you are charging towards it. It is approached on a blind kink that goes over a brow. You've got to choose where to brake, before the kink or after the kink, depending on what you're in, how good the brakes are, and how quick you're going, of course. And it's caught out some greats in the past. I remember John Cleland, first time in his Vauxhall Cavalier BTCC car, came absolutely barreling over the top and just sailed straight on into the bales. Driver and passenger out of the car, and all okay. The car will be pulled out and the bales put back. And only when it is absolutely back to original strength will John Felix give the okay for the meeting to continue, quite rightly.
So a couple of Nissan GTRs on the line, one of which the GTR Nismo, and then we've got Jan Mardenborough on the line with another GTR that's a level beyond a Nismo. We were hearing about that earlier today. It's still in its Nürburgring kind of camouflage colour scheme so that prying photographers' lenses through the woods around Adenau and Nürburg cannot catch the lines of that car.
Okay, we have a red flag situation. One of the little Alfa 4Cs has gone off at Moulcombe. The bales have done their job. They will be repaired and will be underway again shortly. While we wait for that to happen, let's hear now from Rob Widows, who yesterday spent a nice long time investigating all things Maserati in this, the Italian manufacturer's 100th birthday year.
The 2014 Goodwood Festival of Speed celebrates the centenary of Maserati. What a word that is, isn't it? Maserati. I mean, it sounds like a great car, doesn't it? And we're going to see a few of them in just a moment. With me is Peter Denton, who's the region manager for North Europe. Hello. Sounds like a great job to me.
Indeed, yeah, very much so this year. As you rightly say, it is a centenary year. we're here at Goodwood to celebrate that, and we brought some special items along to show the world what Maserati is about to become, a more voluminous brand with some feature elements to that brand. And we're starting well this year with the Ghibli, and we have expansion plans that will take us into the next century.
You just show me the Alfieri, because Alfieri is a word, that is just so Maserati. It was Mr. Maserati's name. I mean,
Indeed, and I think they've chosen the name for this concept car to help develop the understanding of where Maserati came from. Alfieri Maserati, the founding brother, an engineer, a passionate racing driver, a passionate engineer as well. Where Maserati started, where it all came from, and really that's in the lifeblood of the brand still today, and very much in this new concept model that is now, I'm pleased to say, been confirmed for production.
Let's go and look at it. As you can see, there are a lot of people want to see this car. It's not just me and Peter Denton. No wonder so many people want to look at it. Come with me, Peter. I mean, okay, wow, it's just jaw-dropping.
Isn't it? Yeah, I considered the star of the show at Geneva Motor Show, where it was presented first. We're very fortunate to have it at Goodwood this year, and delighted that it was able to be here. It's a concept car in this form. It will go to production in 2017. The car is a 2+2, so a little bit of a diversion away from our traditional Grand Tourer design and production base, but I think a car that, with this level of beauty, within our market in particular, will have a tremendous amount of success.
I tell you what, it's going to be a winner, isn't it? Let's go and look at some more Maseratis. Okay, this way. I know you've got the Ghibli here, another really famous Maserati name.
We have.
And can you talk to me about it? I mean, because they're such beautiful pieces of kit, aren't they?
Yeah, well, if we focus on Ghibli, which is a new model to our range, really started to come into the UK market at the beginning of this year. It's a model that competes in the premium E segment, so it's an executive saloon. It's a saloon that we believe has a styling to it that will make it feel and look quite sporty. It carries over the Grand Tourer characteristics that are traditional for Maserati, and it gives us an opportunity to appeal to a customer base that might now be a little tired of the traditional elements that have been available to them. So we hope that the sporty elements, the Maserati name, the sort of passion around racing that comes from our heritage, brought into this model will help to attract people to the brand.
Okay, let's take a walk and look at some more. Alex is with us, as ever. We're going to look at something a little older. So where is he? Here's Peter. Tell us about this beauty. I mean, it's just, you want one so much.
Yes, this is the 3500 GT. So this was the second road-going model produced by Maserati. Built in relatively small numbers. I think about 2,500 cars were built. It came to the market in the early 50s. Featured a number of firsts at that time: disc brakes, twin spark ignition, fuel injection. Things that were quite novel at that time, but significant because this car featured all of those things in one body, and this again started to create the enhanced image for Maserati that we weren't just about racing. We could build road cars and Grand Tourers, cars that take you from A to B in style and luxury, but with some performance.
Absolutely. Let's walk on. Okay, here he is. We're going to look at the. Well, this is the Ghibli, but this is where it began, I think. Is that right?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
So between 1968 and 73, Maserati built the Ghibli. We've used the name again with our latest model. A slightly different concept in terms of the way we're using the name. Clearly a two-seater coupe in this form versus a four-door saloon in its current. But again, the classic late 60s, early 70s design, very much a feature of Maserati in terms of its styling, absolutely in terms of its performance, and again carrying some of that racing heritage into road use.
I want to drive it to the south of France right now. Bill, I can't, can I?
Indeed, no, no. Unfortunately not. And we're very lucky to have been able to borrow this car for this event, so yeah. I think he might object.
Okay, one more, come on. This is. I mean, it's the centenary. Let's look at a few cars. Oh, this is a bit of a beast, isn't it? This is the Stradale.
The Stradale, the Gran Turismo MC Stradale. So the pinnacle in terms of performance for the Gran Turismo range, really echoing the cars that are built and race in the Trofeo Championship, which is a one-make series for Maserati, taking some of the learning from the racing in that championship and bringing that to the road. So carbon ceramic brakes, lightweight carbon hood, just features that allow us to reduce weight in the vehicle and increase the power, that then gives us a power to weight ratio that is really quite exceptional for this type of car and this size of car.
And finally, the new Ghibli. Let's end on the new generation. Well, okay, we've just seen the old, I call it the original Ghibli, and okay, this is the new generation. And okay, the first thing that strikes you obviously is it's an executive car. It's got 4 seats. This is not the kind of punch of the Stradale.
No, indeed, it's something quite different. This is the newest model in our range. It's something, as we've already said, is designed for the executive. It's designed to offer something new in that environment. But at the same time, I think it allows us to carry over some of the very key design features of the Maserati brand. The long sweeping hood, the very shallow roof line gives it the feel of a coupe in terms of its design. For the first time, Maserati has introduced a diesel engine, which will give us a little bit more economy, but also with a tremendous degree of performance. The car features 275 horsepower and 600 newton meters of torque. So again, it will allow the driver to feel that they can use the performance and drive the car with some enthusiasm and enjoy the sound, the styling that is typical of a Maserati.
Fantastic. Thank you very, very much, Peter. So there we are. I mean, we're here in the stable yard, by the way, at the Festival of Speed, so do come and see the Maseratis. The whole of the stable yard is devoted to the centenary of Maserati, and why not? So come on down here. It's next to the Cartier Style Lux on the left-hand side of Goodwood House. Well worth a visit. And imagine a diesel engine Maserati. I wonder what Alfieri would have thought of that. But anyway, we're moving into the next 100 years of Maserati, and I say bravo to that.
Rob Widow's down there in the Maserati Centenary area. We are going to be underway again shortly. The bales have been pretty much put back. The Pauly Alpha 4C has been taken away. Let's check out some of your tweets that have been coming in over the course of the day. Sat in the start line grandstand, hashtag Foss selfie, hashtag Foss, listening to at Toby Moody and Barry Nutley at Foz Goodwood, pure hashtag fever. Keep them coming using the hashtag FOS and keep in touch with at Foz Goodwood. I've been watching the Goodwood Festival of Speed for the last hour. It's great. Hashtag FOS, hashtag motorsport from Matt Mastrandea. BMW art car, not the real thing, but looks cool anyway. Hashtag BMW, hashtag Peugeot Live, hashtag FOS. At Ebanks Brown in training to become an at Red Bull Air Race pilot, at FOS Goodwood, hashtag FOS, hashtag Smoke On, hashtag Ascot. From Ben Corntel. FOS selfie, wonderful weather, says Charlotte Babs. Just see that Mercedes sculpture in the background down in front of Goodwood House. Tiffany Chittenden, she's a quick lady racer. Look, no hands. FOS Goodwood, FOS selfie. Okay, keep your social media comments, views coming in on Twitter using the hashtag FOS and, of course, at FOS Goodwood. Let's catch up once more with Jenny Gow, who's found some drivers to talk to.
So I'm walking up the red carpet towards the Drivers Club to have a little look who I can find. And this is a really nice part. It's a very sociable place to be here at Goodwood. Because if I just look over here, we've got 3 uber sportsmen all sat together. So I'm just going to have a quick chat with all 3 of them. Gents, very nice to see you all. Thank you very much for being here first and foremost, and being very convenient for me to chat to all 3 of you. Ollie, let's start with you. How are you doing? Are you enjoying it? And what are you driving?
Yeah, obviously beautiful event. We've got the sunshine out, and I'm lucky to be out in an old Alpine 1965 Le Mans car. So I've gone from the LMP2 at Le Mans a couple of weeks ago, lucky enough to stand on the podium, and now I've got to drive a classic. First year at Goodwood in the classic, so I'm really enjoying it.
What do you have to do in your mindset as a driver to shift from, LMP2 all across to actually focusing on a sort of vintage and historical car?
It's tough. It should be simple because it's what we do professionally, but we were just joking about it before, how we can learn the Nordschleife and Le Mans in a couple of days, yet this thing that's got 4 or 5 corners and it's up a little hill, and we're all struggling to remember what it was like from the last couple of years. But no, it's great. It's like a family community coming back to this event, and it's become so huge. I mean, you look at the car manufacturers, what they put up behind us, it's like an F1 paddock everywhere you look.
Yeah, it's a pretty impressive place to be. Is there anyone that you're looking forward to meeting across the weekend? I mean, you know each other, you're all fraternity, aren't you?
Yeah, I think, lucky enough to kind of got to know some amazing drivers up the ladder, and to kind of be close enough to be becoming colleagues with them is fantastic. And Henry Surtees Foundation here have got a great lineup of cars, and John's been showing me around. It's nice to see him. Saw Darry this morning. He's in the same group as me, so he was teasing me as we were trying to make some smoke up the hill, and I've got a bit of a smaller engine than he has this weekend. But yeah, it's great to see everyone. It is a bit of a community, so lovely.
I love that, the usual excuse. My engine's smaller than his. Let's speak to Brendan and also to Karine. So how are you enjoying this weekend? How are you finding it all?
Yeah, 3rd time here. It's all, like everyone. It's always a pleasure. You're kind of rubbing shoulders with the sports greats of all eras, and yeah, we all have let our hair down and have a bit of a laugh. And today, yeah.
I was going to say, you've got lots of it. You're letting it down quite well.
Yeah, no. And today I was driving a Porsche RS Spider from actually less than 10 years old, which was brilliant driving up the hill. Tomorrow I'm in a 962 from the 80s, and possibly a 98 GT1 on Sunday. So yeah, lots of cool toys that they're letting me play with, and yeah, brilliant.
And when you're here, do you go for a record? Do you think about that, or are you just here to kind of show off the car and meet some fans?
No, we're not going for timed runs. I'd love to give it a go. Not this year, unfortunately. But yeah, like Ollie said, it's quite a different mentality to driving circuit cars. You know, you arrive on the start line, cold brakes, cold tyres. You're not really sure what grip you're going to have at the first corner, and it's a completely different mindset. But yeah, I'd love to give it a go.
And you enjoying the afternoon tea that's on provide here at the Drivers Club?
Yeah, very much so. Very full.
And Karine, you've obviously been up the hill as well. You were going in the 96 from Damon Hill's Williams, weren't you? How was it?
Oh, brilliant. I mean, such a cool car. I mean, the engine is just fantastic. You know, the V10 of, I don't know how much, must be 750 horsepower or something. But yeah, it was pretty scary, actually.
You can't get too much horsepower, surely.
Well, I don't know. That hill's a bit smaller. But no, it was fantastic. But as Brendan was saying, you know, the hill's not really ideally suited to F1 cars, but it's still nice for the fans to hear them and see them, I think.
And when it comes to sort of hobnobbing and meeting everybody, what's the atmosphere like in there for people who are outside queuing up to get your autograph? Sort of give them a little clue.
I think it's just nice to catch up with lots of other drivers in a more relaxed way. You know, we all race for different teams and different championships with a lot of drivers here this weekend. And, you know, we've all crossed paths in the past somewhere, and we don't often get a chance to catch up and just see each other, because you are friends, you know, with a lot of people. So it's a nice chance to just chat with people and see what everyone's up to and see how everyone is. And, you know, many of the cases, you know the families and stuff, so it's nice to, it's a great social weekend.
This followed by, of course, Silverstone next weekend. It's kind of one of the highlights of British motorsport at the moment. And then, of course, next year, Formula E will culminate at this time of the year as well. It's going to be an impressive June and July.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, I think what Charles has done with this place is just tremendous. And, you know, and it's, you know, the effort that he goes through to personally go into the details to organize so much of it is just amazing, you know. Like when you go to the ball, he personally does the seating plan for everybody there, and you know, it's a fantastic event that he's come up with. And I mean, if I owned all of this, I don't know if I'd open up my gardens to all of us hooligans to come and ruin it, but clearly he's a braver man than we are.
We'd make sure you did, Karun. One day it'll happen anyway. Guys, thank you for letting us interrupt you, and have a really good afternoon. Take care.
Jenny Gow down there catching up with Ollie Ware, Brendan Hartley and Karun Chandok, all three of whom enjoying what they're driving this weekend. The Bales are back and we will be underway very soon with the final cars in the Michelin Supercar run. First away, looks like it will be one of the Nissan GTRs.
Chris Hoy at the wheel.
Oh, yes.
Chris Hoy, multiple gold medalist in the Olympics, and a man who captured the hearts of the British public with his cycling sprint antics. Had a quick word with him a moment ago, and he said, "Yeah, but you know, you don't have much of a run-up. You've got to commit yourself so quickly." I said, "But you're a sprinter," and there's no build-up. That's the key to modern hill climbing, as you know, Henry. It's every corner has to be done perfectly right from the start, as Chris Hoy now puts the Nissan GTR Nismo specification four-wheel drive into launch control, and away he goes. He will be followed up the hill by Jan Mardenborough at the wheel of the even more Nismo'd GTR. As Chris Hoy is now coming up with quite a bit of commitment, I do have to say. Quick car and an ever quickening driver.
Yes, racing in British GT Championships, coming very quickly over the brow to Moulcombe, hard on the brakes. A little bit squirrely, but he's got it tucked in and hard on the power again. Mike, Nissan's GTR is an extraordinary and really affordable sort of supercar eater, isn't it?
It's one of those sports cars that, yeah, you can definitely look to humble considerably more expensive machinery, and it just keeps getting faster, because this is the Nismo, and the one behind it is the Nismo Track Attack, wearing its full disguise, which is even quicker.
Yes, indeed. Yeah, very squirmy coming out of the first two corners. The long double apex right in front of the house and under the bridge and up to us at Moulcombe. Through a left-hand kink, into the right-hand kink, over the brow, hard on the brakes, get the nose tucked into Moulcombe, back on the gas, up the hill towards the Flint Wall.
It left the line even quicker than the normal GTR Nismo. It rocketed away. It lets the rear wheel spin just a little bit more than the front. This is a very, very quick run by Jan Mardenborough in the GTR Nismo time attack. It'll be great to see the times tomorrow afternoon. And look at the speed.
Yeah, he's going very quickly. He's going to be a contender, isn't he, for fastest time. Jan Mardenborough racing in GP3, a real find. He was a gamer, wasn't he? He won the Sony PlayStation Nissan GT Challenge, and he's landed himself a full professional career, and he's doing a very, very good job of it indeed. It's the LFA, isn't it? The Lexus.
We're looking at the LFA there, yes. An astonishing car. You can't buy one anymore, but so glad it still exists, really, with V10 engine. So very interesting soundtrack as it goes by.
Richard Seymour gets to the top of the hill, and he's nearly caught by the Audi R8 as Chris Hoy gets out of his Nissan GTR Nismo at the top of the hill.
And we've just seen five-time Le Mans winner, double world sports car champion Derek Bell in his lime green jumper aboard a banana-coloured Bentley. He's making his way up to the top.
Did he make his way through the Kermit-coloured grass, Henry?
Yes, he did.
Good lad, good lad. Maserati on its way up the hill. Lotus already on the start line here. A Morgan soon to appear. And a beautiful Jaguar F-Type as well. Two Maseratis, in fact.
And we know this year that the Michelin Supercar run, they've got good drivers at the wheel of these cars, because there will be a timed element to it.
The Ginetta makes its way around Moulcombe.
It's the G60, isn't it? From Lawrence Tomlinson's concern in Yorkshire. He's really turned that company around, hasn't he? And they support many junior sports car series, two of which support the British Touring Car Championship and are doing so as we speak at Croft.
Well, the Lotus catches the Ginetta. My goodness me. Mind you, I do have to say that some of the passengers that I see come to the line who have an open face helmet on do at times look a little bit startled, just as they're about to leave their life in the hands of somebody that they met about 7 minutes ago. Aston Martin on its way through. Simon Dickinson, the Vanquish Volante, a drop head. And still, it may not be a straight, but still these very quick supercars getting some pace on past the house and up towards Moulcombe.
This is the latest Aston Vanquish, isn't it? The drop head. Beautiful thing.
It's an absolutely stunning thing, and the V12 soundtrack as well is one that you just can't get enough of, really.
That's followed by its little baby cousin, the N430, the V8 engine Vantage.
And we've got, following it, all sorts of noisy machinery, including the McLaren 650S. Here it is on its way, a McLaren Special Operations car with Phil Quaife, one of their GT3 drivers, at the wheel. Very, very accomplished car driver combination nowadays with Quaife and McLaren.
Yeah.
And we've already seen a P1, but yes. And now about noise, what about this? This is the Mercedes SLS GT3, resplendent in orange.
Yeah, a very successful car in GT3 racing, in the Blancpain series, and of course at the Nürburgring 24 Hours as well. Winner last year with the late Sean Edwards, and Bernd Schneider, of course, who's here this weekend in various cars.
That Mercedes GT3, it looks a big heavy car, but it is just a very, very quick and agile GT3 racer, particularly around the Nürburgring and Spa-Francorchamps. As that goes towards the top of the hill, I think it's going to get caught by the Ferrari.
There's a Koenigsegg out there too, isn't there? That,
there is.
That wasn't on camera, but I saw disappearing through Moulcombe.
Yeah, there's the Koenigsegg. And then there's a Ferrari following that, the Koenigsegg 1.1, 270 plus miles an hour. As we have a LaFerrari on the line. We had two going up earlier today, one with Jamiroquai, and that was in green, this one in red. First time I've seen this car in, not the flesh, but the carbon fibre.
And we don't know who's in that, do we? There was no caption information. I wonder if it's actually Joe Macari himself. The Wandsworth-based dealer and racer, Joe Macari.
And this car only launched at the beginning of the year at the Geneva Motor Show. Or was it last year? I can't remember.
Presumably, Mike, you have to be a very special Ferrari owner already. You have to have a vast collection and be invited to buy one.
Yes, you have to be one of their VIP customers, one of their very special list. You'll already have a garage of many of the company's products before you're able to buy the LaFerrari. Quite an expensive habit to have.
And the BMW i8 is silently wafting through Moulcombe at great speed. That's an impressive bit of kit.
It doesn't sound that loud, but it really does go quite quickly, doesn't it?
So it's a combination of conventional combustion engine and battery power, which we're seeing quite a lot of, aren't we now?
Exactly. I mean, that's what the LaFerrari and the Porsche 918 and the McLaren P1 have as well. The BMW i8's got a 3-cylinder petrol engine with its hybrid powertrain, and it actually sounds like a high-revving V6.
Do you think we'll ever see the day where we lose the conventional combustion engine, where we don't have fuel and air going bang in a cylinder? We're sort of powered by lettuce and water and chicken soup and all sorts of funny things.
I think if it does happen, it's a very, very long time off, and I don't think there are many people here who are waiting for that moment, it's fair to say.
No, quite.
Well, Anthony Reid now on the line. He certainly doesn't go in for
half measures
or cars that are powered by yogurt that you've knitted yourself, Henry.
He doesn't even go in for three-quarter measures, does he?
No, he doesn't. He goes in for full max 110%. This will be an impressive run by Anthony Reid. He's been held on the line. Look at the Brabus in the background. That's just the slight difference in size between Reid's car in the foreground and then the Mercedes six-wheeler in the background.
What do you think Alan Crook's saying to Anthony down there? Don't forget to brake for Molecombe.
Well, it looks like the marshal's just clearing something off the track after Molecombe. Apparently there was a duck sitting on a hay bale wondering where its tea was. But it's been removed and put back into the woods.
I heard a rumour last week that the ducks around here have got fever.
Well, they came out to get a bit more then, didn't they, Henry?
Did, yeah.
Oh no! It's a pheasant.
Oh,
it's a pheasant.
Now they haven't got fever because they just walk out in front of you, don't they?
Or as they say, yes, it's not a hen. Well, it was a hen actually. That was the advert, wasn't it? Okay, well, her ladyship has been put away. So, okay then, right then. Anthony Reid on the line with the Noble, and now accelerating away down through the shadows and into the sunshine. Sole driver in this car, no passenger, should I say, alongside him, saving a bit of weight, you know, Henry. Using all of the road and then some, and on his way up towards you.
Yeah, we've seen him very quick, haven't we, in production-based GT3 cars, the Chevron in particular, very fast 2 years ago. This is a standard road car, the British-built Noble, masterminded by Lee Noble, and a real success story, Noble, Mike, isn't it? They churned out some great cars.
Yes, they've churned out some amazing cars.
Well, as Anthony Reid gets towards the top of the hill, he crosses the line. He's certainly got his eye in now before tomorrow's runs. Another set of 2 runs tomorrow, 1 in the morning, 1 in the afternoon. Well, of course, that Mercedes was going to cut the corner and cut the grass and make its own way through Molecombe. Just look at that. You could almost stand underneath that and not get hit.
Is it 6-wheel drive?
It is 6-wheel drive, yes.
It is.
Mercedes actually do the I suppose we should call it the standard version, and then if that's not quite enough for you, Brabus, well, turns it into this.
Incredible.
Well, it's a very fast and sure way to get the logs out of the field, isn't it? You could just put the logs in the back and away you go. You would never get stuck, would you, Henry?
No, you wouldn't. No.
Now the Infiniti Eau Rouge.
Scrabbly, 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 squeak, squeak, squeak. He got it slowed down just enough for Molecombe.
So now we are over onto our first glance class of cars for 2014, the Infiniti Q50 Eau Rouge.
Christian Horner's down to drive that, isn't he, at some point? Red Bull Racing boss, which of course has a commercial tie-up with Infiniti.
There's the Volvo V60 Polestar in the signature colours of the Polestar brand. Now makes its way up. A very fast estate car.
That's
there
great.
was one.
I love that.
It's replicating, you know, that RS6, RS4, and now this V60 Polestar thread of an estate car that is stunningly fast.
Yeah, it's
a real Q car, isn't it?
I was just going to say a Q car, yeah. If you didn't have it in the Larry Polestar blue, it would be even more of a Q car. It's very quick, that indeed. Built by the Swedish touring car team Polestar.
Aston Martin now the Rapide S on the way up, using all of the road, giving himself lots of room so that he can see the entry to Molecombe. Hard on the brakes, a little bit of a squeal of those tires as he scrabbles for the grip. And away and up towards the top of the hill. Keep those pheasants away from the racetrack. passenger laughing as the ride up towards the top of Goodwood is nearly completed. Look at the smile. Look at the smile. Brilliant stuff.
And the Jaguar Sport Brake, the estate version, that's a real mile muncher, isn't it? One of the fastest ways to carry 4 people and all the luggage. It's the shooting brake, the XFRS, that.
XFRS, yes, one better than the XFR.
I wonder if they have those as part of the Team Sky's backup crew on the Tour de France with their tie-up that they have got. Okay then. Next up, we have got the little Seat Ibiza 30th anniversary. 30 years it's been going.
Yes, I wouldn't have put that many years on it. That's amazing.
They used to have the initial Ibiza, engineered by Porsche, did they not? As the Ariel Atom 3.5R now gets on its way.
This is presumably an even more low version of the original Atom.
I think that's the fastest one yet. Supercharged engine, and it is absolutely flying.
Well, a BMW M5 behind it, driven by Steve Soper, is certainly going to have a go and seeing if it can catch it. But I think the Ariel Atom may come out on top.
This one probably another contender for a quick time when they are timed.
The Ariel Atom now getting into the sunshine, up towards the top of the hill. We saw an Ariel brand new motorcycle being launched only a couple of days ago, and it's making its first public appearance here at Goodwood this weekend. That's being followed up the hill by a couple of BMWs. First off, it's the M5, then we've got the M4, now we have got the Alfa Romeo.
And Tiff Needell in the M4 following the 30th anniversary M5, which we think had Steve Soper at the wheel. And Tiff, very spectacular on the brakes through Molecombe.
The Giulietta a little more sedate, shall we say.
The Quadrifoglio Verde, the green 4-leaf clover. I've never seen a Bentley tyre squealing and leaning on its door handles like that before.
A Rolls-Royce and a Bentley tyre squealing in the same batch, Henry. You've had a full double whammy. So as the Alfa Romeo makes its way to the top, here is the Porsche Macan Turbo S, is it?
It is, yes.
First time I've seen a Macan.
That's about as fast as you can go in SUV land, isn't
it? It is, and there's a bit of an SUV power battle going on at the moment. That's definitely one of the quickest ones.
Now this is the Volkswagen XL1. I've seen some pictures of this, but never in the metal, in the aluminium, in the carbon fibre before. A car that's all about miles per gallon, is it not?
Volkswagen claim it can do 313 miles to the gallon.
Good Lord. And it's a conventional petrol engine, is it?
It's a diesel engine, combination of a diesel engine and another hybrid powertrain.
Wow.
And it was designed as an eco concept to show off their expertise at building cars like this, and then they decided to put it into very limited production. I think they've made 100 of them.
It must have a fearsomely low drag coefficient, with all the rear wheels covered in and the slippery shape.
Every part about it has been designed to make it as efficient as possible. It's actually really quite nice to drive as well, though.
Very, very narrow front tyres. That's certainly reducing the drag, isn't it? As it pings away over the surface like a pea on a drum.
I've just noticed Enda Garvey's Dakar Peugeot Pikes Peak car, rather, just sort of parked on the grass halfway up.
Yes, it's been there for a couple of batches, actually. I think it tried to make its way down the hill, and for some reason, gravity was not being very friendly.
No, it was built to go up, wasn't it? Yeah. Rubbish going down.
Now, we had David Llewellyn driving this Toyota GT86 this morning, but now we focus our attentions on the the little Fiat Abarth, 695, Biposto, two-seater. Carlo Abarth was the man who put his name to Abarth. He sounded Italian, but actually he was an Austrian. He thought, well, I can't be called Carl in Italy, so I'll call myself Carlo. And that's what he did. Started racing on the Grossglockner in Austria, the highest mountain in Austria, and one of the highest passes, and then went a little bit further south to Italy.
Of course, inextricably linked with Fiat, but really sort of promoting itself as a manufacturer in its own right. A little bit like the BMW and Alpina relationship. Alpina now a standalone setup.
And the Cinquecento they made initially in the 50s and 60s and into the 70s, nearly 4 million of the initial Fiat 500s with all sorts of engine and body configurations. But then in recent years, the new Fiat 500 being a massive worldwide hit.
Toby, I've had a tweet from Derek Bell in response to my lime green and banana yellow comment. Derek says, surely pistachio green and canary yellow. Fantastic. Okay, that's the end of the batch. Thanks to Toby down there on the start line, and thanks to Mike Duff, European editor of Car and Driver magazine. Thank you, Mike, for your insight. That's the end of the action on the hill. Let's go up to Bruce Jones and have a final batch of interviews for the day.
Chris Goodwin, as McLaren's main development driver, you've been a busy man, but you're starting to fill the supercar paddock with cars you've developed. Tell us about this one, the P1.
This particular P1 is one of our very old and well-used test cars, so we've got some history. The P1 in general, though, it's obviously our top-of-the-range vehicle. It's our halo car, and it's been a massive success for us. So the car was launched last year, but it's sold out almost straight away. So we're building 375 of these cars, and they've disappeared, all gone. It's an amazing bit of kit, a hybrid supercar, over 900 horsepower, 600 kilos of downforce. It's like a racing car for the road, but unbelievably user-friendly. It's got a lot of technology in there, and it's a car we're very proud of. We've also got the 650S that is either behind me or will be any second now. A really, really fast mid-range car. The replacement for the 12C that was our first product in our new life as McLaren Automotive. And stick around, because by next year there'll be at least one more car per year coming out of our factory.
Chris, it's always great to talk to you, but just know you've got this ongoing programme for the next 20 years. It's very exciting.
I'm looking forward to my retirement, but we're going to be busy right up until then, to be honest.
Chris, thanks very much. Austin Kinsella, gull-wing doors seem to be the order of the day now in supercars. The Mercedes SLS AMG Black Series, confusingly in white. Tell us about it.
Yes, well, I'm very lucky to be driving it today, to be honest. So, but yes, the Black Series, a great car. I mean, it's followed on from the standard SLS. But yeah, great fun to drive.
It always looks huge, a great expanse of bonnet out the front end and actually quite a tidy tail on it. But how does it feel when you get on board? Does it sort of shrink down to size?
Yeah, well, that's true. I mean, it does. It looks a huge bonnet, and but actually to drive it's very, very easy. And I mean, pretty narrow hill there. Very easy to thread it up through the gap. So yeah, no problem. It feels, once you drive it, you don't notice the sort of expanse of the bonnet or what have you. That's part of the car. I mean, that's the.
Well, the good thing about the bonnet, that hides the engine, or not hides the engine, because that engine just makes the most wonderful note.
I mean, unfortunately, we missed most of it in the car, but even in the car, it sounds pretty good. But hopefully, outside, it sounds even better. So,
Austin, thanks very much. Chris Hoy, your cycling career must feel so far behind you. You've so immersed yourself in motor racing, and you just keep going.
Well, it's been a fantastic experience so far. I mean, I still cycle for pleasure and for fitness, but the motorsport has really taken over in terms of competition, and I'm just loving all the opportunities I'm getting. And today's it's been great fun so far.
Now, the hill's very narrow. You just come up in the Nismo GTR. Plenty of power, but a bit of focus required.
A lot of focus required, because you want to go hard, you want to go as fast as you can, you want to make the most of the opportunity, but you don't want to overstep the mark and touch a wheel on the grass or outbrake yourself. You know, there's literally no room for error. So it was very exciting. I had my wife on board there, so I think she quite enjoyed that. And the car was great. It was actually sliding around quite a lot. It's quite a nimble thing. So yeah, really exciting.
She will still be talking to you later this evening.
I hope so. She hasn't said much since we finished, but yeah, she's fine.
Now you're standing in front of a sort of silvery grey GTR. There's a black and white, very natty colour scheme. Tell us what that is. It's the same car, but a little bit different.
Yeah, it's essentially the same car. This was the car that was used for the Nürburgring lap record attempt. A few tweaks on the suspension. I think there's a slight more boost in the engine, but really it's fundamentally the same car. And this is the one that broke the record.
Maybe you'll drive that next year at the ring.
Well, if I keep this in one piece and keep my head down, you never know.
Chris Hoyt, great to have you here at Goodwood and loving watching your burgeoning racing career.
Thank you very much. It's a pleasure.
Robert Savansky standing here in the sunshine by one of the most interesting and I think the fastest car here in the supercar run, the Koenigsegg Agera 1-1. Tell us about it.
Well, this is the Koenigsegg Agera 1-1 and we are happy to show it here at Goodwood. We hope it's very quick around the hill climb. We're right now running on 95 normal petrol gas, which gives us around 1100 horsepower. Because 1360 is, it can produce that as well if you fill it with bioethanol. But we're happy to show it here, and I'm happy you enjoy it as well.
Now, Koenigsegg have always been distinctive. But they're sort of quite a quiet approach. But now with the Agera, they seem to just be going into a whole new world of their own.
Yeah, I mean, we wanted to show a little bit what we're capable of by doing this car. So this is a limited series of cars, which all already been sold. So we should do more of them, but we won't. So all of them are sold. This is a showcase what we're capable of before we're gonna do the next 2015 model.
I always like that. The next model is on its way. Yeah. Robert, enjoy Goodwood. Thanks for bringing the car here.
Thank you.
Darkness has a companion tonight. Small creatures prick ears and tremble with fright. A sleek velvet phantom is making its way. Through shadows, eyes gleaming, it's searching for prey. Masterful strides on dark forest tracks. The prince of the jungle is poised to attack. His muscles a ripple, his heart pumping fast. The spectre, he's ready, his appetite vast. Feline musk impregnates the air. Razor-sharp teeth are suddenly bared. Like lightning, he pounces. Like thunder his roar, a sound full of power, great might to the fore. Darkness's embrace caresses the cat. The growl is replaced, a purr in its stead. All sated, the phantom is slinking away. As dawn's pearly light prepares a new day.
In our bid to make Sky Sports even better, we enlisted the help of the ultimate hero of sport. No, not him. Him. There were some interesting ideas. Drone cam. This is ludicrous. Sofa ref. He's off. The sensation suit. In the end, the simplest idea was also the best. A new European football channel. And that's not all. 2 years free Sky Broadband Unlimited for our Sky Sports customers. Go to sky.com/2 years free to find out more. Sky. Believe in better.
Contact us on Twitter using the hashtag FOS to share your comments, photos and videos, and we'll be reading out a selection of those tweets over the course of the weekend.
It has been a glorious day here at Goodwood. Those clouds went away and left us with beautiful, bright sunshine across the whole of the arena. And plenty of people have been enjoying themselves. It wasn't all us, I promise you, but hopefully you've had a really good day. Ben Constanduros, we've seen some really good runs up the hill, some great action. The drifting today and the rubber that was laid down on this course has been really good.
A typical Goodwood day, fantastic stars in beautiful and brilliant cars, and that is all that you can want when the weather is like this, and we got away with it here today.
Yeah, and the fastest up the hill we think was Kenny Brack. We spoke to him a little earlier on in the driver's lounge, and he was so relaxed. He was really enjoying himself here and enjoying just being able to sit and chat and see the social side of driving, which these guys don't really get to do very often.
However, Kenny Brack was also incredibly fast up the hill, some 45, 46 seconds in the McLaren GTR Longtail, the F1 car from the early 90s. So a very impressive run. Another thing that was very, very impressive was a bottoms auction happened today, and the star car was a Ferrari 375. And that went for a cool £9.6 million, just under the top estimate of 10 million.
Well, I didn't want to go to that 10 million stage. I just thought I should back out, and luckily it went okay for me. I joke, obviously. But if we just look at what we've seen today and some of the cars that have gone up the hill, we've had everything from like 1906 all the way up to one of this year's 2014 World Touring cars. So it's been really nice to see that mix, hasn't it?
Yeah, absolutely, and we also saw 3 cars fresh from Le Mans with, well, I say fresh, with all the rubber up the front of it, with all the dust, the winning LMP2 car, and also the Audi as well.
Yeah, it's been a really good day today. Hopefully you can join us again tomorrow. We'll be broadcasting bright and early once again from 8:30 when the stages are open. We've got lots of people coming out to see you as well. Sebastian Loeb will be here, won't he, trying to set and break a record for the fastest time in that Pikes Peak car. We'll also have the likes of Felipe Massa and Felipe Nasr, the two Williams drivers will be here. Fingers crossed they get that 96 Williams fixed in time. I think Karun Chandok might have had a little problem with it today. And of course Jenson Button will also be here. So Ben, plenty to look forward to tomorrow.
Really excited, and don't look at the weather forecast, it's going to be another brilliant day here.
So we'll join you then and hand you back to Henry Hope Frost.
Thank you, Jenny. Thank you, Ben. Well done, guys. Fantastic work out and about in this wonderful Goodwood Festival of Speed environment. Well, that's it for Festival Friday, the first of the three-day competition element of the event, the 22nd running of this marvellous motorsport garden party. Henry Hope Frost and Marcus Pye up in the commentary box. Marcus, it's been a splendid, splendid day, hasn't it?
I think both on the ground and in the air, it's been absolutely exceptional.
Absolutely right. And many thanks to Toby Moody down on the start line, having real fever with the sounds and the smells on the start line. Thank you very much indeed for your company. If you're heading home, please do have a very safe trip home. If you're coming back tomorrow or Sunday, we look forward to your company there. If not, see you for Festival of Speed 2015. Join us on 87.7 FM now for our Drive Time radio show on the way out. Good night.